Well, here we are once again. Floating between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a bunch of stuff here to talk about for us tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Safety first on these space flights of ours. Don't have the insurance to cover any sort of accidents. Oh, I almost didn't hear that notification. Wasn't me resubscribing. Prime. Great life decision. Wasn't me, was you. I appreciate it. Well, as I mentioned, got a lot to talk about here tonight. Some shout-outs first, though. Mike Toole, Hermeteorologist, yet HBX123 in the YouTube chat. Mozart, Close Fourth, Moanoip, also here. Fishbone, Frizzla, Look Bovine, Echios, Sarah Layla, Shade Dragon, Ep Silver Art. Man to the Pivot, and Was It Me over on Twitch. As I mentioned, we got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. Oh boy. So many things. And we're going to try and not talk about Operation Epstein Fury for a little bit. Although it will, of course, come up at some point soon. But first, we should probably talk about the reason why we're doing this whole thing.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, the great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this creep.
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
That is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. People are still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. I started a whole war. A whole fucking war. And yet people still want to talk about this guy, this creep. This creep. People have been talking about him for years. It's weird. It's unbelievable. Really, really weird.
It's weird.
You know what else is weird and shocking? The polls.
What now?
That's right. The polls are in. And they're saying that America thinks that this whole war in Iran is actually for Epstein.
Dropsite and Zeteo sponsored a poll that was done for Data for Progress. So it was out in the field from March 6th to March 8th, and it interviewed more than 1,200 likely voters. So, just standard normal poll that the mainstream media likes to conduct. The difference is we ask some of the same questions that the mainstream media asks, like, do you support or oppose the war in Iran? But then we also kind of went deeper into how people think about Trump's motivations for the war, what role Israel played, but also what role Epstein might have played. So the question we asked was, when it comes to U.S. military action against Iran, which of the following statements regarding President Trump's personal motivations comes closer to your view, if neither is right? So let's put up E5. And so basically the question is, was Trump motivated at least in part to attack Iran to distract from the Jeffrey Epstein scandal? Overall, by a 52-40 margin, the American people said yes, Epstein was at least in part motivating Trump to attack Iran. Now,
Yeah, and if you're in a room that's got no Republicans in it, 3 of 4 people, it would seem, somewhere around like the 70% of the people in that room, it's just filled with Democrats and independents. Basically, the vast majority of non-idiots in America think that this was done, at least in part, to distract from the Jeffrey Epstein
Are you
files.
still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Although, let's be real, independents are also idiots. Most independents are idiots. They're the undecided voters who can't figure it out. Gotta be real. If you haven't figured out which party which party best to vote for, generally speaking, then there's probably got a problem.
You have a mental health problem.
Thank you to Ian Leal and Man to the Pivot for the sunglasses and the tinfoil hat. Much appreciated. Okay. We're going to keep talking about the Epstein files that everybody thinks is being used as the Epstein files that Donald Trump is trying to distract from with the Iran war that we're going to be talking about for a little bit longer. Let's go to the Bituation Room, talk about this story, which we've been trying to bring attention to as well.
I want to diverge a little bit.
Please.
And go into, not that it's at all more appetizing, but, right around, maybe a couple days after the war in Iran, the excursion in Iran, started, the DOJ released some of the documents that they had temporarily hidden related to Donald Trump's abuse of a 13 or 14-year-old girl.
Illegal.
She doesn't remember exactly how old she was, but she's got, I think there's 50 pages of testimony in the Epstein files. Some of them they're strategically hidden. They come back. This is Operation Epic Fury in Iran, which, of course, Epstein files, we're putting it together as the new left-wing QAnon here. And so I didn't want to glaze over this, that again, the allegation is that this young girl was introduced to Donald Trump by Jeffrey Epstein. And obviously he says he's been totally, he's been exonerated. They ask him what he wants for lunch, and he just goes, I've been exonerated by the Epstein files. In the files dated between August and October 2019, the woman whose name is redacted alleges that when she was between 13 and 15, Epstein took her either to New York or New Jersey, where in a very tall building with huge rooms, he introduced her to Trump. Trump, she said, Didn't like that I was a boy girl, which interview notes that it meant she was a tomboy. The woman said the other people were present. She couldn't recall who. Trump asked them to leave the room, then said something to the effect of, "Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be," and then unzipped his pants and put her head down to his penis. She recalled in the interview. She said she bit the shit out of it. In response, first of all, Queen, still, I need to know her name so I can create a shrine to her. In response, she said he pulled her hair and punched her on the side of her head. Get this little bitch the hell out of here. And by the way, this young girl's family, just to like, I did a little bit of reading into this file. Her family had been blackmailed. Her mother had been blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein over some sort of like real estate dealings, and had been trafficking her for some months, if not years, had been using photos of her as blackmail against her mother. I mean, truly the most depraved, disgusting shit that like this interlude with Trump is just sort of one of the many atrocities that she and her family were meant to deal with. This fucker who had all the money in the world, had all the access in the world, and is still preying on the, families, mothers, people, who are sending them to jail in this woman's case.
Yeah, I mean, it's genuinely disturbing. Every single detail that comes out about this is just sheds more light on how these individuals, Jeffrey Epstein and his buddies, were willing to use their power, their money, to assert their whims, their every whim on everybody around them and onto their surroundings in a way that, it's almost unfathomable, like, really, that the people felt like anybody would feel okay, just sort of manipulating people all day, every day, just to get these. It's like he genuinely seemed to just get off on the manipulation. From what I can tell, I think he genuinely enjoyed that aspect of it all. that he got off on it,
sent
or
to
something.
jail for real estate fraud, prison for real estate fraud, then traffics her daughter. And this, like, just, I don't know how about you, Emma. I just gotta go through my days these days, just being like, he rapes kids. Our president rapes kids. Like, we're just supposed to move on. He rapes kids.
Yeah, and the Republican Party is 100% okay with that, which should not shock anybody, given the Roy Moore saga, given, I mean, let's go down the line, given probably the
they
entire
love
time.
Andrew Tate. I mean, this is my big thing with Epstein. They really screwed the pooch on this one by making Epstein an enemy. Like, the real thing is that they should love Jeffrey Epstein, but of course he has the misfortune of being Jewish. And so, and this is the problem. If he were Jewish, mark my words, they would herald him.
But this is what I'm telling you. I think when you say they, you mean the right-wing base?
Yeah, the right-wing base, the groypers, the people. But even still, like, periodically I'll check in on like Chaya Raichik's, like, libs of TikTok account and be like, is anyone talking about the Epstein files to these fuckers? Like,
That's an interesting point that Francesca made there. That I guess I hadn't, like, I guess I've pushed it out of my mind somewhat. But I think that she is right. Like, when I check in, like, with my feelings on this one, I think she's right. And that the people who have been obsessed with, like, Pizzagate and Jeffrey Epstein for, like a decade tend to be fixated on some of this stuff because of that. I guess, but just for me, I guess it just really wasn't something that I was checking in with a whole lot. I was like, yes, he's Jewish, but that's the least interesting thing about him to me. But she makes a fair point.
Sobiek, these people who got the fake binders of the supposedly Epstein files. Like, where's like I don't even see Piers Morgan debates about this. Speaking of which, I don't go on anymore, but when I did, I asked him ahead of the election when, the Michael Wolff, Michael Wolff is his own piece of shit, but he was like,
Right.
Epstein told me he's got photos of Donald Trump, naked with underage girls or whatever. And I brought it up and he, blew me off and whatnot. But like none of them have been even asked what they think about the Epstein files or that Trump is implicated in them.
It really is astonishing, and it shows how, one, opportunistic these right-wing influencers are, two, how little they believe in anything, and three,
I mean, they're so willing to just switch on a dime, right? Like, it's incredible. Like, they were outside of the White House holding up those binders, so proud for like 15 minutes. And now here we are. Like, where are they? It's a great point. Where is Chaya and Posobiec and all these people?
Also, how their attacks on people who are LGBTQ people are so insincere. They don't actually believe that they're groomers. They're just projecting that onto them as a way to otherize them, or say even psychologically for themselves, if they're the kind of right winger that's attracted to young girls or to young boys. And let's be real, we know which states are trying to lower the age of consent so that children can get married, and it's like the reddest states possible. They projected onto gay and trans people just to kind of get rid of their rights and to otherize them, when in reality they're the ones that are purveying this kind of behavior themselves. They are predators, and they're hierarchical by nature. That's what conservatism is. And so
Emma's absolutely right, and it's very frustrating, and that we aren't talking about this stuff, and that the fucking federal government, Donald Trump, and the Trump administration is literally starting a war to get us to all stop talking about this. The fact that they're not actually releasing the files, and that Donald Trump is all up in the files, and that the Trump administration seem to be quite friendly. I mean, just all these powerful people are just not seeing any sort of accountability like we're seeing. Well, I wouldn't necessarily we're seeing a broad-based accountability outside of the United States, but we're certainly seeing more than we are here. But it feels like we're just moving on. But no, we're not going to move on. We're going to actually keep talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
And this next one, I haven't even heard this one yet. Mostly because I couldn't bring myself to having to listen to what I get. I have the sense this is going to be twice. This was released literally right before the stream by CNN, discussing a experience of one victim so horrific that they were forced to try and swim away from Epstein Island.
Infamous sex offender Jeffrey Epstein used the secluded island to both wine and dine the rich and build a trap where women and children as young as 12 describe rape, sexual abuse, and trafficking.
The girls and young women who went on the island were basic prisoners. You couldn't leave.
A CNN review of thousands of videos, photos, and emails in the DOJ files, written testimony from victims, and satellite imagery paint the clearest picture yet of how Epstein transformed this island into an elaborate crime scene. The files show the signs of abuse captured on camera.
It's just for Jeffrey's amusement.
Powerful guests publicly and repeatedly say they didn't see this abuse, but it was so obvious and bold, according to one victim, that anyone spending significant time at any of Epstein's residences would have clearly been aware of what was going on.
They make
To do
me
what
sick.
he planned, Epstein used the island's seclusion.
This is my swimming pool. No one's allowed to dock here. My beach.
Helicopter or boat were the only way visitors could get to the island he purchased for about $8 million in 1998. In 2002, satellite images show the island, Little St. James, was barely developed. Just one main house here and a few small buildings on the northern tip of the roughly 70-acre island. Over the next 2 decades, you can see Epstein's building spree as he transformed it into a luxurious vacation escape, expanding the main home to the north. He built a larger pool, new cabanas, upgraded rooms, a dental office for some unknown reason, and this unusual-looking building, referred to in the files as a temple. He also bought a $300,000 antique desk and statues worth about $100,000. As Epstein developed his getaway, he wrote repeatedly in emails to business and government leaders, "Come visit me on my island." Even after Epstein was convicted in 2008 for sex crimes, including one involving a minor, the visitors kept coming. Like LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman, who explained on a podcast late last year that he briefly went to the island while fundraising for MIT.
He was a masterful networker.
But beneath Epstein's business dealings, Virgin Islands prosecutors say Epstein coerced girls as young as 12 into sexual activity. One victim said she was trapped on the island. "I tried to escape Epstein and the others by trying to swim off after spending the day being raped." Epstein's home decor even showed signs of his crimes.
There were bunk beds. And I said to him, I said, "Oh my God, are you expecting grandchildren?" And he said, "No, these are for the girls."
We spoke with architect and interior designer Robert Couturier. He was hired by Epstein to work on the island. He backed out of the project after a few months and then told the FBI this is what Epstein instructed.
Especially for the bunk rooms, they had to.
Okay, now that's the that's the reaction that that basically everyone who ever hung out with Jeffrey Epstein seemingly should have had. From everything that we've been told, every goddamn development about this seems to lend itself to making it incredibly clear that everyone who hung out with Jeffrey Epstein knew what he was up to, because he was doing it out in the fucking open on his island and at his home. And if you were hanging out with him, you should have, like this guy, right after that, been like, actually, I'm good. I'm going to call the FBI real quick.
For girls,
let me get back to you.
They had to be for girls. Hence pink and...
Oh, by the way, thank you, Frizzla, for the sweet, sweet super chat. Everyone here is awesome. Sincerely, Ducky. You're awesome.
These sorts of things.
So there's no mistaking this wasn't for women.
There's no mistaking. You don't put women on bunk beds, I'm sorry. Unless you are in some youth hostel somewhere, but you don't have guest rooms with bunk beds for ladies. And inside the house, there was another little room with computers, and I said, "What is this room?" And he said, "This room is for the girls when they have fun. And they play with their computers." The whole house was very odd because we were on the beach and the house had heavy dark curtains everywhere. The windows were never really opened. It felt terrible. And he also asked me, he said, "I want to build a big TV room, a movie cinema underneath the pool, and I will furnish it with beds." Everybody knew what was happening on that island. Even his staff, people worked for him.
A former staffer said the main home had many pictures of young girls, some topless, looking about 15 to 16 years old. In room after room of the island home, the files show visible signs of something off, like Epstein in his kitchen chasing girls or young women. And his staff noticed. A former chef said every hour Epstein would take a girl down to his master bedroom, then order his maid to clean up. Another staffer worried about Epstein's guests. He described seeing an unnamed man with
It's just like every single, like I said, like every single detail just sort of reconfirms other things that we've heard in the past. God damn it! I can't think of her name right now. Oh my god, she's the woman from Australia. Somehow I cannot think of her name. Why? Virginia. I wanted to say Victoria. I knew that was wrong. I was like, it's a fucking province. But Virginia Giuffre, in an interview, said almost the exact same thing, but about Jeffrey Epstein's plane. But this is what I'm saying. He's like, if you were hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, this guy was getting off every fucking hour. He was constantly... It's insane. It's insane. The guy could not... He could not help himself. He could not keep... he had some sort of fucking sickness. Like, seriously. Like, you could not be hanging out with this guy. She was saying the same thing about Lolita Express. That there was like a special room on the plane where he would go, and every hour he would ask to be serviced in that room, right? And it's insane. Like, none of these people who were hanging out on the island, you can't be like hanging out on an island for a day and have a guy just be leaving for massages every fucking hour and not notice.
Epstein would take a girl down to his master bedroom, then order his maid to clean up. Another staffer worried about Epstein's guests. He described seeing an unnamed man with girls who did not look 18 and they were all naked. He also told the FBI he saw then Prince Andrew grinding against some young girl in the pool. UK authorities arrested Andrew last month, saying they're reviewing claims he shared sensitive government information.
And like that to me is why everybody who like actually spent time with this guy either on his plane or like at his at his island needs to be like looked at. Because everything that we've heard about, it would seem that if you were doing either of those two things, you must have known what kind of guy he was, what he was getting up to.
Epstein. Andrew was released and denies he did anything wrong. Victims say visitors could have seen all this as early as the mid-2000s. One victim described a 2007 visit by Google co-founder Sergey Brin and then-fiancé and 23andMe co-founder Anne Wojcicki. They observed that we did not speak and that we remained mute. Sergey and Anne witnessed our souls and bodies riddled with fear. They said nothing. They did nothing. A man who looks like Brin, about the same age as he was in 2007, is seen in this picture in the DOJ files, though it is undated.
Yeah, what do you guys think? I'm just searching, going through old photos here. Very, very similar looking. It's a spitting image of Sergey. Trying to get the right angle here. It's a little difficult.
Former head of Victoria's Secret, Les Wexner, described his visit in a video deposition.
Walked around for a while and left. Probably an hour visit.
On that trip, do you recall seeing any prominent figures on the island?
No, and it was a pretty crummy island.
After Epstein's 2008 sex crimes conviction, an email shows the Sultan from the United Arab Emirates, Ahmed bin Sulayem, paid a visit. The Sultan separately traded lewd emails with Epstein, telling him he was going to sample a fresh 100% female Russian at my yacht. Howard Lutnick, now Trump's Commerce Secretary, dropped by in 2012. He's seen here in this undated photo. Lutnick said last month he saw nothing concerning.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children, with my nannies and my wife, all together. We were on family vacation.
I love how he makes it incredibly specific. We were on the island for 1 hour. Really? You were on the island for 1 hour? Really, Howard? You parked the yacht for 1 hour. I just find that hard to believe. Maybe I'm just a overly skeptical person, but it just seems weird. Like, because what we know about this situation is that Howard and his family were supposedly on their yacht, right? And they happened, according to him, they happened to just be passing by. Now, according to the emails we've seen in the Epstein files, it sort of contradicts that they seem to be heading to the island for some. They talked to Jeffrey ahead of time, days ahead of time, to prepare this, to arrange a number of different things, including on the day asking where the best parking spot for the yacht was. Right, so they bring the yacht, they park it, and then they got a boat in, right? Because you can't park a yacht on the shore, right? It's a yacht, so you got to park it somewhere off in the ocean, then take like a dinghy into the island. You do all of that to hang out for an hour? Jeez. To be a billionaire, huh? Speedy lunch for Howard. Just a quick bite with the family, and then off again.
Follow the rich white man.
What do you think about the people who did go to the island and say they never saw anything?
Listen, I think you can decide that you're blind. You can decide that you only want to see what you want to see. I think it's a decision that you make. But the idea that a person would go to that island and not see something weird is impossible to me. For me to have seen it, everybody else had to see it.
Weird.
When you think back to how obvious it was to you, do you wonder about, no one saying anything back then?
I've been wondering for the last 15 years. If in 2010 I knew it and we all knew it and I was interrogated and then nothing happened, and that he died in 2019 having perpetrated more crimes from 2010 to 2019, and that we could have saved so many young women that wouldn't have had to go through what they went through.
All of the oligarchs in this documentary did not respond to requests for comment. Oh, wait, I don't see Howard in that. Did Howard respond for requests? I only see Sergey and Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem. Oh, Reid Hoffman, old LinkedIn CEO Reid Hoffman. He feels very.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Oh, big regrets for Reid. Secretary, I knew it when I said that. When I was reading that, I was like, oh, they must have the Department of Commerce must have made a statement. Secretary Lutnick agreed to voluntarily appear for a transcribed interview before the House Oversight Committee about Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
It's a great. I love that statement. It's just like if you want a statement from Howard, go watch the testimony. Good one. Very funny. You're sure that he had a marina for yachts on the island? Maybe. I've never seen like a long dock that I feel like you would need for a big ass boat like that, though. I feel like I've looked at these pictures a lot. I feel like I've looked at these pictures a lot, and I've never seen anything with like deep enough water. But maybe I could be right. What I have seen is a bunch of dinghies hanging out on little docks. Okay, not done talking about Jeffrey Epstein here. One more from CNN. To New Mexico. Talk about the reopening of the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's New Mexico ranch.
Reopening the Epstein case in one state. Now, law enforcement in New Mexico are searching a sprawling ranch there, formerly owned by convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The ranch is coming under renewed scrutiny because of details in newly released FBI files. Last month, the state's House of Representatives voted to create a bipartisan truth commission looking into allegations of criminal activity there. Joining me now is a member of that commission, New Mexico State Representative Mariana Anaya. Thank you so much for being here. Look, we were looking through the files, and in late January, there was a 2019 email received by a local radio host that alleged that somewhere in the hills outside of the Zorro, the ranch, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. That is what was written. That is, of course, an unverified allegation. Do you know what authorities are looking for? Are they potentially looking for bodies there?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I think at this point, anything is in the realm of possibility. A big misstep that happened previously was that people didn't listen to survivors. People did not listen to tips that came in. And so for us, we are taking everything into consideration. Now,
Okay. We already covered that story yesterday. I just figured I would do it one more time. But investigation being reopened into the former property of Jeffrey Epstein, which is now owned by a Trump supporter, Trump donor. Not just like a MAGA guy, but like a big millionaire Trump donor. Speaking of the Epstein class, Donald Trump and properties that they happen to own, why don't we talk about the man himself, Donald Trump, whose hotel was in a bit of a predicament, apparently, failing multiple health inspections. Here's ABC 7 Chicago.
Trump International Hotel and Tower has made some improvements after failing a health inspection. In December, a health inspector cited the downtown Chicago hotel for 6 issues, including flies in the bar and dish areas and improper storage of cold food. They were instructed to have all areas affected by pests checked out by an expert. The hotel later passed inspection on December 23rd.
Well, there we go. Trump International Hotel and Tower in Chicago. Failing health inspection. Gross. Now, you may or may not know this right now, but we're a few days away from St. Patty's Day. And Chicago is home to perhaps one of the most notable, memorable, certainly the most visually captivating St. Patty's Day traditions. And that is, of course, the annual turning of the, what is the name of this river? Chicago River? I think it's the Chicago River. The Chicago River, the river which Trump Tower sits on, to a bright green color. Staying with ABC 7 Chicago for the annual 2026 dyeing of the Chicago River. Ooh, it's from the, doing it from the helicopter. Nice. Oh, you can see the grain. Here it comes. Anybody ever ask themselves why we need to do this? You don't even dye the river for Christmas. Like, this is quite a... It's quite a lot of effort when you think about it. Okay, and we could go through the whole live stream, or we could just go here to ABC 7 Chicago for the highlights, of course. The highlights. Here's a question. Which part of this is most exciting? That's a question. A big question for me right now. Well, it's a tradition. All right, people. I know you'd be looking at this and you're thinking, what is the point of all of it? Bagpipes, green, and alcohol, of course. That is the great St. Patty's Day tradition. But perhaps you don't know the history of St. Patty's Day, and that's why we've got this clip for you.
Millions of people around the world don their best green attire every March 17th to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. But there is a lot we bet you didn't know about Ireland's patron saint. To start with, St. Patrick wasn't even Irish. He was born around the 5th century in Britain, then part of the Roman Empire. At 16, he was kidnapped by Irish raiders and spent 6 years in captivity. He converted to Christianity and later returned to Ireland to spend the rest of his life working as a Christian missionary. After Patrick died on March 17, 461, he was largely forgotten until mythology and legend grew, and centuries later, he was honored as the patron saint of Ireland. According to
Well, there we go. St. Patrick, a guy who was not Irish, who became the patron saint of Ireland, and we celebrate him every March for some reason. It's still not clear to me. Something about snakes? I think it's something about snakes. Pretty sure it's snake-related, lad. Lad and or lass. People. Whatever your gender may be. Alright, back to the celebrations. Denver 7 from 10 hours ago to the annual St. Patty's Day Parade and Irish Festival in Denver.
All right, well, happening today, it's going to be a really bustling morning in downtown Denver just a couple of hours from now for the annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. That kicks off at 9:30 this morning, and then it runs all the way through 3 in the afternoon. So a good amount of time there. Denver 7's Lauren Lennon joins us from downtown Denver to let us know what we need to be aware of this morning. Lauren, there is the parade, and then there's also the Irish Fest.
Yeah, Veronica, and that's where I'm at right now. We're behind me. You can see the stage for Irish Fest here, and I'm wearing my green. I had to show my festiveness for St. Patrick's Day weekend, and I'm joined with one of the organizers. Walk me through. I know you mentioned we were talking a little bit off camera. This is the first Irish Fest since 2019. How does that feel? The excitement surrounding today. Walk me through that.
We're so excited. Yeah, we had our first event in 2019, and we had a bigger event planned for 2020. And of course, we all know what happened that year. So we finally felt like this was the year to bring it back, bring community together, and have a great day.
And I know one of the big stories that we're tracking.
Well, there you go, an Irish explosion in downtown Denver. St. Patty's Day Parade and an Irish festival. Now to Tennessee, News Channel 5, 10 hours ago. Irish Network Nashville Parade and Festival set for 5 points. I don't know what 5 points is, but it sounds exciting.
Now, today's going to be a lot of fun. The Irish Network Nashville, they're hosting their annual St. Patrick's Day Parade this weekend over in 5 Points. And this year, it'll also have a festival. Our Eric Pointer joins us now live where it'll take place. And Eric, you've been talking to the people who put this whole thing together. You got your shades on. Look at you, your beads. Man.
Look at this fucking guy. He's having a good time. Everybody's having a good time. It's St. Patty's Day, or you can pretend it's St. Patty's Day because it's the weekend. And let's be real, most years St. Patty's Day falls on weekday. So people are left with difficult decision which weekend to celebrate on. All right, it's from Tennessee to New York, Rochester, New York, with their St. Patty's Day Parade of 2026. Streamed 8 hours ago, don't you know? All right, that's bad. I'm losing it. I'm losing the Irish accent. All right, come on with the live stream. Come on with the live stream already. Terrible. Top chat rate. I don't need this. You're killing it right now. I mean that. People look super cold out here. But people refuse not to celebrate this holiday. For whatever reason. Yes, indeed. Alright, now to our final St. Patty's Day video of the day. Back in time. Long, long ago. To the heartland of America. Steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal. Brooklyn, USA.
We are surrounded by dancing leprechauns. Is it? It is St. Patty's Day, right?
We're going to go out and party tonight?
Oh, dude, I'm going to get wasted.
Totally.
It's Casual Friday. Yeah. This is the day where I literally will not go outside at all.
Look at all those people out there having fun, Saul. I used to be them.
No, not on
St. Patty's Day, because I would get punched all over the face in classes, and I just wanted to read Social Security. But Irish guys who looked like Matt Damon would beat on me and call me all sorts of things.
How rude.
Appearing on the program today, Cliff Schechter, not Irish. An entire country just begs President Trump to just give up the idea that Barack Obama spied on him.
Never.
Let me just set the record straight on this whole St. Patty's thing that's blowing up all over the place here. Back when growing up, like in high school and stuff, Worcester was obviously heavily Irish, and spent a lot. Celebrated St. Patrick's Day quite a bit. You know, even had those like shamrocks with the Jewish star in it.
Hi, fellas, can I join? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Okay.
Seamus, please. Sean, Seamus,
Sean,
Kathleen.
I thought we were
All
friends.
of those names are my cousin's names.
No, everybody.
Sorry
I know.
that we
They
killed
would have let you
Jesus.
join.
Mary, Brian. I mean, all.
You
of
aren't
it.
just named.
Just thinking of Sam with that hat on. Something about that image of just Sam with that hat. Oh my God. I wish we had a picture of that. I really do. Oh God, what I would do for a picture of you, young Sam in that hat.
Seamus, please. Sean, Seamus,
Sean,
Kathleen.
I thought we were
All
friends.
of those names are my cousin's names.
No, that's everybody.
Sorry
I know.
that we
They
killed
would have let you
Jesus.
join.
Mary, Brian. I mean, all.
You aren't just naming every family member.
just naming
Mickey. What about Mickey?
And even like when I was in.
Look at the little shamrock peepaw. Oh my God. Oh God.
And even like when I was in Boston a little bit. But the problem is that now, like those guys that I used to hang out with, now I see them as a problem. They come in from, they come in from, I'm not saying Irish people. I'm just saying like, 17 to 25-year-olds from the suburbs who come in and get wasted. I feel like, I don't.
Everyone likes to party with those potato-eating, soft-head potato mashers, but they are a problem from a public safety and ordinance point of view.
I've got news. I don't think all those people are Irish, and I'm not
saying they're all Irish.
I'm
I've
not
said that.
nearly as old as you,
And Kelly was one.
I consider them
a complete and total problem. And I never actually was
But
one
I didn't
of them.
say that I'm that old, and that's why I
You're
consider
really
them a
old,
problem.
though.
No.
That's why.
Listen to the ancient Jews speak. He is not wrong. He has molded us on this.
I used to work every St. Patrick's Day
Actually, you know
and
what's-
make so much money.
I bet.
Come here, lass. We're decompressing from beating black kids in our cop job.
Oh my God. I even saw two people
It's St.
doing
Paddy's-
it.
It's a nice time for the Irish when they can go out and get socially active by protesting the inclusion of gay people.
Yeah,
in their
exactly.
parade.
Wait, I want the goddamn Gainer parade. That's a totally against family values, like vomiting on your wife's shoes after
I
you've
think
beaten
they're
your
even
kid.
doing that in Boston. They still, it's like
They
they're
got
not-
forced in New York.
Yeah.
If you go away from Schindler's List thinking that you understand what it's like about the Holocaust, you're not going to be curious to learn anything more or real.
You'd
so
also
it's
not-
almost worse.
I think that there
It's
are
almost
more
worse that
people
you
than
give
we
someone
ever thought who are not curious to learn a single fucking thing about these things.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that
And
impulse,
so-
but I feel like in the end, all things considered, it's
Had no
does more
idea it was
damage.
so bad. Well, thank God Oscar Schindler was there.
That, that girl in the shithole, she was gleaming, looked so beautiful, the light on her face,
That girl was quite a piece of ass, even
Even
when she was in the
swimming in
ditch.
shit.
I completely understand where Ray Fiennes was breaking his commitments and trying to get in her.
I barely even
Naked
remember
broads
Schindler's List.
running around. Well, how bad could that
Oh God.
But
Oh
but the movie that you're recommending, no, most people aren't gonna see.
Matthew.
Well, most people listen to this program, aren't
Yeah, Matthew.
Well, yeah,
Matthew,
sure.
Matthew.
Yeah.
But that was the question I always had about Schindler's List was always like, even taking everything aside, it was just the preamble. It's like, what did this guy do to get where he was to be that? Like, he had to have been an asshole to be in the position to do what he did.
Yes,
Well,
but
he
then
was
it's like
similar
a
to the character in this. He was allowed to run a factory, and he was allowed to get some Jewish slaves to let him keep running his factory. That was basically his.
Right.
He had a
his
regarding
one power.
Henry moment, right, where he was hit by a bus.
Oh, that's what it
and
was?
Then isn't
That's a Harrison Ford movie,
I get
right?
those two mixed up. Schindler's List and regarding
Bitten
Henry.
by a radioactive Jewish spider.
All right, Matthew, we gotta go. I don't have much time, but I appreciate it.
The Jews really had a
That was
raw
good.
deal. Thank God Oscar Schindler was there. Whatever happened to that hot one? I never knew there
Can
could be a
can I
Jew
just
stripper
give one
before.
last shout out?
Thanks, Matthew.
Okay, there we go. Just a little bit of St. Patty's Day fun. A bit of St. Patty's Day fun here on St. Patty's Day week. I guess you get to pick which weekend you want to celebrate St. Patty's Day. For instance, New York is, I think it's next weekend. The parade, specifically. All right. Now, of course, Irish people came to the United States to the tunes of hundreds of thousands in the 19th century after the Great Potato Famine. A massive immigration wave. And not everybody had their papers. But we all, I think, technically, we celebrate the Irish here in the United States. However, other groups of immigrants in the United States have been treated with great disdain. Yeah, at least in recent years. Like the last year and a month, we've been, of course, sending our worst after immigrants all across this country. And it's been causing people all sorts of problems, including businesses. People aren't leaving their homes. People are getting deported. People are getting detained. People are protesting. All sorts of things are happening, rather than people going and buying stuff. And as it turns out, that's bad for local businesses.
Business owners and vendors in some of Orange County's downtown districts are looking for help in staying afloat. On top of rising costs, they say they are still trying to recover from the effects of the immigration enforcement operations.
NBC4's Hetty Chang live for us in downtown Santa Ana, where some businesses have had to close. Hetty.
Yeah, Colleen and Michael, that's right. We learned of at least 2 Orange County business owners who said they had to close up shop recently, in large part because of the impact from these immigration raids and enforcements last summer, including one woman who says she had a storefront here in downtown Santa Ana for the past 8 years.
We met Maria along 4th Street as she went store to store trying to sell her homemade juices. She has had some personal challenges, but Maria says that, along with the fear from immigration raids over the summer, has left her with few customers and few options. Elisa Ochoa Gonzalez says she too is barely hanging on. Gonzalez tells us it's sad to see some customers can't afford even a few dollars for fruit. She tells them to eat and pay her later. This as she herself is working from a donated cart and table, her makeshift storefront where she sells snacks and drinks. She says the economy, everything is bad. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says food prices rose by nearly 3% over the 12 months ending in January. The war in Iran expected to raise costs even more.
Yeah. But as a result of ICE enforcement, just in Orange County, California alone, one single county, businesses are estimated to have lost nearly $60 million. In 1 year. 1 year, one county.
One guy, one time.
But if that number gives you a headache, imagine being this man who received a very disturbing letter, as it turns out is not a one-off situation.
On this plain white envelope, the first thing you notice is the federal government return address. Immigration attorney Olia Katala has heard about these letters.
It is ordered that a civil penalty be imposed upon you in the amount of $1,820,352.
But when our client called her in a panic, she too was stunned to see the Department of Homeland Security imposing a fine for every day her client has stayed past his removal order.
My client came to the United States in the early 80s, fleeing the Vietnam War, or they came as refugees from Vietnam. And they settled in the United States. So he was only 5 years old when he came, and he's in his late 40s now.
We're not identifying him because
This is insanity. This is ridiculous. This dude came here when he was 5, and the U.S. government is trying to fine him $1,000 a day for every day he's been here since he was a literal child. This is the most depraved, deranged fucking thing that I think that you could come up with. Like, I can't even imagine a human being coming up with something so fucking stupid. Why you would do this is just, I can't imagine, is nothing but just petty, hateful. It's just petty, hateful cruelty is what it is. I mean, what? Why? Why would you do
He's
this?
terrified of potential retaliation against his case, but he shared old family photos. He was issued a final order of removal in 2007, but Vietnam doesn't issue passports to refugees.
He does have a removal order, but he cannot leave. So he does have work permits, and he is here in the United States legally. He has had regular check-ins annually.
So why the fines now? The Trump administration amended an old law last June, making it easier to fine immigrants.
The federal law the Trump administration is using to impose these fines isn't new. It's actually been in the books since 1996, but was rarely put to use. Considering that the fines can go up to $998 per day, the $1.8 million fine makes sense math-wise, but practicality-wise, it doesn't.
It's astronomical. I don't know anyone who has $1.8 million just laying around. And so surprisingly, you get this letter. It's a
This is fucking insanity. They're trying to pay for Kristi Noem's private jet expenses by charging immigrants who've been here since they were children. People like that man, a refugee from the Vietnam fucking war. Millions of dollars for just having been in the country. It's insanity. It is deranged lunacy. And the country is, of course,
unintelligent person running the United States of America.
The country is, of course, run by a demented, unintelligent lunatic. All right. Let's move this along. Oh, before we go to the next video, we're a little over an hour into the stream, so I'm going to start a galactic content goal. 3 hours. Saturn Day. Okay, back to it. How am I doing on time with all of this? It's not terrible. All right. Well, while Donald Trump, the Trump administration seems to be doing some deranged things to refugees in this country, it's not just them that they don't care about. It's also Donald Trump's own supporters. Or, well, he shows his caring in very weird ways.
Someone died behind him. What the fuck?
In an
Oh,
interview.
No. Oh no, someone is having a medical incident behind Trump.
So Biden went down for the count.
Is it hot out there? What's going on?
You have a doctor in the house, please? Doctor?
Is there a doctor in the building? Is so funny. If there's one building where there is no doctor in that crowd, it's this building, okay? This is the one fucking room in Kentucky where it's the least likely for a doctor to be in, okay?
Do you think the people backstage are listening to me?
He fucking
How
hates
about
this shit.
Ave Maria? Well, because this is going to be okay. How about putting it in right now, Ave Maria, if they are listening? Ave Maria.
It's really incredible. How about some Ave Maria? It's one of, I think it's one of his favorite songs.
Okay. Do you think the people backstage are listening to me?
He fucking
How
hates
about
this shit.
Ave Maria? Well, because this is going to be okay. How about putting it in right now, Ave Maria, if they are listening? Ave Maria by...
He wants to play Ave Maria as one of his hogs is dying.
by Pavarotti. By the way, Pavarotti did not write that song. Pavarotti is a singer who has sung that song in the past. But take it all in, people. It's beautiful. Oh, yes. So peaceful. Enjoy your peace. MAGA supporter, you were. Not long for this world, we all knew it. Just statistically, as one of my supporters, it's very likely you are gonna die. Just like me. Any minute now, many of you will die. And that's okay. That's how life is, and that's sort of the beauty of it all. When you think about it. When you think about it, really, we only have a small amount of time on this earth to enjoy things. And that's why you're here at this great, great rally. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Great patriot. Great, great patriot. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter. Speaking of great patriots, one man wanted to see Donald Trump so bad he drove his car into the security gate outside of the White House. That's weird.
Really weird.
Associated Press 3 days ago.
I'm near the White House, where a man crashed his vehicle through this security barricade around 6:30 a.m. Wednesday morning. Secret Service said the man was immediately detained after the crash happened. A police bomb squad was also called and checked out the vehicle and determined that the scene was safe. You can see most of the security perimeter fencing was left untouched. The only part that was bent out of shape was a gate just on the inside of this street entrance. Now, earlier, police had closed off all of H Street north of the White House complex to traffic, but that has since reopened. Pedestrians are also walking by, reporters and tourists are entering the White House complex, and police are still questioning the suspect.
Yes, indeed, a suspect was taken into custody. It's not yet clear what their reasoning for driving into the fence with their vehicle was. May have just really wanted to see the president. Who knows? Who knows? Wait, there should be... Where... Where is this? Did I... Fuck it, I have no idea what happened to it. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Alright. Now... Let's leave D.C., go to Michigan briefly, talk about this horrifying tragedy that happened earlier this week at a synagogue. Another crime involving a vehicle. This is a particular individual and rammed their car into a synagogue and then opened fire on people nearby. At least that's my understanding of what happened here. Let's go to Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who held a press briefing yesterday.
This is not a political moment. This is not a political debate. This is targeting babies who are Jewish. That's anti-Semitism at its absolute worst. And that's why we cannot lose sight of that, the importance of keeping everyone in Michigan safe by being responsible in how we talk about issues and how we treat one another. Yesterday's attack was anti-Semitism.
Yes, Gretchen is in fact right. We need to learn to start talking about anti-Semitism for what it is. And stop conflating it with criticizing a sovereign nation state that receives billions of US tax dollars every single year. Anti-Semitism is not criticism of Israel. Anti-Semitism is hatred of a people. It is a hatred of Jewish people. It has nothing to do with Israel, no matter how much people want to tell you it is. And the people who are doing that, the people who are conflating criticism of a country doing a genocide, who are saying that somehow objection to genocide is the same thing as bigotry, are fucking insane. They're fucking insane, cynical pieces of shit who are using an entire people for their own political purposes. To justify the existence of a nation state, they are adding fuel to the anti-Semitic fire that already exists in the world. There's already real anti-Semitism problems before Israel started doing its genocide. And before it became a nation state, as it turns out. And the two could not be further apart, truly. But they've been muddled into one. And it is leading to incidents like this. It genuinely is. I cannot stress that enough. Because if you haven't heard, the individual who committed this crime, who is, I believe, in jail waiting trial, essentially, for this crime, his family was just murdered by Israel. They are Lebanese and they just died in the war that is happening right now that's being waged by Israel and the United States. And I don't know for certain, but I think I can make a fairly educated guess that this man blamed Jews for the deaths of those people, of his family. And that's wrong. But because people continue to conflate all Jews across the planet with the nation state of Israel, people like this man are starting to believe that. The more you say it, the more people believe it. And that's a problem. Because it puts a target on the back of all Jews across the planet when Israel does crimes. And it's just is so fucking frustrating. It's just I can barely continue talking about this. It's just so upsetting to me. It puts targets on the backs of people who I know and love and care about, but just that should not be what's important, really. I mean, broadly speaking, it is unfair, and it's something that just needs to stop. And it is leading to these sorts of fucking tragedies. And the fact this is not the only synagogue attack that happened this weekend. there's another one that happened in Europe, or at least, whatever. We'll talk about that later. But it cannot be said enough that criticizing a country is not the same thing as being a fucking racist, okay? Like, criticizing the decisions of the Mexican government doesn't make you, a hater of all Mexicans, right? Doesn't make you bigoted to criticize Mexico. It doesn't make you a bigot to criticize China. It doesn't make you a bigot to criticize any other nation aside from Israel. And that should, to everybody, raise some fucking flags. Like, how is that possible? That doesn't make sense. And it's very strange because I feel like a lot of the people who I see doing this are the same people who hate like supposed wokeism and all this other shit. But this is like the most nonsensical wokeism that you could have come up with. Because it doesn't line up with fucking reality. And it's all the most depraved people who are continuing to conflate Israel with all Jews on the planet. It's very frustrating. Because people are angry. People are angry and they're going to want to target their anger somewhere. Like rightfully or wrongfully so, right? People are going to want to target their anger somewhere. And by basically saying that everything Israel does is on the behalf of all Jews across the world, which people are absolutely doing right now, including people like Benjamin Netanyahu and the leader of the ADL and anyway. I just felt like we had to talk about that one. It's very... It's a very unfortunate world that we live in right now. Well, we're talking about anti-Semitism and the war in the Middle East. May as well talk about Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
Mamdani.
The only charge that was levied against him was the exercising of his First Amendment rights.
Mamdani responding to our question about this post Monday night, showing the city's first couple hosting Mahmoud Khalil and his family at Gracie Mansion, exactly 1 year after Khalil was detained by ICE, allegedly for his pro-Palestinian advocacy on the Columbia campus.
We understand that you have said repeatedly you never condone violence. We also know that you support Mahmoud Khalil's right to free speech and that you oppose his deportation as being unjust. He's been accused by the government of supporting Hamas.
I asked the mayor how he had weighed posting this against the potential backlash over Khalil's alleged calls for armed resistance against Israel.
I think that it is critical that every New Yorker knows.
He is such a fucking turd. Oh, why? How did you decide to post this? What are you talking about? You fucking psycho. What? What was your thought process on posting this, considering the fact that he's criticized the nation state of Israel?
What now?
That I will stand up for their right to exercise their First Amendment rights.
Khalil is viewed by some as a hero. The Department of Homeland Security said in a statement yesterday, when you advocate for violence, glorify and support terrorists that relish the killing of Americans and harass Jews, that privilege should be revoked.
The Trump administration is still trying to re-detain me. They're trying to stop, actually, the federal court from looking at my case because they know they don't have a case against me. So we'll keep fighting the legal fight until the end.
While some prominent Jewish New Yorkers this week declined to comment,
I'm not going to comment on who the mayor has dinner with.
The mayor's post did draw pushback from some mainstream Jewish groups. The
Anybody who has a problem with Zohar Mamdani having dinner with an activist is a Karen. Okay, you're having an emotional breakdown right now. You're hyperventilating over people eating food. And that's sort of, you should think about that. Why you're melting like a little snowflake over people eating what appears to be bread and salad. It's weird. And you should probably
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Narwhal by Nature gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships on YouTube to Brad Jackson, Niaz Rocky, Steph MK Superstars, Eco Socialist, and Charles Fritz Jr. Thank you, Narwhal. Incredibly generous. Now, a federal judge has ruled in a case that has been ongoing now. That is the funding of the Gateway Tunnel project in New York. Something which Donald Trump has been threatening to withhold for some time over New York's, immigration policies and other things like that. Eyewitness News on the story.
In New Jersey, the Gateway Tunnel project connecting the Garden State to Midtown Manhattan is now back on.
I know, it feels like on and off, on
Right.
and off. Well, here we are. This comes after a judge shot down another attempt from the Trump administration to cut funding for the $16 billion project. But this legal battle, Danny, is far from over.
Okay, so we got some more good news, though. Today, there will be a ceremonial train ride over the new Portal Bridge. NJ Transit schedules are expected to return to normal soon, thank goodness. Eyewitness News reporter Jay Shipatel live outside Penn State.
Okay, that's really all we needed. But the Gateway Tunnel payments are to continue, according to a federal judge. Whether or not the Trump administration will honor that is a completely different question. Or at least as of now. It would seem the construction is on. All right. Now, of course, transportation is an incredibly important issue that affects basically everyone in the country. And for many people, because of the stupid way that we have set up our transportation in America, people need gas to get around. And with Iran and gas prices skyrocketing back up to levels not seen since Biden, some people have suggestions on how to handle the high prices Before we get there, Orb Droomer with the sweet, sweet super chat. Green money. Actually, blue money. Blue super chat. Either way, thank you, Orb. All right. Got some life hacks for you on how to handle high prices at the pump.
On one hand, Jake Tapper is having journalists on who are working with a clandestine Israeli-Iranian group to sever the relationship with them and their regime, supposedly whatever. Okay, fine, Jake Tapper's not doing that. But if we head over to Fox News, we're going to get a different perspective. Okay, there is a range of conversation about this war in our mainstream media. Granted, Jake Tapper sort of promoting this, but on Fox News, at least, we're getting a different message.
Yeah, I understand that the Democrats have their own political spin on this, but I think they should be careful about some of the talking points that they were releasing. They're talking about the oil prices and the way that it's going to impact and that the president can't last too long. That is exactly what Iran wants to happen. Part of their strategy of this is the propaganda machine that's going out there saying these things, and they believe that if they could get the prices of oil up, that the president would have to draw from the conflict. So just careful, guys.
Careful, guys. Careful, guys.
Careful, guys.
Listen, if you don't say anything, then Americans won't notice that their gas now costs $4.99 in a gallon.
Their propaganda machine can just relay basic cause and effect.
Stop.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Would you think for a second about whether or not you're playing into the hands of Iran? Before you complain about how expensive your gas is, how about you think about whether or not Iran wants you to do that? Are you doing exactly what Iran wants you to do? If you were a true patriot, you would applaud high gas prices, because that's really, because the thing is the people who are booing gas prices are just booing freedom. Okay, that's what you don't realize, is that the gas prices are just a result of excess freedom. You're having a reaction, right? You have a real problem. You have a mental health problem because you hate America and you hate freedom, and so you don't want that. You want to be optimum freedom in your life. So every time you see your gas prices go up, you're going to want to applaud and salute. Applaud and salute and say, this is for the troops. And fill up.
You know, we're starting to see more and more and more of this, man. You go talk to previous Trump supporters, and a lot of them are flipping. A lot of them are kind of embarrassed, right? Like a good example is, you guys remember Andrew Schultz was, rode for Trump and had him on, gave him a softball interview. Now he's almost completely turned. Tim Dillon, same thing. He spends most of his time now shitting on Trump, talking about the Epstein files, talking about the war. And that's just like the punditocracy, if you will. But among regular people, look, you go talk to them, and a lot of them were, hey, man, I just wanted prices to come down. I thought he'd make prices come down, right? They'll say some shit like that, right? Well, guess what? When you go in there, and then inflation goes up, and unemployment goes up, and the economy is cooked, and you're starting new wars, everybody's looking at you like, well, what the fuck is this, right? So this video of this guy here went viral, and I couldn't wait to share this with you. Guy's name is Richard Stanley from Fort Pierce. He's a Florida resident, and you'll understand why he went viral very quickly when you listen to it. Here we go.
He was bragging the other day on news, 190 or 290 somewhere. It's $5.50 a gallon. I missed my Uncle Joe. I was balling then. Now, I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even show you $5 in my pocket.
Damn. That's not great. Floridians are missing their Uncle Joe. Guy is literally 1 foot in the grave, and people are like, can we bring that guy back? Ay, ay, ay. Florida man, exactly, yes. March 14th, 2026, Florida man misses his Uncle Joe. Aww. A strange time. One Florida man. One incredibly high gas price. A world where nothing makes sense. And yet people are forced to continue living.
This is ridiculous.
He said, I miss my Uncle Joe.
Now, unfortunately, it's not just gas prices that are going to be up. Other prices are, of course, going to be going up. Everything that requires gas to move it, for instance, because, of course, we transport a lot of stuff by trucks. Trucks that you put gas in the truck, and then it goes, like you put food or your iPad or whatever, new tires for your car on that truck. And then we put gas in the truck, and then the truck, it drives that stuff to your local store, or perhaps directly to your door. It is 2026. You probably bought it off of Amazon or Temu or Alibaba or something.
China!
So, you know, you got on a plane somewhere at some point, probably maybe a train, and then eventually it gets on a truck, and then to your door. All that stuff's going to start costing more money, including the food going to the store. But it's not just gas prices that are going to lead to that higher grocery bill. And who better to go to for some agricultural related updates than former candidate for, was it Kansas Senate? I can't remember. He was running for something. Many of you may know him. I'm of course talking about Kowalski.
The greatest cost to war, first and foremost, will always be the cost in terms of human lives. Thus far, 7 American service members have died, and in Iran, there's been more than 1,300 deaths, primarily of civilians, including over 300 children. And in Lebanon, which Israel invaded following retaliatory attacks from Hezbollah in defense of Iran, 500,000 people have been displaced, and almost 400 people have been killed, including more than 80 children. And this doesn't even take into account the ongoing genocide in Gaza and Israeli annexation of the West Bank.
Okay, just a reminder, love Mike, but just a quick side note to everybody, because this is the narrative that I've been trying to push back on since day one of this whole fucking conflict. But Hezbollah has been under attack by Israel since day one of the supposed ceasefire that they struck last year. Okay? There's been over 10,000 violations of the Israeli-Lebanese ceasefire. So, there was no ceasefire. And actually, Israel was the one who was breaking the ceasefire 99.9% of the time out of those 10,000 violations. Okay? And Hezbollah is essentially just defending themselves from Israel. So, I just want to make that clear to everybody that really Hezbollah has been actually trying to recognize to recognize and follow the ceasefire that they agreed to with Israel, the one that Israel's broken nearly 10,000 times. And so, you know, like, I struggle with this because people are saying it's in response to the invasion, when I prefer to call it a defense of themselves, because that's really what they're doing, because they've been under attack from Israel this whole goddamn time. Pitchfork Dragon with a sweet, sweet super chat over on YouTube. I got a half a tank of gas for $100 earlier. And I'm pretty sure the pump was talking shit. Pockets on the ground, bish, run yo, shit, foo, anti-up. Yep, all of those things. That's a lot of money. $100 for half a tank. What are you driving over there? My God.
Have been displaced, and almost 400 people have been killed, including more than 80 children. And this doesn't even take into account the ongoing genocide in Gaza and Israeli annexation of the West Bank, where Palestinians are killed in terrorist attacks by Israeli settlers on a near daily basis. And life is precious, so we should always center human lives as the real cost of war. But there is a portion of the American population that doesn't care about wars unless it affects them personally. But unfortunately for those people, it will indeed affect them too, in a plethora of ways. Axios reports that the cost of oil and gas will predictably spike, and this is something that Americans have already been feeling at the gas pump. But on top of that, travel will become more expensive, as well as the cost of goods, especially plastics, seeing as how heating and cooling are necessities for the production of plastics, which requires oil and gas. But a lesser discussed aspect is the cost of groceries, because yes, that'll increase too, by a significant margin. And I talked to Kowalski, a Nebraskan farmer, who explains why this is the case.
We should expect grocery prices to probably rise from anywhere from like 5 to 10%, given what I knew a few days ago. The reason I believe this is going to be the case is because of the disruption to liquefied natural gas and fertilizer in the Middle East. We know when referencing 2022, any chart you go to around that time, there is a massive spike in commodities, and most of this is driven from fertilizer. Just so folks are aware, artificial fertilizer makes up about half of the calories we eat today. There is not enough naturally occurring fertilizer on this planet to keep all of our food systems going. So if there is any disruption to artificial fertilizer, it causes massive reverberations throughout our supply chain. And in the Middle East, particularly in the Strait, or beyond the Strait of Hormuz, you have countries like Qatar, the UAE, and you have Saudi Arabia, who all produce a lot of liquefied natural gas. That is your primary energy source when you are making urea, which is a nitrogen-based fertilizer. I believe something like a third of all of that is actually produced directly there. And then the natural gas they export to places like Europe and to India, they also use that natural gas then to make fertilizer. So it's one of those things where they produce the fertilizer, but they also produce the good that you need to get the fertilizer.
Yeah, so a massive amount of fertilizer made on this planet is made in the Middle East. And as a result of this, the supply chain for fertilizer is being disrupted. And Kowalski goes into it in great depth during this discussion. You should check it out over on the Humanist Report with Mike Figueredo. But point is, it's going to make fertilizer more expensive for farmers. And as a result, it's going to make your food more expensive. Or maybe, in some cases, we're just going to have less food because people won't be able to buy more fertilizer. It all depends on how this all plays out, because there is a finite supply of it. And if it's disrupted this badly, could see some real problems. And it's honestly, he goes into it, it's already baked in, and it's basically what I've been trying to tell everybody, is that, right, like, before, actually, what's funny is that I was actually kind of saying this beforehand, because we'd kind of heard about this before. Kowalski kind of went into great depth on this topic. The fact is we've already talked about this. This is going to be bad, and it's already baked in, and because growing season has started already. Spring is basically here, right? Like, the growing season is here. People are tilling the ground and preparing to make your food right now. They're already fertilizing. They've already bought the fertilizer. You see what I'm saying here? They're already buying the fertilizer. They're literally already buying the fertilizer. Or they're in the process of buying the fertilizer as we speak. And as a result of this supply chain disruption, which is not gonna, like, the gears, like, you can't even just switch it back on. Even if, like, for some reason Donald Trump decides to end the Iran war tomorrow and Iran says actually that's fine and we're not gonna keep closing the Strait of Hormuz, which we could get into, they probably wouldn't do right now considering everything that's happened now. We're in a real fucking situation. You can't just, you can't just spin those gears back up instantaneously, get people their fertilizer at the price that it was before all this started. And to my understanding, fertilizer has taken a similar, maybe not necessarily as explosive turn, but a turn nonetheless to the upside, similar to what oil has seen as a result of all of this. It's all bad. And if you can't tell, I'm trying to keep it Iran-based, but also like talk about some other things a little bit before we actually get to just talking about that right now, because we've been talking about it so much. I feel like I needed a little bit. But we really didn't get much of a break. God. Sorry, my chest just started hurting. No idea what's up with that. All right. Let's switch topics to the topic of AI briefly. Something that's been replacing all of our jobs. Of course, we saw jobs numbers come in last week that were utterly atrocious. The economy net lost jobs. Nearly 100,000 jobs lost in the month of I think it was February that those numbers were from. But did you ever think that while maybe your job is being replaced, new jobs are being created as we speak? Oh! Or maybe not new jobs, but like sort of a replacement for lost jobs.
What you talking about?
I was saying earlier that
know.
we have a problem with Republicans being insane.
And I actually had to chastigate Sam because how dare you?
And I am sorry about that. I know it's wrong to demonize everybody, but
because you disagree with
not
us.
all Republicans, but just all the ones who are elected to office and all the ones involved in activism. And the vast majority, I will say the vast majority.
Just the ones you've met.
No, I mean, I've met some Republicans who are not insane, but I haven't seen them in all contexts. In Texas, John Cornyn, incumbent senator, is running against Ken Paxton, and he has a problem. And that is that, like, he's so old that the Republican Party has gotten more insane than he had basically grown up with. And there was a time where John Cornyn was like considered a lunatic in the Senate. I think, if I'm not mistaken, John Cornyn actually justified about 20 years ago on the floor of the Senate why people might be going after federal judges with violence. But now, just because time has caught up with him, he's become more reasonable, almost too reasonable for the Republican Party, so much so that they're going to hire somebody who is incredibly corrupt. I should elect somebody who's incredibly corrupt in Ken Paxton. Now, Donald Trump is going to weigh in with an endorsement for John Cornyn if the Senate agrees to pass a bill that would disenfranchise like 60 million women across the country, at least as a default. They could try and win their vote back. But John Cornyn has to posture as somebody who's more crazy than Ken Paxton because he's got to beat him in this primary runoff. And the way that John Cornyn has done this is by finding, at least one of the ways, is by finding a new faith advisor who is I guess like a preacher.
Baptist preacher, and
Baptist
also
preacher.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
It's Ken Paxton's pastor himself. So.
Yes, and so there's a lot of like horse trading going on, and this pastor had a sermon at his mega church, and I want to just say, like, Glenn Beck is going to be a little bit pissed because he sort of was the first one to do this with George Washington.
Yeah, he was a pioneer.
Here's, John Cornyn's new faith advisor leading a sermon featuring AI Charlie Kirk.
First, I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. I knew the risks of standing up in this cultural moment, and I'd do it all over again. Second, do not let this violence divide us further. The enemy wants chaos, fear, and retaliation. Don't give it to them. Instead, double down on truth. Double down on courage. Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. Third, remember this. America is worth it. Free speech is worth it. Fighting for the unborn, for families, for sanity in a culture gone mad, it is all worth it. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy, do it with strength, and never ever let evil think it won.
By the way, I just want to watch this one more time. I want everybody to watch the people in the audience. Because you'll notice these little cultist cows just sort of mooing and nodding along with this as this goes. Like, these people are such sheeple. Like, it's a word we don't hear a lot. I feel like Republicans were using it for a while. But it's truly the Republicans themselves who are the sheeple. They're the flock. They're the flock that needs to be tended by the strong man. Too fucking dumb to think for themselves. Oh yes, AI Charlie Kirk, you're saying some very wise words.
Do it with joy.
Watch them.
Do it with strength. And never ever let evil think it won. Families.
Sorry,
that is how
gotta
you
go back
honor
a little
me.
further.
Third, remember this. America is worth it. Free speech is worth it. Fighting for the unborn, for families, for sanity in a culture gone mad, it is all worth it. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy, do it with strength, and never ever let evil think it won.
So weird. Can you imagine clapping for AI Charlie Kirk? What kind of a tool claps for AI? Great job, AI Charlie Kirk. He can't hear you. He can't hear you clapping. You fucking idiots.
Oh my God. Standing applause.
They're basically just clapping for Sam Altman. Like they might. Great job, Sam Altman. Thank you. Yay. Thank you, Sam. Yay.
Standing O for AI Charlie Kirk.
First of all, I didn't see his mouth move. Is that because we couldn't see it, or was it? Oh,
they aren't paying for that level.
No, they didn't upgrade to premium.
It could also be.
image.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair.
Yeah, there's no. They didn't upgrade to premium, right? It's a lot of money, right? I mean, you got a mega church the size of a fucking arena. Can't be bothered to. I mean, look at this fucking place. Although you can tell it's not full. You got everybody pushed to the front. You'll notice the more that I look at this arena, the more I realize, actually, they're not really filling out. Not really filling out in here. You notice a lot of empty seats. They really have pushed everyone to the front. Sort of jammed them together as close as possible so that certain shots make it look like this place is packed.
Standing O for AI Charlie.
Whatever.
It could also be
image.
no. I mean, to be fair, it also could be that once you leave your body, you have the ability to communicate. You don't need lips anymore. You just do it telekinesisly.
Right.
But I wonder.
Telekinesisly. Sam truly has a way with words. Telekinesisly,
AI,
everybody.
like, did they say, "Hey, Chat GPT"? If you were doing a service in front of 5,000 people in Texas and you were John Cornyn's new spiritual advisor after having ditched Ken Paxton, and you were Charlie Kirk, what would you say to my my flock? Or is it just some dude typing in something and using Charlie Kirk's voice?
I would think it's the latter, but I think everyone that uses AI is so lazy now that they would say, hey, can you just approximate what Charlie Kirk would say here? And I would just note that this was September 22nd.
Yeah, I'm with Matt on that. They were just like, hey, just say a thing that Charlie Kirk would say. Or like write a speech, and then they input the speech into an AI voice modulator, or whatever you want to call it. Had it read out the speech. Pitchfork Dragon with a sweet super chat. I wonder how Jesus would feel about the instrument of his death being used as a weapon to oppress people, the poor, the sick, and the foreigner. I'm sure he'd love that.
Jesus, I say that.
Meanwhile, of course, AI is being used on the battlefield. One question some of us are asking is whether or not that is the signal of the end of accountability in war.
Since the first attacks on Iran, the White House and the Pentagon have struggled to contain their enthusiasm over their chance to test out the latest military hardware and software at their disposal. The U.S. has spent years investing in AI-enabled targeting systems, autonomous weapons, and long-range so-called precision missiles tools that make identifying and striking targets easier, faster, and more dangerous than ever. And as has been the case in Gaza, AI-powered systems appear to be playing a central role in how this war is being conducted, guiding decisions that have life and death consequences. Matt Mahmoudi is a researcher with Amnesty Tech, as well as an assistant professor at Cambridge University. He's been digging into this topic for a while now and joins us here in the studio. Matt, Donald Trump boasts about having the greatest military in the world. Is this the moment, do you think, that he and the Pentagon, the Department of War, have been waiting for to test their vision of what war in the future looks like?
It's clear that we're watching a new form of warfare emerge, and we've seen this going back to the start of the genocide in Gaza. We saw target acquisition systems like Lavender and Gospel that rely on large tranches of information, things like social media data, any databases that the government might hold, to make determinations about whether someone is a combatant or not. In the context of what we might be witnessing here in Iran and the Middle East through the use of a large language model, we're seeing a lot of those same technologies packaged together in a effectively chat prompt-based interface that allows the military to go in and simply put in a human speak level prompt that asks for particular targets to be generated that have particular characteristics. There is this zealousness and overzealousness with the even idea that you can simply have a quick in and out strike through the use of artificial intelligence systems. Of course, it is an opportunistic moment that the US government seems to have taken. And we've seen this also through their relationships with tech companies who were all too happy, even just before, days before the war, to provide their technology, no questions asked, until the very, very last moment.
Now, we've seen how devastating some of these AI-powered strikes can be. That girls' school in Minab, a bombing that killed at least 165 schoolgirls and staff. From what you are seeing, how lethal, though, how accurate, and just how autonomous are these systems?
It is incredibly difficult to say how accurate these systems are because it really comes down to what your understanding of accuracy in these systems are. We look at things like Lavender, target acquisition systems, for example, in which there is a claim that by using disparate sources of data, you can generate a list of targets that can be hit with precision, but when you end up with a list that's, say, a list of 40,000 names, you start to wonder, who vetted these names? How do we end up with these names? Was it simply by proximity to particular facilities? Was it through posts that people made on social media? These probabilistic systems work simply through a relational approach in which you, having been connected, for example, on a social media profile to a particular individual who may have said something or who may have a particular affiliation, renders you a threat. In the same case, we're seeing in Iran now thousands of airstrikes on what seems like indiscriminate grounds, right? And you start to wonder, to what extent is there any accuracy at play at all? Sure, if your aim is to decimate the entire country, you could make the argument that you have acted with great accuracy in performing the devastation across Iran. But did you achieve the goal of eliminating the particular individuals that, say, you were interested in targeting? And this is where target acquisition gets it wrong. It is a AI washing of the attempt to establish a legitimate target. It's simply saying that because the system said that these targets are the correct one, that makes it a legitimate target, which is a violation of international law because individuals who are in the chain of command have not actively been involved in actually vetting and understanding who they're targeting and why.
Another way to put it is, no matter how advanced these systems are, the failings come at the end where the human component still is.
That's correct. And in the context of, for example, the disputes, the controversy between Anthropic and the US government, you see an instance in which Anthropic is insisting that they have a restriction written into the contract that they hold with the U.S. government, with the Department of War, that says that they are against the usage of autonomous weapon systems without oversight. However, at this rate, oversight can be defined in any number of ways. The US government can say that somebody had a look at the list of targets for 15 seconds, for 2 minutes, and they deemed that as sufficient without ever having interrogated how the particular large language model arrived at the actual list in the first place.
Yeah, we gotta stop using AI. We gotta stop using AI to make decisions. You know, it's a fun, novel sort of thing, but at this point now, it's becoming entrenched in our society. And it cannot be making these sorts of decisions. It should not be making these sorts of decisions. It's insane. We cannot be just handing over our responsibility, something we don't understand. Something we don't understand how it thinks, how it's making these decisions. It's irresponsible. It's depraved. Okay, God. I don't... Why? I don't know why. I'm just feeling like a weird pain. Thought it would just go away. Oh, God. Alright, I'm gonna skip ahead to this one. Okay, let's go here now to the Guardian. From 3 days ago, where mountains of rubbish in Gaza are continuing to pile up, bringing with them health risks to everyone in the Strip. Whoopsies, did not mean to do that. Palestinians in Gaza have expressed concerns for their health because of the rubbish in the streets. Waste has piled up near destroyed buildings and next to tents. There are limited resources to clear the rubbish, which is mixed with dirt and debris. The rubbish is there in the streets. Regardless of wherever you look, you'll find it. It's a health crisis in Gaza. Our children are sick, we are sick. You wake up to the germs. We're suffering. This has impacted us and the children. We can't sleep because of mosquitoes, flies, smoke, and smells. It's killing us. Palestinians fear the issue will worsen as the weather gets warmer in the summer months.
We are here in a place with a gigantic cost on human lives, which is human provoked. What we need now is access, and this is our only ask. We are capable of doing this. We have the people to do this. We have the financial resources to do this. We have the technical capabilities of doing this. What we need is access.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
All right, now let's go here. The Associated Press from 13 hours ago. I don't think this is going to help with the trash. There's a massive dust storm going through this region. It looks like the fucking apocalypse. This is apparently in Gaza City. We're living in the end times, aren't we? Hate that. Hate that. Hate that for us. Let's go here now. Which one do we do first? Let's do this one first. Let's do this one first. By the way, Shakespeare, good to see you in the chat. 2 days in a row. Notice you deleted your Discord account. I was worried that something bad had happened. Glad to see that you're all right.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. Pleasure to welcome back to the program Mehdi Hassan, journalist, founder, editor, and chief of Zeteo. Mehdi, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much. Too many titles. Apologies.
No worries.
Too many accomplishments.
Oh,
Yes.
you're so sweet on a Friday.
I am smooth and charming.
So, it's now, I guess we're heading into are we heading into the third week of this war or the second week of this war?
Heading into the third week, right?
It has been like we're starting to see the articles now where the administration didn't know about the Strait of Hormuz. This is, I don't know how much you were, I just remember the Iraq War. The feeling was very different. 60% of the U.S. was supportive of it. We had, there was a so-called coalition of the willing. It was really, they were really more sort of like, not too willing, but they were there. This is the complete opposite. This war is already as unpopular as the Iraq War, I think, ever was.
Yes.
And the administration doesn't seem to have had any idea of what they were doing.
Yeah, I think it took about till 2010, 11, 12 to get these levels of unpopularity for the Iraq War, like several years into the occupation, the surge, the civil war. We had these before the war, and certainly in the 2 weeks since the war began. Tomorrow is 2 weeks. I think it's a complete opposite in some ways, but similar in others. It's opposite in the way you suggested, which is unpopular before and after. In every war of my lifetime, every American war of my lifetime, no matter what the public opposition is, once troops get committed to action, the American public gets behind the war. Not this time. The war fatigue is real. People are not getting behind this war. They're not buying the justifications for it. We at Zeteo did a joint poll with DropSite earlier this week, found that 52% of Americans think that Epstein was one of the reasons Trump went to war. They're not buying the distraction. And the American public was split on whether Donald Trump went to war for American interests or Israeli interests.
Yeah, we were just talking about those numbers. I mean, the vast majority of the country thinks that he did it to cover up the Epstein or to distract from the Epstein files.
So I think that's an interesting polling here just so soon into this war. So it's different to Iraq in that sense. It's also different in the sense that at least, I'm going to have to go take a shower after this. George Bush and Dick Cheney went to the UN, went to Congress. Like, as much as I think they are war criminals, well, Cheney's dead, but George Bush should be at The Hague, not painting paintings. I have to recognize that they did send Colin Powell with his little vial to try and get a UN Security Council resolution. They did go to Congress in October of 2002 and get Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton and other senators to vote for authorization of force. That is not what this administration does. This administration just pulled it out of their backside like the night before and just bombed on Saturday morning with no warning, no heads up, no debate, no discussion, no media rollout, no nothing. So it's very different in that way. But just one quick thing, the similarity, you mentioned the Straits of Hormuz. The similarity is the ignorance. Right? Both administrations are led by people who have no clue what they're doing in the Middle East. On the eve of the invasion of Iraq, a group of Kurdish leaders went to see George Bush in the Oval Office. They came out and they told Peter Galbraith, a US diplomat at the time, they were stunned that weeks away from the invasion, George Bush did not know that Iraq was composed of Shias, Sunnis, and Kurds. Right? That was on the eve of the invasion, the ignorance at the highest level of government of Iraq's history and culture and demographic divides. This time round, you have people not knowing the difference between Khomeini and Khamenei. You have people being shocked that they attacked the Gulf countries, even though Iran has said for a decade, if you attack us, we're going to attack Gulf countries. And now this reporting that they had no idea that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz, their only piece of leverage. So the ignorance is the same 23 years apart.
And I will say that when Bush and Cheney went to the UN or went on TV, they at least made the effort to lie.
Yes.
Like honestly, like we just played a clip.
They respected us enough to lie to
manufacture
our faces.
consent.
Yeah, I mean, we just watched a clip of Netanyahu's.
Fool me. You can't fool me again. You can't fool me
Aid, and then Stephen Miller, both talking about why
Saddam Hussein, he's got weapons of mass destruction. Now I'm doing Trump. I'm doing Trump. I can't. I do Trump impression too much. Yeah. Weapons of mass destruction. Ayatollah.
Why attack Iran now? The best the aide could come up with was they've been an imminent threat for 47 years. Yes. May we all live with imminent threats that last that long.
Well, one defining feature of this administration, not just on Iran, but across the board, is their torturing of the English language, their complete emptying of terms and words that we all commonly understood until Donald Trump came back to office in January 2025. You know, we used to laugh at Bill Clinton saying depends what the meaning of is. This administration's approach to every issue is just to redefine simple words.
Well, I mean, it's they are waging a war on reality, and it's quite out of the fascist playbook, because if nothing means anything, then they can get away with everything. And what strikes me about our conversation comparing this to Iraq is how, since that period, even then, you know, of course, the war machine is going burr, but how disconnected right now our foreign policy is from public opinion at all. Like when we're talking about democracy, and you have this with the Democratic Party too, with Chuck Schumer being in bed with the Israel lobby and the military-industrial complex, there is, I think, that one of the lessons from the Iraq War was, one, Trump says I can get away with anything, even though this is clearly criminal, because there was no prosecution of
One of the lessons of the Iraq War. One of the lessons of the Iraq War was that George Bush had better reflexes than it would seem.
As war criminals. But two, this is our playground, and it doesn't really matter if we need to bring the American public in because we're more responsive to the lobbies here. This is also a story of increased political corruption from 20 years ago.
100%. And Donald Trump has learned those lessons. Obviously, he ran on a platform of pretending to be anti-war. We should never forget that. These people who are claiming betrayal are right. He completely lied to his base about being the anti-war guy. He lied in 2016 when he claimed he had been opposed to the Iraq war, Emma. Do you remember he said, I opposed Iraq? And then Andrew Kaczynski at K-File at CNN found the tape of Trump saying he supported the war before and after. So he obviously lied about his own anti-war credentials, which are non-existent. And yes, today, everything is on steroids.
Hey, I'll be right back, everybody. Sorry. Just leave you here. I think 3 got this.
You mentioned corruption. Like, we don't even know the extent of the corruption involved in this decision to go to war. Trump is now loudly telling everyone, Jared Kushner told me to invade Iran. It's made that very clear. The question then becomes, why is that not a bigger story? The president's unelected son-in-law, who at least in the first term had a job in government, he has no job in government other than to fly around the world with Witkoff negotiating deals he has no business negotiating. Jared Kushner, who takes money from the Saudis, who invests in Israeli enterprises, who is close to multiple foreign oligarchs and dictators. He told you to invade Iran based on his failed negotiations with the Iranians. What's behind all that? We know with this administration, it's always follow the money.
Yeah, and it's also been clear, I think, when we talk about those negotiations, that whether it was the foreign minister of Oman, who I think now it was 2 weeks ago, essentially, was on television saying they didn't understand what the Iranians had offered. They had offered to not stockpile enriched uranium. In other words, the Iranians wanted control of their own power for commercial uses, but you cannot build a weapon without stockpiling them.
No, Sam, are you trying to suggest that real estate developers from the US don't understand the details of nuclear enrichment programs and negotiations? That's an outrageous slur.
I almost think that it was willful even, but yeah, I mean, look.
Well, the funny thing about willful, Sam,
I would not send Witkoff to do that, but there's also I can imagine a world where there is people of competence who do not have also just huge incentive to not listen to, Witkoff might have been the perfect guy to send if you were like, I don't want to make a deal. Yes. So go negotiate.
With Trump, you never know, though, right? Because it could be evil genius, send Witkoff and Kushner to be the people who wreck the deal and then go to war. Or it's Trump's the gullible vessel for the neoconservatives who says, okay, I'm going to send my best friend and my son-in-law to go do this deal. And they don't know what the hell they're doing. That's always, with this administration, I'm never quite sure. It depends what side of bed I roll out of, whether I want to ascribe evil genius or dumb incompetence to the Trump administration. Clearly, these two people are not qualified to do anything. Witkoff shouldn't have been meeting with Putin. Putin ran circles around him. The other day, he went on TV and said, if Putin says he's not helping the Iranians, I take Putin's word for it, which is the dumbest thing you could ever say as a U.S. official. And of course, Jared Kushner, he said on the record, Sam, during the Biden administration, when he was asked, if your father-in-law becomes president again, will you return to government? He said to reporters on the record, no, I will not be involved in the next administration. Oh, not involved? You've only been responsible for the biggest single crisis of this administration.
Yeah, and I tried to harp on that point for a little while, actually, if everybody recalls. There was a while there where I was talking about this. I was like, didn't Jared Kushner literally say, and I think Donald Trump repeated it. I think Jared Kushner, and then Donald Trump said that, no, Jared's a busy boy, and it's very stressful being in government, or something like that. And then, a few months in, Jared shows up out of the fucking blue. It's weird.
It's
very,
weird.
very weird.
And by the way, people keep saying, I just saw Jonathan Greenblatt on CNN saying, it's anti-Semitic to suggest Jewish people did this. Well, no one's suggesting Jewish people did this except Donald Trump, right? The only person I've seen blame the Jews for this war is Donald Trump. He said it's Witkoff and Kushner's fault. I've not blamed the Jews. You've not blamed the Jews. I blamed Israel. Israel is not the Jews. I'm definitely blaming the Israeli government for this war.
Let's play this clip because I found it offensive in about 3 or 4 different ways, and it's impressive. He's able to sort of.
Within the first seconds of this clip, he does that conflation. He catches himself and conflates Jews with Israel immediately.
And Greenblatt, you know, within the context of America, you'd be hard pressed to find an American in this country who has done more to conflate Judaism with Zionism. And this is, I believe, this segment was in response to a guy who drove his car into a temple in Michigan, was shot dead by the security guy. The only thing we know about this guy is that he had family, including children. I don't know if they were his or young cousins or what, killed by the Israelis in Lebanon in the past couple of days by bombing. Presumably, these children were not Hezbollah and were not, firing Katyushas at Israel. But here he is. I honestly don't know if there's an individual who's more responsible for the conflation of Judaism and Zionism than Jonathan Greenblatt.
We are seeing Jewish people, the Jewish state, blamed for the war in the Middle East. That is wrong.
Now, pause it for a second. Wrong. Israel, both Marco Rubio and Mike Johnson, on day one of this war, said we went in. They said this like they were in perfect sync. That we attacked Iran because Israel was going to attack Iran, and we knew that Iran would strike back at us. So we because decided Israel attacked. So we preemptively attacked before Israel could, and then attack us.
They preemptively attacked, but they didn't preempt Iran. They preempted Israel.
Yeah,
exactly. And here's the thing. He says the Jewish state, presumably he means Israel. The conflation of the Zionists and Jews, again, is why.
I mean, when you really break it down, it is truly sort of a farcical sort of circus, right? Like, we are preempting our allies. We're preemptively collaborating in an aggressive military action that was preempting a non-existent invasion or strike from Iran that, as I just said, non-existent, of course, completely non-existent strike. So we're preempting the preemption of the preemption that never existed because it's been, as has been mentioned numerous times now by myself and others over the last 2 weeks, Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying this for 40 years.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
He's been saying it since the goddamn, 90s or something, that this is an imminent attack. So it's not imminent. It's never been imminent. And, of course, if Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, he can't go to the UN because he's wanted for war crimes. But if he could, theoretically, if he could go to the United Nations to ask, they would, of course, come back with a no on this invasion. If he had gone ahead, tried to do what the Bushes had done, if Trump had tried to do, if anybody had tried to go before the UN, the United Nations Security Council, and say, hey, we need to attack Iran because there's an imminent strike. They're planning an imminent strike on Israel. They would have been laughed out of the room, which is why they didn't do it. because they have no evidence.
We
for
don't
that.
know for sure what motivated this guy, and I am in obviously no way forgiving this. I have my son's bar mitzvah tomorrow. I certainly, hope that we are safe there. But it's this type of conflation that creates this. And if he says Jews, as Netanyahu does, makes no distinction between Jews around the world and Zionists, then what answer are we giving to someone like that who
It's been frustrating, Sam, it's frustrated me for years, because I've spent years telling people in the two communities, faith and political, that I'm part of. I'm on the left and I'm in the Muslim community. Those are two communities that are very critical of Israel, very critical of Zionism, as you know. I've spent years, I'm on the record, you can go look up my pieces writing about.
Looney, I corrected you on this the other day. I don't know why you're saying this again. It's not, the show is not commercial free. Please stop saying this. This is a lie. You represent the stream. Please stop lying on my behalf. It's not commercial free. Please stop being
Anti-Semitism,
so
writing about the evils of anti-Semitism, warning people on the pro-Palestine camp not to fall into the trap of anti-Semitism, right? But I've spent years telling people, make sure you do not mix up Jewish people with Israel. You do not mix up synagogues with Israel. You do not mix up Judaism with Zionism. I spent years. And people say to me in response, they're the ones doing it. Right? And this is a problem. So you can hold two thoughts at the same time. I know it's very hard in the Twitter hot take days. These two thoughts are not mutually exclusive. Number one, there is absolutely no justification for attacking a synagogue in the US or anywhere else. All houses of worship should be protected from terrorist attacks, and no synagogue, no Jewish person in the United States should be blamed for what the Israeli military is doing in Lebanon or Iran. Let's just be very clear about that. That's one clear thought. The other clear thought is it is not helpful at a time like this for when people like me and others are saying, let's separate out Israel from the Jewish people, for Jonathan Greenblatt and other leaders of Jewish communal organizations saying, no, we're all the same. We're all Zionists. We back Israel. We put Israeli flags outside our buildings. We hold Israeli settlement drives inside our institutions. That is not helpful. Of course, that doesn't justify violence, but it's ridiculously muddying of the water. It's a ridiculous muddying of the water.
It is helpful for Zionists, though, if you...
But it gives them cover, right?
It gives them...
Yeah, but just to stick on what Mehdi is saying here, because the fact is Mehdi is making a fucking important point here, because Mehdi represents somebody. I hate to play the identity politics game, but Mehdi is making a point on the grounds of identity politics here that is actually somewhat cogent. Because the fact is he represents, particular demographic in this situation that is important to the narrative. If you actually care about ending anti-Semitism, right, like the ADL claims to, like, Mehdi should be an ally. He is a Muslim. He's a famous man as well. He's a famous guy who's literally, his job is to communicate to people, and who has taken it upon himself to try and do just that on this issue, and yet they continue to make his job harder by doing what they're doing. And it's insane. It's deranged. It's insane and deranged and irresponsible, right? For the reasons we've listed, because it continues to spur on further more anti-Semitism rather than...
I mean, but they have made like a deal with the devil to a degree here by continuously conflating Judaism with Zionism as a way to protect the national project of Israel and the expansion of it. And so they have put Jewish people on the front.
Don't buy fluoride toothpaste. Please tell me that's a joke. Your name looks familiar to me, so I feel like that's got to be sarcasm. Don't buy fluoride toothpaste, he says.
lines to protect that. And then you have, television stations like this continuously amplifying it. He's making a choice to call it the Jewish state there and not the state of Israel.
So true.
And so,
as I say, I've not seen anyone on the left or in the pro-Palestine movement blame Jews for what happened last week. I've seen them blame Israel. I've seen Chris Murphy, Brian Schatz, Jewish senator from Hawaii. I've seen them blame Israel. Ruben Gallego, very centrist Democrat, blame Israel. I've not seen anyone blame the Jews. As I say, the only person who has blamed Jews for this war is Donald Trump. He blamed Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner.
Let's just listen to the rest of this Greenblatt.
Okay, just because somebody just brought up not buying fluoride toothpaste in the vertical chat, we have to listen to this song. It's basically a requirement.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
Well, there's my response to you and your claim that we should not buy fluoride toothpaste.
He's honestly the worst.
The Jewish state blamed for the war in the Middle East. That is wrong. It is wrong to scapegoat. It is wrong to hold Jewish people accountable for something you don't like on the other side of the planet. And we really need leaders on all sides, in politics, running for office, podcasters, to stop with the conspiracies, to stop with the accusations, and then tell us, but we oppose anti-Semitism. You don't get to say you're opposed to hate if you're trafficking in hateful conspiracy theories. Everyone needs to dial down the rhetoric, to take a step back, and to start doing something to stop this epidemic.
Like Mehdi's going to lose it.
I'm going to lose it. I haven't heard the full clip. I'd only heard some of it.
I don't know how many seconds one would have to search to find him conflating Jews in this country with what happens on the other side of the planet.
So let me have a go. This is a man who says we shouldn't be obsessed with what's happening on the other side of the world. Why then, when Donald Trump moved the embassy illegally from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, why was Greenblatt there doing selfies? Why did he travel to the other side of the world to take part in that event that was a defiance of international law? Why did he do that if it was on the other side of the world and nothing to do with American Jews? Why is it that if you look at the ADL Twitter account and Jonathan...
I'm sure he was just there to protest the illegal West Bank settlements or something like
Greenblatt's
that.
Twitter account. There are very few tweets about the Miami text group from the Republican Party talking about the Holocaust and making anti-Jewish remarks. But there are lots of tweets about Iran and Palestine and Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. Why is the focus of Greenblatt and ADL social media activities always about Israel and Iran and so little about the anti-Semitic attacks from the right here in the US and anti-Semitic statements from Republican politicians? And by the way, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which a lot of people on the left don't like, a lot of people in the Palestinian movement don't like, because it makes some of the criticisms of Israel, anti-Zionist criticisms, anti-Semitic. But even that definition, which Greenblatt likes, says you cannot conflate Jews with Israel. So he's defying his own definition of anti-Semitism live on CNN by conflating Jewish people with the Jewish state. And when he says conspiracy theory, I interviewed Ben Rhodes. We just put it out this morning, the former Deputy National Security Advisor under Obama. He made the point. Are we supposed to ignore our own eyes and ears? Benjamin Netanyahu is on TV saying, I dreamed for this war for 40 years, and Donald Trump's the first president who let me do it. He's the first president who listened to me. So I'm supposed to ignore the prime minister of the Jewish state who is telling me, 40 years I wanted this war and I finally got it. And if I say that, that makes me a conspiracy theorist? These people...
I know Mehdi didn't mean to do it, but he did go. He just called Israel the Jewish state, which we shouldn't be doing. We're doing what Jonathan Greenblatt wants us to do. We're all tired. We're all burning the candle from many ends. So don't blame Mehdi for that. But just to remind everybody, Israel, not the Jewish state. It's just a state in the Middle East. There happens to be a lot of Jewish people. There's also other people there who aren't Jewish.
Again, lost all meaning for all words.
And in addition to the conflation, that kind of impulse to tell people to not believe their lying eyes and ears is also going to increase anti-Semitism.
Agreed.
Because it underscores the trope, or the belief that you could say Zionists have control of many parts of our media, but we know that Zionism you can be a Christian Zionist, you can be a Jewish Zionist. That when you have like CBS being taken over by the Ellisons and Barry Weiss and this heavy hand in their coverage, and you see that coming out of CNN, like it creates this fundamental lack of trust between the people that are consuming this kind of content and the people that are putting 100%. It out there.
People are not dumb.
Yeah.
People are not dumb. And by the way, we have an administration, an Israeli and American government. The only good things about Trump and Netanyahu versus Bush and Cheney's lies is they do say the quiet part out loud. So Peter Hexer said this morning, David Ellison cannot take over CNN fast enough. Those are the words of the United States Defense Secretary at a press conference this morning, calling for a pro-administration billionaire to hurry up and take over a media channel so it can become state TV, right? So when you tell me later, oh, don't traffic in tropes about billionaire-owned, well, they're the ones saying it. Hexus is the one saying it, that I'm having my pro-Israeli billionaire friend buy a media network so that they can dictate the agenda. That is going to increase anti-Semitism, I'm sorry to say.
Let's see if he really said that.
Or more fake news from CNN reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better.
Okay, there we go. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over that part, but that's amazing. But what we were talking about that report before the show, because clearly it's Scott Bessent and the energy secretary who were leaking, and they were pissed that they were shut out of these negotiations. It was the only national security team. So he's mad about that. But I want to take us back for a second to Monday when you were supposed to go on CNN and there was going to be this segment about Zohran Mamdani's wife's Instagram likes.
Biggest story in the world ever.
It's a slow news week, I know. And that segment got bumped because Trump went over on his speech. Okay, makes total sense. But he brought it back, Jake Tapper did, on Tuesday. But didn't invite Sam back this time. Instead, he had, Jonah Goldberg and Neera Tanden on.
No, Karen Finney.
It was
Karen Finney.
Karen
It was Karen Finney.
Oh, no. There's the separate segment that I'm talking. That was a different one, I think. But maybe
the Mamdani segment was Jonah Goldberg and Karen Finney.
Oh, Karen Finney. It wasn't your attendant. Sorry, but anyway, it could have been. But either way, two people that were really critical of Zohran Mamdani, and I just wonder when you think that this Ellison takeover is potentially, pending or it's coming around the corner, if there are certain anchors that are auditioning for top slots, because Tapper's been from 5. He's on 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. I wonder if he wants to be on in prime time. Just curious.
They did try him out in prime time for a while, and then he went back to his show when they lost one of their anchors. Look, Jake's had his agenda for a long time. I've known Jake for a long time. He's not hidden his views. But yes, why is there not a balanced panel? Of course not. That was an insane panel. Jonah Goldberg was allowed to say insane shit without any pushback. He was able to say that Zohran Mamdani is an outright apologist. Mahmoud Khalil is an outright apologist for terrorism. Yeah. That's not true. You know how we know that's not true? Because the Trump administration never accused him of that either. The Trump administration couldn't find anything he said violent. They used this ridiculous 1952 law that Rubio used, which said that he's undermining our foreign policy by being anti-Semitic. They never actually charged him with any kind of terrorism.
Man. We're living in crazy fucking times right now, people. Crazy times. I feel like I'm losing my mind most days. I don't know about you. I can't watch this whole thing tonight. We cannot do it. We will not do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
But I'm afraid we're not done with Mehdi. He had an interesting conversation over on his channel, Zateo, earlier this week, discussing the nuclear program. One of the countries involved in this...
Israel, who was supposed to have a...
You're stepping on me right now. One of the countries involved in this war. And it's not the one you're thinking. May or may not know this, but Israel, not just the United States, has a whole bunch of nukes. But they're always pretending like they don't.
Israel, who was supposed to have, according to report, 90 nuclear weapons, Mahdi, is attacking Iran because Iran might develop nuclear weapon in the next 10, 20 years. It's based on, should I say, bogus evidence.
Did you think that 23 years later, another American president would be using the same arguments, the same bogus evidence to attack another Middle East country that begins with the letters IRA?
It's very depressing that we never learn any lessons. They keep shifting the goal. There was no indication of a structured nuclear weapon program. That's the bottom line.
Is Operation Epic Fury America's war on Iran based on an epic lie? For decades, the United States and Israel have been claiming that the Islamic Republic of Iran is on the verge of building nuclear weapons. That's the justification they've cited, among many others, for illegally bombing Iran and killing hundreds of civilians so far, including school kids. But what's the truth about Iran's nuclear program? What did inspectors from the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, find back when they were still in Iran visiting nuclear sites? Joining me now from Austria to help us answer some of these questions and more is the renowned Egyptian lawyer, joint Nobel Peace Prize winner, and former Director General of the IAEA from 1997 to 2009, Mohammed El-Baradei. He was in charge of the IAEA in the run-up to the Iraq invasion. Mohammed El-Baradei, thank you for joining me on Mehdi Unfiltered.
Thank you for having me, Mehdi.
Donald Trump has claimed that Iran was building nuclear weapons that would soon be able to reach the United States of America. But the current IAEA Director General, Rafael Grossi, said just a few days ago that inspectors found no proof of an Iranian nuclear weapons program. Do you think this was known to the US and Israel before they launched their attacks?
I'm sure they did know. Mehdi, this is remind me, unfortunately, of the 2003, when just on the eve of the Iraq, when all the preparation were going to attack Iraq on the basis of zero concrete evidence. And I think what we're seeing today is exactly the same. It's based on, should I say, bogus evidence. There is no evidence. I go by what the IAEA says, and the IAEA says, yes, they have certain reservation, they have certain concern, but there is no nuclear weapon program. So there is no, there is no clear, threat of any way. And what is really disturbing that they keep shifting the goal.
Yes.
It's one day the nuclear weapon program, it's another the missile, it's third human rights, it's fourth regime change, and on any counts, on any ground of these, bombing Iran is not the way. It would make simply things worse. It will, as you can see, the whole region will go into turmoil.
Yes.
I said in 2003, I talked about this new cons as a new crazies. And I think what we see today exactly is the same revival of, maybe I wouldn't call them new crazies, but the same hype.
Well,
the same hype.
some of the people egging Trump on, like John Bolton, are the same people from 2003.
Exactly.
I wonder, Mohammed.
Yeah, he still's got some of the same cast of characters around from the previous Middle East quagmire. What a terrible timeline. Truly awful. Alright, we're gonna keep going through these vids that we've got here. Of course, it's been known that Israel has a nuclear program for a long time. They continue to pretend they don't have them. They continue to ignore international law regarding nuclear weapons. And all the other international laws as well. Now, amidst all of this, Donald Trump has been trying to reward his closest allies, his team over there at the White House, you know, the A-team. Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, Howard Lutnick, Little Marco Rubio.
Gentlemen.
Unfortunately, though, for Little Marco, those rewards don't always come in the right size.
I don't know. Marco Rubio is very involved in telling me to do this.
So involved. We should call it Marco's War.
I mean, here's the thing. You know, there is a lot of reports that Trump is spending his days doing 2 to 3 different things. One is asking people, should it be Marco or Vance?
Oh my God.
And then the other thing, according to reports, is that he can't stop asking whether Corey Lewandowski got part of that $220 million. He can't. I mean, that rat fucker.
Did you see?
This is NBC News. Trump has questioned aides about Corey Lewandowski's role in DHS ad.
I swear, if he got his beak wet and didn't tell me about it.
First off, I let this jerk off bang the hottest piece of ass he's had since the last term I had.
One thing playing grab ass.
And now he's keeping money from me.
My beak's so dry, I need chapstick.
I mean, Trump told NBC News he wasn't thrilled when Noam testified. Behind the scenes, he's grown suspicious about Lewandowski's role in doling out government contracts. Now, do you think this suspicion is a function of, like, my sense of good government feels like the radar's going off? Are we not doing things above the board? He's pissed because he sees somebody else making cash. Like, listen, if there's a buck on the table, 25% go. 25 cents better be in my pocket before we even think about taking that table out.
Hey, the Don, pick it up.
It's like Tony Soprano with what's that guy that gets out of prison and then starts
Cifaretto?
Oh yeah, he's like, come on. Yeah. You know how it works.
It's unbelievable.
I know another thing he's apparently involved in is the footwear of his advisors.
You guys are not wearing shoes that I like, and nobody wears nicer shoes than me. So we need uniformity. That's what we need. And here's a picture, apparently, of Marco Rubio. Is this from the New York Times? No.
I think it's the Times of England. Okay. Marco Rubio wearing oversized shoes.
There's like a full inch back there of space. He looks like a little kid with hand-me-downs from his older brother or something like that. It's one of my favorite pictures from the week.
Been buying $145 Florsheim dress shoes for allies, and this is one pic of Marco. You can see a giant amount of space there, but that's not it. There's another one here of a bunch of different guys in these same shoes, and you can see they're all ill-fitting. There's he just looks nice.
I like to think that you all have huge penises, and so therefore, I'm getting you all size 13 shoes.
Is that Trump's ankle
Huge
falling over the
shoes.
side of the shoe there?
No, because he would have ones that fit. I'm not sure. That might be. Actually,
Yeah,
that
that's
could be Trump.
that's Kanks
That
right
does
there.
look
Is that
like-
what?
Wow. It's like if Ocean's 11 was filled with just like the lamest guys possible. Like if it was Ocean's 11 but with no flair and access to nuclear weapons. And the entire U.S. military. All right, actually, I think I'm going to do this in a different order. Right, how do I have this set up? Yeah. I'm going to do this one. Where do I have the rest of these? Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about Iran some more. Really get into it now. I've been sort of skirting around it this whole time. And now it's time for us to really start updating ourselves on what's happened in the last 24 hours since we saw each other last and talked about this fucking situation last. Really only it's been less than 24 hours actually. So I think the stream ended at like 5 in the morning yesterday. Ugh. Why is my... I'm getting like just weird pains in my torso. I don't understand what that's about. I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it. Oh shit, somebody donated on Cash App. If I die on stream, I'm gonna be killed by this person who just generously donated on Cash App. I don't know if they want to be made known for their incredible generosity. So I'll keep them anonymous. But I will add it to the galactic deficit goal counter, whatever we're calling this. Here we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. We're making beautiful progress on the goal over here. I mean, we could be doing better, but in the last couple of days, we've made huge strides, thanks to all of you. Because we had made almost no progress. That was bad. It's a bad omen. Still got some progress to make over on the financing of the galactic deficit. You could help out. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon are the ways for you to contribute to that goal. But of course, we have all sorts of other ways for you to contribute to the Galactic News Network. By the way, if you haven't already, one thing that contributes to us and is completely free, following us on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. That's completely free and it helps us out. Hit that like button, too. Very helpful. But you could also donate on YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. as well as Throne, where we are now starting a new, added a new thing for us to crowdfund over there. So many great ways. But of course, Patreon, the one place to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, $3 a month. All the links are in my bios on YouTube and Twitch.
Heavily bombed by the US military. Kharg Island is a small coral landmass around 25 kilometers off the southwestern coast of Iran in the Gulf. It's known as the crown jewel, or beating heart of Iran's oil industry, handling around 90% of exports. Pipelines for major oil fields terminate at Kharg Island. From there, it is loaded onto super tankers, and there is capacity for millions of barrels for storage. Disruption would severely impact Tehran's income and global oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz. Kharg Island was developed in the 1960s in partnership with US company Amoco. It was later seized after the 1979 revolution. Let's now go speak to economist and oil and gas specialist Cornelia Meyer. She's the CEO of Meyer Resources, joining us from Bern in Switzerland. I mean, this seems to be like a really big problem here for Iran. Kharg Island, as Trump says, is considered the jewel. Why is it so significant to Iran?
Well, it's extremely significant because this is the only place where you can actually have, which is deep enough to have big tankers, you know, go on site and then load the crude. And it has a capacity of loading about 7 million barrels a day. It was loading in recent years about 1.3 to 1.5 million barrels a day, you know, giving sanctions and everything. It also has a capacity of storage of about 28 to 30 million barrels a day. Probably Kepler says about 18 million barrels a day are stored there right now. So this is really very crucial. It's not just crucial for Iran. It is very crucial for the global oil supplies. And if that is taken out, we will see a really big jump in oil prices. Right now, Trump says he has bombed the military assets, but you know, if he go and he says if things don't get better, he will go for the oil infrastructure. That would be very bad for oil markets.
And Trump himself says that the reason, well, from what he's said in his message, that one of the reasons it seems is kind of almost put pressure on Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. Do you think that is likely to happen? Because surely Iranians will try to defend the island as best they can. And how important is it to open up the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible?
Opening up the Strait of Hormuz is pivotal. It's very pivotal because 20% of oil, crude and products go through the Strait of Hormuz, as do 20% of LNG. And you know, you've seen Qatar LNG is shut in now. So yes, the Strait of Hormuz are very, very. One can't say how important. They're so important, but I'm not sure that what the U.S. has done here will really get the result they want. It may also result in deepening the divide and strengthening the resolve of the regime. So this is a very tricky situation. And as your correspondent said, the region or the GCC nations want to de-escalate. I am not sure this will help de-escalation, but you know, the next few hours, days will prove what the result is.
Now, in terms of this island, when the ships are docking there to then be to export the crude oil, who is this being supplied to? My understanding is that the main country rather is China.
Absolutely. The main country is China. China is receiving about 90% of Iranian exports. So China is, it's very important to China. Mind you, it's about 10%, 10 to 13% of Chinese imports is Iranian crude. Now you had about 1-2% taken out with Venezuelan crude taken out. So all in all, you will have about 15%, 12 to 15% taken out. And that is obviously something that the Chinese will need to find other ways. But Russia is standing by and happy to sell, and China is happy to buy, although now not anymore at a discount. And China has spent the last year or so, even more than a year, really filling up its underground storage. We don't know quite how much China has, but they're going to be, for the time being, they're going to be able to manage.
Yeah, however, this attack on the island of Kharg, or however we're saying, I've heard people say it like 1,000 different ways so far. Well, I'm going to call it Kharg. This attack on the island of Kharg is going to be super bad. Super bad. If this wasn't already bad for oil prices, which of course it has been, it's going to be much, much worse. It's going to be much, much, much worse.
They struck Kharg? Oh, This means the Iranian retaliation will be to strike the Gulf states. This also makes sense. Someone in the Gulf reached out to me literally 10 minutes ago and said that Qatar is actually evacuating certain areas right now. If we struck Kharg, that means that they are going to strike back at regional oil refineries. 1 minute ago, Trump, at my direction, United States Central Command struck Kharg Island. Ooh. Okay, maybe they will mine the Strait of Hormuz now. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Kharg Island. Our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated the world has ever known, but for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. During my first term and currently, I rebuilt our military into the most lethal, powerful, and effective force by far anywhere in the world. Oh, we are in the end times, dude. Oh, buddy, we done did it now. Qatar's defense ministry said it intercepted missile attack and evacuations have been carried out. It announced an interception early Saturday. Associated Press journalists in Doha heard explosions consistent with possible interceptions. The ministry said earlier that authorities are evacuating a number of areas as a temporary precaution without identifying the locations. Wait, what is on Kharg Island? It's not on the Strait of Hormuz. Why is it important? Kharg Island is the most consequential aspect of Iranian oil transfers. 90% of all of the oil tankers go through Kharg Island. It is an incredibly important part of the oil infrastructure that Iran has. I fear that in the next few hours, Trump is going to throw good money after bad, further digging himself into a self-inflicted hole. We will likely see oil prices beyond anything we have seen. This is a you to China too, by the way. This is not just consequential for Iran, especially given the Iranian retaliation, so who knows what will happen. Urgent warning circulated on RIGC affiliated Telegram channels targeting U.S. tech firms in the Gulf. An urgent warning to the employees of several major U.S. technology companies in the Persian Gulf region. Immediately evacuate your offices. Citizens and residents near these locations advised to stay away from the surrounding areas. The warning names offices of major technology firms including Qualcomm, Adobe, Dell Technologies, Intel, Apple, Cisco Systems, Palo Alto Networks, Oracle, Salesforce, Amazon AWS, Microsoft, Google, Alphabet, and IBM in Dubai, Riyadh, Doha, Kuwait.
Okay, Pitchforks, I've seen your super chats, which I've appreciated. But you're stressing me out right now, which is not helping. Okay, so what I need you to do is stop talking about it. And hopefully that will help. Talk about literally anything other than my
Manama and locations in Oman. Employees are instructed to leave their workplaces immediately and avoid gathering near these sites. CNN, Iran is considering letting international oil tankers through trade. Yeah, this was earlier in the day. And then Trump's response to that was to bomb Kharg Island, which once again is a majorly consequential, incredibly important part of Iran's oil production. Iran is going to retaliate through escalation, which means they're going to expand on the targets that they're hitting and maybe even the refinery capabilities as well. You will see oil prices go up and you will understand why this is the nuclear option from the American side.
Heidi Pett is live for us in Beirut. And Heidi, it is the people in Lebanon that are bearing the brunt of this conflict. As you report,
he said Israel is trying to spark a civil war inside of Lebanon with the Lebanese army fighting against Hezbollah. They won't do that. The Lebanese army has already refused to fight against Hezbollah. They literally came out and said, why the would we do that? We're not going to serve the interests of a foreign invader to fight against our own citizens. 5 U.S. refueling planes struck and damaged at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, according to Wall Street Journal's reports. An Iranian missile strike hit Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, damaging 5 U.S. Air Force refueling planes on the ground. The aircraft were damaged but not destroyed.
That's 5 more. There was already one that was down, which left 6. So 6 or 7. Can't remember if it was 6 or 7. But we already had one go down, which led to the death of half a dozen U.S. soldiers. Now we got 5 more of these planes now. I mean, at this point, we're over at like a dozen U.S. aircrafts, 13 U.S. soldiers.
No one was killed in the strike. This brings the total of at least 7 U.S. refueling planes lost their damage recently. I mean, they're not fully destroyed, right? So not 60 million, but at least another couple million there. Fantastic. Remember, each refueling plane is $60 million a pop. I just published a new essay in Foreign Affairs with an uncomfortable argument. Escalation in Iran war may actually be strengthening Iran. Iran's strategy is horizontal escalation, widening the conflict to shipping, energy markets, and regional partners. That shifts pressure onto the U.S. and its allies. History shows this is how stronger powers get pulled into wars they can't control. Some historians argue American power ultimately restores control. My research suggests escalation often traps great powers instead. The U.S. Department of State has ordered non-emergency U.S. government employees and U.S. government employee family members to leave Oman due to safety risks. It's insane to me that we just keep literally prodding and then we go, oops, time to get out now. How are they going to get out? How is it safe to escape Oman right now? Shouldn't you have evacuated before you decided to hit the escalation trap? It's so stupid. We've done it. We've done it over and over again for the past 13 days. Every guy.
Yeah, but that would only be if you cared about the people in the Middle East, which the Trump administration does not. Pete Hegseth does not. Donald Trump does not. So far as, you know, beyond them giving him planes and money for his crypto ventures, I mean, he does not care. So, I mean, yeah, if you cared about the people there, you would do exactly what Hassan's saying. But unfortunately, the country is run by people who do not care. Speaking of people who do not care, I just got a sweet ad for United Healthcare.
They actually invade the island without complete air superiority. That's another question. There is no naval support. There's no consistent aerial support. Even if they have air cover, that's still risky to land.
This president, So the year was 1988. This future president, Donald Trump, was selling a book called The Art of the Deal. He gave an interview to a British newspaper, at which time you talked about Iran. You said we have to win back respect for America on the world stage, and you had stern words for the Islamic Republic. You said they've been beating us up psychologically, making us look like a bunch of fools. One bullet shot of one of our men or ships, I'd do a number on Kharg Island. I'd go in and I'd take it. Now here in 2026.
Unbelievable.
You are president. Are you thinking about taking Kharg Island, where 90% of the Iranian oil goes through? And what do you think about? Do you remember that interview and that school of thought?
Yeah, but Brian, I can't answer a question like that. You should ask it. Again, you shouldn't be even asking it. It's one of so many different things.
What is that?
It's not high on the list, but it's one of so many different things, and I can change my mind in seconds. But you know, for you to ask a question, who would answer a question like that?
Hey, why would you ask me a question like that? It's very nasty of you, Brian.
I mean,
very
you're asking
nasty.
me a question, Kharg Island, okay, everything. Who would ask a question like that? And what fool would answer it, okay? Let's say I was going to do it.
Brian, after this, Brian, kill me. Mr. President, please don't.
Or let's say I wasn't going to do it. What would I say to you? Oh, yes, Brian, I'm thinking about doing it. Let me let you know what time and when it'll take place. It's not, you know, it's sort of a foolish question. A little surprising for you because you're a smart man.
I am, but you were just pretty amazing that you thought about it in 1988.
Oh my God! He's like, well, I just wanted to give you praise of your foresight.
So,
well, I did, but I thought.
Oh my God, he's so mad. This makes sense because he was planning on doing it at market close, and only a couple hours prior, Brian Kilmeade is on the radio show, straight up asking him exactly what he's gonna do.
You know what else I thought about a long time before it happened? 1 year before it happened, almost exactly, is Osama bin Laden. I said you have to go out and kill Osama
I
bin
predicted
Laden.
that too. I predicted that too. I'm basically like Nosferatu. Always predicting things before they happen. Especially stuff that I do. I love how he just tries to switch to like, I am, what's the word? What is the word for that? I said, I was going to say omniscient, but that's not the word. What's the word for being able to predict the future? I am, what is the word for that? God damn it. I can't think of it. Clairvoyant came to me. It came to me out of the firmament. All right. How far behind me are you guys? Okay, let's keep talking about Kharg, whatever, Kharg. I've heard it pronounced like literally a dozen different ways. I have no idea how we're supposed to say it. Kharg Island.
9 in 10 Iranian oil barrels pass through this small patch of land. Kharg Island has continued shipping throughout the American barrage on Iran, spared until Friday night.
At my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Kharg Island.
The island in the north of the Persian Gulf is home to vast reservoirs and oil terminals. US leader Donald Trump says those installations were not targeted in the bombing, but threatened to reconsider if Iran interferes with shipping through the Strait of Hormuz.
By the way, thank you everybody in chat for trying to help me with thinking of the word that I was trying to think of. A lot of good ones in there. A lot of good ones, and they were close. I think Perf actually got it correctly.
Iranian media also said no oil infrastructure was damaged, reporting hits on military bases, a helicopter hangar, and the airport control tower. Iran's oil exports are its lifeline, and Tehran has threatened a new level of retaliation.
Infrastructure belonging to oil companies across the region that have American shares or cooperate with America will be immediately destroyed and reduced to ashes.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, that's quite strong language from Iran's Joint Military Command. This is the sort of this is the sort of rhetoric that's going to cause oil prices to skyrocket. Limits on generosity. What does that mean? As usual, it let my first super chat through. And now it won't? That's incredibly rude.
How rude.
Oh, that must be what Sarah was talking about. Now it all makes sense. All right, let's keep talking about Kharg Island. ABC News next from 12 hours ago.
Breaking overnight, a missile striking the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq. Fire seen rising from the compound. After the strike, people seen clearing debris from a structure on the roof. This comes 2 weeks after the war on Iran began.
Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. I should take this down. I should take that down. Goal taken down. Oh, Lord Broomer, thank you for the super sticker. Cool. With that cool pair. But we completed the galactic content goal thanks to the donation from an unknown anonymous individual over on Cash App. Yes, indeed. Thanks to all of you beautiful people and your donations. We have once again completed the galactic content goal tonight. Ensuring that we get at least like a 8-hour-ish stream. At least the vast majority of the content. I know I always say all of the sweet clips, but fact is I may have already skipped some tonight. But we still have a hell of a lot left for us to talk about. And we've completed the goal with 30 minutes left to do it, thankfully. Boy, oh boy, we still have a lot to unpack with relation to this attack on Kharg Island. The sending of thousands of U.S. troops to the region. The U.S. embassy that was hit in Iraq. As well as Iran's response to all of this that's apparently going on right now. All right, people, back to the show. Wait. I can't just leave all the confetti going. That's a disaster. That's a disaster waiting to happen. I'll come back, and then all of the room will just be filled with confetti.
Breaking overnight, a missile striking the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq. Fire seen rising from the compound. After the strike, people seen clearing debris from a structure on the roof. This comes 2 weeks after the war on Iran began. Overnight, the U.S. launching an assault on the vital oil hub, Kharg Island. President Trump posting these videos online after saying the bombing raid totally obliterated every military target. The island, located in the Persian Gulf, processes 90% of Iran's oil exports, and it's around 300 miles away from the Strait of Hormuz. Trump warning in his post that the operation did not target the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. The late-night assault coming after a day of escalating U.S.-Israeli strikes. In Tehran, dramatic new videos showing the moment an explosion rocked the capital city during an Al-Quds Day rally in solidarity with Palestinians. An interview with a demonstrator interrupted as the blast hit. Screams heard throughout the street. plumes of smoke rising from a nearby building. Top Iranian officials, including Iran's president, who's been targeted by U.S. and Israeli strikes, seen walking in the crowd. The U.S. also announcing a $10 million reward for information on the whereabouts of Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, and other top Iranian officials, some who were seen at that demonstration. And this morning, new images obtained
I would
by
not
Con
trust
11
that.
showing one of the damaged refueling planes involved.
I would not trust the United States government to pay out that $10 million. Considering everything I know about Donald Trump and the Trump administration, there's no way I would trust them to pay out on that $10 million. Ever. Never. You'll never see that money. They will take credit for it, and then they will assassinate you. That's what'll happen. All right, wait, what just happened? Oh. How did this get here? This is in the wrong spot. All right, staying on Kharg Island. Breaking points. From 12 hours ago.
Everybody had some
Crystal and
significant
friends.
developments in the war in Iran that I did not want to wait to bring to you until Monday. So let's go ahead and get to it. The most
I love how if you watch Crystal, like if you watch, like if you watch Kyle and Crystal, you get the same backdrop for both of them when they do vids from the house. By the way, who do you figure is responsible for the organization method of the books? I feel like it's got to be Crystal, like the color coding and stuff. Like, there's no way it's Kyle.
significant of those updates is this from President Trump. He posted this on True Social yesterday. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Kharg Island. Our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated the world has ever known, but for reasons of decency, I've chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. During my first term and currently, I rebuilt our military into the most lethal, powerful, and effective force by far anywhere in the world. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There is nothing they can do about it. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, nor will it have the ability to threaten the United States of America, the Middle East, or for that matter, the world. Iran's military and all others involved with this terrorist regime would be wise to lay down their arms and save what's left of their country, which isn't much. Thank you for...
The claim that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, nor will it have the ability to threaten the United States, the Middle East, or anything else for that matter. I mean, they weren't threatening the United States. They didn't have a nuclear weapon. I mean, aside from the United States funding a genocide nearby, and in a number of other conflicts, the world was relatively, I mean, well, I want to say fine, but well, you get what I'm saying.
attention to this matter. So a bunch of things to call your attention to here that are significant. So first of all, I'll tell you a little bit more about Kharg Island in a moment, but it is incredibly important to Iran's oil exports. About 90% of their oil exports leave from that island. And so there's significant capacity there. Obviously, that's important. You'll note, though, that Trump specifically says that he did not target the oil infrastructure, only the military infrastructure. And we do have confirmation of that at this point. In fact, people who track such things say already they've been able to load more oil from Kharg Island. The Iranian government also says that the oil infrastructure was not impacted and they are continuing to operate. So that's number one. Number two, he says that while he's only targeting the military infrastructure on Kharg Island right now, that if Iran continues to threaten the Strait of Hormuz and control the Strait of Hormuz and not allow any tankers from the U.S. and Israel in particular, our allies, through the Strait, that then he would consider targeting the oil infrastructure. Now, as you guys know, we already have a significant oil crisis. Oil prices have shot up. They shot up at one point to $120 a barrel. They have now come back down. Now they're hovering right around $100 a barrel. The oil market is a global market. So even as, the entity that would be hurt the most if Kharg Island's capacity was removed from the system would be Iran, the entire global market would suffer, and that would have implications for the U.S. and it would have massive implications for countries around the world. The U.S. is somewhat insulated because of being a net energy exporter, but again, we are also integrated into that world economy. So if you're taking those millions of barrels of oil off the market from coming from Kharg Island, you're going to have some sort of price shock. So this is no doubt a significant escalatory step here from President Trump.
Yep, it is a significant escalatory step from President Trump, and it's not what was needed here. In fact, we needed de-escalations. But we've gotten the exact opposite from Cyclone Cheeto. All right, we're going to stay in the living room here at the Kalinsky
is continuing to
Ball
completely
household.
And utterly spiral out of control, and I got to give you these horrible updates.
Yes, I did that on purpose. I just thought it was hilarious. What can I say? What can I say? Is it my fault that I found it hilarious that we could go from one to the next and not change rooms? I'm endlessly amused by that fact.
All right, y'all, this war is continuing to completely and utterly spiral out of control, and I got to give you these horrible updates. So last night, Trump decided to bomb Kharg Island, and Kharg Island is Iran's made crude export terminal, okay? So 90% of Iran's oil passes through Kharg Island. This is a place that the Iranian government has repeatedly said, it's a red line if you hit here. It's a red line if you attack here. So this is, simply put, the biggest escalation that we've seen since the war began. You could even argue this is a bigger escalation than the U.S. and Israel, the axis of Epstein, bombing a girls' elementary school. It's a bigger escalation than the double-digit hospitals that have been hit and double-digit schools that have been hit, and even the massive refinery that they hit in Tehran, which honestly led to what will probably be thousands of people, maybe hundreds of thousands of people getting cancers because you had like oil rain come down, toxic oil rain come down for the next couple days. So this was a huge deal. Now, Trump posted about this, bragging about attacking Kharg Island. Now, this place, understand something, is very, very tiny, okay? And it's not just a military target. It's also home to a medieval Portuguese fort. It has religious tombs. It has ruins of one of the oldest Christian monasteries in the world. It's home to about 8,000 people. It has flocks of wild gazelles. And Trump just absolutely leveled the place. Now, what's interesting is Trump did not attack the oil infrastructure there, and there's a lot of it. There's a lot of oil stuff there. He did not attack that. My guess is it's because, just like with Venezuela, he wants to steal the oil. He wants to take the oil, so he feels like bombing that would be counterproductive, and it would get in the way, when in his mind, he inevitably takes control of the entire country of Iran. Okay? But he attacked Kharg Island, he attacked non-military targets, basically leveled the place.
Honestly, if Kyle's right about that, his assumption that Donald Trump thinks that he will one day like control the entire country of Iran. Were we to ever get there, it would take the United States government trillions and trillions of dollars. Sure, could we overwhelm them militarily? Eventually. It would also require that we, to enact anything like that, we would need to go on the ground, troops on the ground, which would mean even more lives lost than we've already seen, many, many, many more. It'd be an incredible cost, and for what is the question people should be asking themselves. Why are we waging a war?
Also point out that Dropside News is saying here that Kharg residents say civilians are trapped on the island after U.S. strikes. Civilians are trapped on the island. Of course, they didn't think about this. They didn't care about this. We also have Robert Pape. He's an expert on this stuff. He says that trying to seize Kharg Island would block all Iran oil exports, okay? But it means more oil off the global market, which further increases oil prices and inflation on U.S. consumers, and it won't prevent Iran's drone from hitting tankers. So, as Robert Pape says, again, an expert on this stuff, he says that in the moment, escalation continues to favor Iran over the U.S. in their long war strategy. So that's the thing that's been on the table now for a couple days.
Yeah. And right now, Iran is retaliating for all of these things once again. And I think this is just going to continue to escalate throughout the weekend. And by Monday morning, I think we're going to see, and technically Sunday night, right? Like, I mean, for us, people in America, it'll be Sunday night when we start seeing gas prices essentially start going up. Because by, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, energy markets will open in Asia, in Australia and Japan. They're the first ones. You'll see, you're going to see, I can almost, not 100%. Anything could happen between now and then. But I don't see what's left to slow this train down. The IEA has already released its emergency energy stores. So, it's a one and done situation. You can't re-release your emergency energy surpluses. Once you've done that, that's it. And that didn't do anything. Oil closed going into the weekend at nearly $100 a barrel. And with these developments, there's no way that it doesn't continue up in that parabolic manner, in my estimation. Suppose anything could happen, once again, like I said, and I'm not
People are talking
Nostradamus.
about potentially the U.S. trying to do a ground invasion, an amphibious invasion of Kharg Island. There's been talk about trying to, overtake the Strait of Hormuz by holding the coastline of the Strait of Hormuz. Look, I'll tell you, from my perspective, this looks like Mission Impossible. It looks like there's no way that the U.S. will be able to successfully do that because it's a lot of territory to hold, and it's also the terrain is not accommodating. And of course, Iran has made so many different preparations, expecting this day to eventually come. So it would basically be like sending a whole bunch of Americans to be slaughtered if they decide to try to do a ground invasion, if they decide to try to take over the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, and the fact is, this day was never supposed to come. It was never coming until Donald Trump showed up. Like Benjamin Netanyahu said, he tried to get every president of America for the last 40 years to do this war, and none of them took him up on it until Donald Trump got back in office the second time.
To hold Kharg Island. So we're already at a point right now where this shit is totally out of control and it's crazy. Okay, so We also got this. We learned just after the attack on Kharg Island that there are 5 U.S. Air Force refueling planes, 5, that were hit and damaged on the ground at Saudi Arabia's Prince Sultan Air Base. Okay? 5 U.S. Refueling planes. That's crazy, bro. Iran is low-key, like, sort of Draxing us here. like the damage that they're doing is certainly way far above and beyond what the U.S. thought they would be able to do. All right, now, after Kharg Island was hit, Iran issued an evacuation order for U.S. companies in the region, including
A what now?
Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Oracle, IBM, and the list goes on. Cisco Systems, Palo Alto Networks, Adobe, Dell, Intel. So, like, all these companies that, are in the Gulf Arab states, which is a lot of them, by the way, they were told, look, if you're anywhere near there, get the hell out of there, because now you guys are also open targets since the U.S. continues to escalate and escalate and escalate. So as of right now, 13 U.S. service members they've acknowledged are killed. 10 are seriously wounded, and about 2.
President Trump says that U.S. forces have totally obliterated every military target on Iran's Kharg Island, the country's main export terminal for oil in the Gulf. In response, Iran threatened to reduce U.S.-linked oil facilities to a pile of ashes. As the war enters its third week, Iranian media reported that 15 explosions had been heard on the island. U.S. Central Command said it struck more than 90 military targets on the island. In the latest development, an intercepted drone strike has hit one of the largest oil storage facilities in the Middle East, suspending some operations. The attack in the port of Fujairah in the UAE caused huge clouds of smoke across the complex. Further across the Middle East, evacuation orders have been issued in several areas of Qatar, and one of the region's largest oil storage facilities in the UAE has been targeted by Iranian drones. This follows the news that the US expected to send more ships and Marines to the Middle East. The reinforcements are expected to come from an amphibious ready group led by the USS Tripoli, which is currently in Japan or has moved on from Japan. Simon Jones has the latest.
The Iran war enters its third week. President Trump marked the occasion by posting these pictures on social media. He described strikes on military targets on Kharg Island, Iran's main export terminal for oil, as one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East. Tehran, he claimed, was totally defeated and wanted a deal, but he wouldn't say for how long the war will continue.
I can't tell you that. I mean, I have my own idea, but what good does it do? It'll be as long as it's necessary. They've been decimated. Their country's in bad shape. The whole thing is collapsing.
Tehran, in response, warned that oil and energy infrastructure belonging to firms that cooperate with the US would be turned into a pile of ashes if Iran's energy facilities are attacked. The US president hasn't ruled out further strikes on Kharg Island should Iran continue to interfere with shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, the vital passage for oil supplies from the region. There are reports the US will send additional forces, including the USS Tripoli, an amphibious assault ship, along with thousands of Marines to the Gulf. The Pentagon declined to comment, citing operational security. Despite President Trump's claim that Iran is finished militarily, Tehran and its allies continue to target their neighbours. The US embassy in the Iraqi capital Baghdad has been struck by a missile.
You know, everyone keeps framing it like they're attacking the United Arab Emirates, they're attacking Bahrain or Saudi Arabia, but they're actually attacking U.S. targets. They're flipping on its head the way in which Israel has been treating international law this whole time, right? Like, they've continued every single one of these strikes. They've been justifying by saying, "Oh, there's U.S. military assets here. Oh, this hotel is housing U.S. troops. You're using human shields."
In the United Arab Emirates, a fire broke out at this port used to store oil. Officials said it was caused by falling debris from a destroyed drone. And Iranian state media says the Islamic Revolutionary Guards have launched further attacks against northern Israel. In another front in the war, Israel has hit targets in Lebanon. That's where the Iranian-backed armed group Hezbollah is based. This was the aftermath of a strike on Beirut. The Lebanese health ministry said that at least 12 medics died in a town in the south of the country when a healthcare centre was hit. Hezbollah is warning it is ready for a long confrontation, and Israel says it is too.
The global and regional struggle against Iran, led by the US President Donald Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, is ramping up and entering the decisive stretch that will continue as long as necessary.
And in Tehran, while some residents say they are scared to leave their homes, others insist they won't be intimidated.
We are living under normal conditions. We haven't left Tehran and will never abandon it. We are here. And until our last breath, we'll fight for our country and our nation.
Despite such defiance, the US is insisting its mission in the Middle East is ahead of schedule. Simon.
Ahead of schedule. I mean, he already declared victory. So how can it be any more ahead of schedule than that? I find that one to be honestly pretty hilarious. We've already won. I don't want to say it, but we've already won. We're way ahead of schedule. Thank you, everyone, for trying to make sure that I know I'm muted. I know I'm doing my best, okay? Doing my best.
BBC News.
We've already won, so we're way ahead of schedule.
Joining me now from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia is our security correspondent, Frank Gardner. Frank, how significant is it that we're seeing these US strikes on Kharg Island?
It's a definite escalation, there's no question about that, because Kharg is the economic jugular vein. It's the beating heart, sorry about all these cliches, but it really is vital to Iran's oil industry. It's the terminal, the export terminal through which 90% of Iran's oil exports go, mostly to China. Why? Because it's got deep water. The Gulf is a pretty shallow waterway, and most tankers can't pull up next to the Iranian mainland coastline, but they can get to Kharg Island. That's why it's important. Now, what the US has done is to hit the military facilities guarding the oil facilities. It hasn't yet hit those oil facilities, which is a complex network of pipes and various bits of machinery that all connected to that industry. It's threatened to do that if Iran doesn't unblock the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, it's not physically blocked, but it is effectively blocked because Iran is targeting any tankers going through that, which is putting a chokehold on the world economy by choking off the oil and gas exports, making it too dangerous and too expensive for exporters to get their product through there. So this is a bit of a standoff, really, with both between Iran on the one hand and the US and Israel on the other hand, but mainly the US here. And of course, you mentioned there, or Simon Jones mentioned in his piece about the this amphibious-ready group that is coming from Japan, this US assault ship. That is basically prompting speculation. What is America's next move? Are they planning to invade Kharg Island and land troops on it and capture it? Then you've got to hold it. You know, this is...
That is seemingly what they're projecting here with their actions right now. Telegraphing seemingly. I mean, they're sending Marines and an amphibious vessel to the area. I mean, what else does that suggest that the plan is? It's hard to think of something else. Gotta get me a mic with a light up mute button. Yep, that's an idea. Or I could get like I could get some sort of like physical light button that I could press every time.
This is exactly what President Trump was voted into office not to do, which is to embroil the US into yet more involvement in...
You find me a fun button light. Find me a fun button light, I'll add it onto the throne, and one of you space fams can buy it. We'll solve it
immediately, if not sooner.
The Middle East wars and commitments.
Yes, on that point, Frank, how prepared is the US to have troops on the ground to fight a sustained campaign on Kharg Island if that happens?
Not at all is the answer. I mean, look, the US is the foremost military power in the world. There's no question about that. And Iran is no match for it militarily. But what Iran is very good at is asymmetric warfare, is finding different ways of trying to somehow bridge the gap in capability. And it knows that it's only got to survive this war, this so-called Operation Epic Fury, to win. If at the end of all of this, and President Trump declares victory, it's not about how many targets you've hit. It's not about saying it's the biggest, most dramatic military strike in the history of the Middle East or whatever it is. None of that matters if at the end of all of this, the Islamic Republic regime is still standing, is still a threat to its neighbors. This campaign will have failed. And Iran...
Certainly Iran will see that as a victory if they can outlast the United States. And it will allow them to project power to their neighbors. I mean, they really weren't threatening their neighbors. Iran wasn't attacking Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates or Bahrain or Qatar or anybody else. So it's just a weird way to frame it, but it's BBC, so it's not shocking. Let's go here to France 24.
As the war enters its third week in Iran, Donald Trump said U.S. forces obliterated Iranian military targets on Kharg Island. It's also known as the Forbidden Island due to strict military control, located around 30 kilometers off the mainland. Now, sites related to the oil were reportedly not hit, but Donald Trump threatened to strike those too if Iran continues to block shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Peter O'Brien reports.
9 in 10 Iranian oil barrels pass through this small patch of land. Kharg Island has continued shipping throughout the American barrage on Iran. 9 in 10 Iranian oil barrels pass through this small patch of land. Kharg Island has continued shipping throughout the American barrage on Iran, spared until Friday night.
At my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Kharg Island.
The island in the north of the Persian Gulf is home to vast reservoirs and oil terminals. US leader Donald Trump says those installations were not targeted in the bombing, but threatened to reconsider if Iran interferes with shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian media also said no oil infrastructure was damaged, reporting hits on military bases, a helicopter hangar, and the airport control tower. Iran's oil exports are its lifeline, and Tehran has threatened a new level of retaliation.
Infrastructure belonging to oil companies across the region that have American shares or cooperate with America will be immediately destroyed and reduced to ashes.
A fifth of the world's oil passes from the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz in large part to Asia. The passage is mostly closed while Iran launches attacks on neighboring states and threatens to strike tankers. Trump has promised the US Navy will escort ships through the strait. Meanwhile, oil prices continue to skyrocket.
For more, we can speak to our senior reporter, James Andre. Hello to you, James. We saw a little bit of it in that report, but if you can flesh it out, why is Kharg Island so important?
Now, Kharg Island, first, do I explain what it is exactly? Basically, it's an oil hub. Why? Because along the coast of Iran, you don't have that many deep sea ports, but the island is actually set in deep sea. So basically, when it was operating on 100%, you could actually fill up 10 supertankers at a time around the island. So basically, how this works is that you have huge pipelines funneling all the oil from the Iranian coast underwater, and this is where it is being loaded up into these tankers. Now, it's accounts for about 6% of the Iranian economy. And as you know, Iranian has been under heavy sanctions for many, many years. So there was a lot of this oil was actually exported, including to China, through shadow fleets of tankers. And it is a major source of revenue, both for the country itself, but also for the regime more directly, because, of course, it was a tool to get this cash from these shadow tankers directly into, basically.
I find the geography of this, this for whatever reason to be fascinating. That element of it, like an island out in the middle of basically the ocean. Somehow, in incredibly deep water, deep enough for oil tankers to pull up. Oil tankers can't really go through shallow, not even kind of shallow water. That's pretty wild. And that sort of geography is very helpful to Iran to have this island. See, I think any sort of disruptions for Iran is it's a huge threat to their economy and their way of life.
The government, and if you take the figures, it's worth about 50% of the government's spending. So it is a large chunk of the Iranian economy, but it's also a large chunk of, the world's oil, basically. So what the Americans have been trying to do by, destroying what Donald Trump says are military assets on the island was to obviously get the traffic flowing in the Strait of Hormuz, which is basically controlled by the Iranians for geographic reasons, and they are basically stopping all these tankers. It's 1/5 of the world's oil that goes through the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, the island here is a lot less, but it's very important for the Iranians and for its customers.
Yeah, what Trump did essentially was sort of like a warning shot saying, if you don't...
It's a pretty crazy number. 1/5, 20% of all 1 in 5 barrels of oil for the planet go through this tiny strip of water, of this ocean. It's kind of insane when you think about it.
Get that traffic moving. I will hit these oil sites. And as you mentioned, the economic interests here are very important for Iran. So we're hearing a lot of fiery rhetoric. What sort of retaliations could Iran be considering at this moment?
Well, what the Iranians have been saying now, first there has been an Iranian official who's spoken to the press, condition of anonymity, who is part of the oil ministry. He has said that basically right now there had been some heavy damage sustained by the oil infrastructure on the island, and that indeed the exports from the island are all but stopped. So it's true that we are...
I love when people's phones go off in the middle of of the news report. It's so professional. It really adds to the production value. All right. Now let's go to this. Now, while Donald Trump is sending thousands of Marines to the region, he's also simultaneously demanding that the rest of the world send their own warships to the Strait of Hormuz to guarantee safe passage for oil tankers.
A what now?
Trump urges China, the United Kingdom, and other countries to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. President Donald Trump said Saturday the United States will get the strategic Strait of Hormuz open, quote-unquote, one way or another, claiming in a Truth Social post that Iran has been totally decapitated after the United States targeted an oil-rich island the previous night. In his Saturday morning post, the president said, what the fuck? I hate Forbes. Forbes's videos are so low quality. Like, how am I supposed to read that? I just hate going on to Trump's Truth Social. It's the worst website ever. It really is one of the worst websites, like, on the planet. Maybe one of the worst. Okay, here it is. The words of the president. The United States of America has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both capital M militarily, capital E economically, and in every other way. But the capital C countries of the capital W world that receive capital W or capital O oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. And we will help a lot, all caps. The U.S. will also coordinate with those countries so that everyone goes quickly, smoothly, and well. This should have always been a team effort, and now it will be. It will bring the world together through harmony, security, and everlasting peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Anyway, there you go. President Trump demanding other countries send ships to the Strait of Hormuz to help guarantee security for oil ships, tankers, whatever we're calling them.
What's been happening in the Middle East as we reach day 15 of the war? There were more strikes on Tehran overnight.
Ep Silver Art with a sweet super chat, who is incredibly right. I did everything right, and they still indicted me. Thank you, Ep Silver.
What's been happening in the Middle East as we reach day 15 of the war? There were more strikes on Tehran overnight, and US forces struck Kharg Island, where almost 90% of Iran's oil passes through. Donald Trump said military targets there were totally obliterated, but its oil infrastructure was spared. The Lebanese authorities confirmed that 12 medics, including doctors and nurses, were killed in an Israeli strike on a health center in Burj Kalawaya. There were also Israeli strikes in the Musharraf district of Beirut and the Harat Saida area of Sidon. Iran launched missiles towards central and northern Israel, and Hezbollah rockets were fired towards northern Israel. The US embassy in Baghdad was also struck by an Iranian missile. A drone also hit the port of Fujairah on the Gulf of Oman in the United Arab Emirates, which houses one of the Middle East's largest oil storage facilities, and Iran threatened further attacks on ports in the UAE. The Saudi authorities said they had intercepted multiple Iranian drones and a ballistic missile fired at Kharg. Our international editor, Lindsay Hilsum, is in Lebanon for us and reports now on the day's main events and the US targeting Kharg Island.
The US said it attacked only military targets on Iran's Kharg Island, including the runway. Not the oil storage units, nor other infrastructure from which Iran exports more than 1 million barrels per day, about 90% of its total energy exports. A warning strike, then. But Iran's Revolutionary Guard is already attacking oil infrastructure in the Gulf, today targeting Fujairah, the UAE's major bunkering hub, located at the east of the Strait of Hormuz, so not restricted by Iran's selective blockade. So much for President Trump's declaration that 100% of Iran's military capabilities have been destroyed.
We announced to the leaders of the UAE that the Islamic Republic of Iran believes it to be its legitimate right, in defense of its national sovereignty and territory, to strike the launch points of enemy American missiles located in shipping ports, docks, and military hideouts sheltered within some UAE cities.
Yeah, and this is the thing right now
To know
that's
that they have
sort
the
of
greater staying power.
like this is the thing right now that is sort of like a huge issue for Israel and the United States, because Israel in its genocide for the last 2 years has been using basically the exact same arguments, right? It's like saying, oh, you're using human shields. Oh, like, look, there's military target here. It might be next to a civilian area, but it's a legitimate target. We had to take out Hamas. And now Iran is basically turning around and doing the exact same thing.
More strikes on Isfahan. Having knocked out Iran's defences, the US and Israel have almost total freedom of the air. But it's not clear they're significantly disabling the Islamic Republic's strategic position.
And actually, just to follow up on what I was just saying a little bit more, like, actually, in this case, it would seem that Iran actually may very well be much more justified in those claims than Israel has been in its claims of Hamas is everywhere.
They are, however, terrifying civilians, like this woman who wants to remain anonymous.
When Israel or the United States issue warnings asking people to evacuate certain areas, we simply don't see them. How are we supposed to know? Our lives could be in danger. We are constantly worried about the safety of our families and loved ones.
Video released today shows Iranian Red Crescent rescue crews removing the bodies of 4 members of one family who died after a strike in Tehran. So much jeopardy in this war. The price of oil, the destruction of infrastructure across the Gulf, the danger of it spinning out of control, and the deaths of civilians in Iran and beyond, the toll growing higher by the day. Now, President Trump's latest bright idea that other countries should send warships to open up the Strait of Hormuz has a couple of problems. First, it would bring those countries, and he cited the UK, France, Japan, and China, into direct conflict with Iran. And none of those countries are party to this conflict.
Oh, fascinating. You're telling me sending warships into a conflict zone in order to achieve some sort of military objective for one of the parties of the conflict would be dragging, as she puts it, those parties into the conflict? What? That's crazy.
What you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. It's weird. But I think she might be right. I think it would, in fact, drag all of those countries into this conflict, which none of them want. Why would the UK or France or China or anyone to be directly dragged into this war right now? Literally, name me one reason. China will still be able to get oil, right? They can still buy oil from, from the market, from Russia. I mean, name an option. They have it. Like, is this going to cause problems for oil prices? Absolutely. But the fact is like, Iran will, in fact, actually survive this, like, even if they can't sell water. I mean, water. Why did I say water? Even if they can't sell oil to whomever, right? Like, they've been sanctioned for years.
From the UK point of view, our warships are apparently not in the region. Normally we do have warships in the Middle Eastern region, but they were for some reason withdrawn just before the war. And then you think about China. Well, the Iranians, who export most of their oil to China, are allowing those tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. So China really doesn't have any incentive to do anything because its tankers are getting through. So I think there may be a little problem with President Trump's logic.
President Trump's logic, she says. Something might be wrong with it. Honestly, there's some people that, like, outside of the U.S. who still, like, seem to not have picked up on that Donald Trump is a completely deranged lunatic. I feel like it's especially British people for whatever reason, but not exclusively. But they're just like, and I get it. Like, you haven't been living here in the United States. You might not be as tuned as us, but I mean, he's been fairly global in his behavior. At this point, I feel like everyone should be fully aware of the fact that this man is not operating with a full deck of cards. All right, back to the Kalinsky Ball household living room.
All right, guys. So earlier today, we talked about how Trump had announced the bombing of Kharg Island in Iran, which is very important to their oil exporting. And we're privileged now to be joined by Dr. Trita Parsi. He is the executive vice president over at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Politics, to talk about that and some other significant developments that have been unfolding in the Iran war as well. Great to see you, Doctor.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, of course. So let's go ahead and put this Trump truth up on the screen just to get the exact words from the president himself. He says, moments ago, my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Kharg Island. Our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated that the world has ever known. But for reasons of decency, I've chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything
Aren't I a good guy?
to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. During my first term and currently, I rebuilt our military into the most lethal, powerful, and effective force by far anywhere in the world. Iran has no ability to defend anything we want to attack. There's nothing they can do about it. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, nor will it have the ability to threaten the United States of America, the Middle East, or for that matter, the world. So this was the announcement we received yesterday evening. And sure enough, reporting is that Kharg Island was hit, that it was the military infrastructure, that the oil infrastructure remains intact. Your reaction to these latest developments?
I think, frankly, we're further seeing him.
Okay, I just want to go back a second because, I just think it's laughable that Donald Trump wanted to claim that he would do anything based upon decency. That Donald Trump would ever, that the decency would ever be a calculation that Donald Trump would factor in to any of his decisions. Like for him to say, I didn't bomb certain areas because decency. Because I'm a great guy, actually. This guy.
Donald Trump
He's just being a
new
decent
criticism
guy.
for something he did on the campaign trail last night in South Carolina while defending his debunked claim that he saw thousands of Muslims celebrate the collapse of the Twin Towers here in New York. He appeared to mock a reporter with a disability. Take a look.
Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I said. This was 14 years ago. They didn't do a retraction.
That guy cares about decency, right? The guy who makes fun of people with disabilities, physical disabilities. Yeah, he's just a decent guy. He just wanted to spare Iran.
Military infrastructure, that the oil infrastructure remains intact. Your reaction to these latest developments?
I think, frankly, we're further seeing him, Trump losing control over this. Iran apparently seems to have even escalation control at this point because they struck at oil facilities, not military facilities, oil facilities in UAE in response to this. I think we have now a situation in which Trump actually is recognizing that the Iranians have this leverage over the Strait of Hormuz, over oil, and he doesn't really have what it takes to go all the way to attack these things because he is now finally recognizing that that would be absolutely suicidal. Even if he were to strike at the oil facilities at that island, it does not mean that the Iranians will open up the strait or that the Iranians will not be able to export their own oil. During the Iraq-Iran war, that island was struck constantly by the Iraqis. The Iranians found various workarounds. Obviously, it's very bad for them. I'm not trying to downplay it. But they have workarounds. They put those in place back then. I would suspect that they're even more sophisticated at this point compared to then, whereas they now have really the control over the Strait of Hormuz. They're the ones who decide which ships go in and which ships don't. And just to see as the evidence of that is that India is negotiating itself with Iran for free passage, and so is France and Italy. They didn't go to Trump to negotiate free passage. They went to Iran because it's the Iranians that are in control. And now for the first time in a very long time, the Iranians actually have leverage. They have significant leverage. When they didn't have leverage and in the negotiations they gave concessions, it didn't get them anything, it got them this war. Now they have leverage. I don't find it very likely that they will give it up without getting major concessions in return. And there's, of course, the risk that the Iranians will do the same mistake as the Trump administration did, which is to overplay their hands.
Let me get your reaction to this additional Truth Social that came from the president. Let me just pull this one fully up on the screen. Sorry. There we go. Many countries, especially those who are affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait, will be sending warships in conjunction with the United States of America to keep the strait open and safe. We've already destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability, but it's easy for them to send a drone or two, drop a mine, or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along or in this.
Wait, how do they do that with 100% of their military capabilities destroyed? I'm confused. I'm so confused by this statement. If 100% of their military capabilities are destroyed, how do they still have drones and mines and close-range missiles? Are those not part of the military capabilities, or are those somehow separate? And I'm just the idiot. I'm the idiot who doesn't understand.
Way, no matter how badly defeated they
Last
are.
time I checked.
Hopefully, China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. In the meantime, the U.S. will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water.
Why do people keep saying I'm muted? How far back are you?
One way or the other, we will soon get the Hormuz Strait open, safe, and free. So they're hoping that China will join this fight alongside of us to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
I mean, look, every sentence there contradicts the next. First declaring complete victory, saying that these countries will, and then later on saying, hopefully these countries will join in this effort. You're seeing the words of a man who actually has been defeated and who knows it. This is the desperation phase of this war at this point. The question, though, is it hasn't yet ended, and it can end in a much worse way than what we're already in. He's looking at increasingly bad escalatory options to give the pretense that he is in control, hoping that the sounds of more explosions in Iran will cover up the fact that he has absolutely no strategy.
Yeah, and just talk to us a little bit about why reopening the Strait has become clearly so central in Trump's mind. And I think it's also worth noting that all of these moves occurred after the markets closed on Friday, which I don't think is an accident.
Yeah, and even then, he actually didn't strike the oil facilities. If I'm sitting in Tehran right now, I will interpret that as Trump's aim at playing madman has come to an end, and that he is now being constrained by others. He probably wanted to go all the way. This is just speculation on my end. He wanted to go all the way, but there was such pushback inside the US government pointing out the tremendous negative effects this would have on the global economy, on oil markets, and on the US economy months before a midterm, that he had to pull it back and instead just did this pinpoint attacks against the military facilities, which then tells the Iranians Trump is not willing to escalate further. This further strengthens their sense, false or correctly, that they are more in control of the situation right now.
So you see this, you believe the...
Yeah. And this, I mean, from what I can tell, I mean, this means that Iran's going to continue to just try and drag this out. Continue to try and drag this out as much as they can and inflict as many consequences on the United States and Israel for having done this.
Iranians will perceive this, in spite of the bluster, as effectively being a sign of weakness. That he constrained his attacks to the military facilities, is only threatening the oil infrastructure, but is unwilling to go there himself because of the pain that he knows that will create in his own economy.
I believe that that is a likely interpretation on the Iranian side. I think there was an expectation on the Iranian side that he would attack the oil facilities on that island, that it potentially even tried to seize the island. The Iranians know that seizing the island actually is not that terribly difficult. Keeping it and making it anything of value is much more difficult, because the Iranians can then rain drones and missiles on that island, which is right off their coast. I mean, the time these drones would fly would be so short. And they have such more effective short-range missiles compared to their long-term missiles, long-distance missiles, which also have proven to be very effective. But they would at that point also destroy their own island and their own oil facilities, which would be a very high cost to the Iranians. So I think we've seen a point in which the U.S. kind of backed down from a very, very strong escalatory move, recognizing that this would be more or less suicidal. My colleague Amir Hanjani at the Quincy Institute believes that what we're seeing right now, and he's an economist, is the beginning of the COVID phase of the global economy, that it's going in that direction, which means that we will have a major economic contraction. COVID ended up costing in the first year -3% GDP contraction globally. And that this is now the early phases of that, unless this war is stopped. But stopping the war is no longer in the control of Trump. And this is part of the reason why you're seeing this increasingly desperate language. He knows very well that even if he stops attacking Iran, pulls out of the waters in the Indian Ocean, declares victory, points to things that he actually had achieved in this war in terms of degrading Iran's military, the Iranians will likely continue to close the straits and control who comes in and who doesn't, because they have that ability right now. This is not the same closure of the straits as it would have been 20 years ago, in which they would have just put mines in the waters and they would have no control whose ships would be exploded. Now they have full control. They can control whether a Chinese ship goes in or not, or whether an Italian one goes in. And they themselves have actually been exporting more oil during the war than they did prior to the war.
What did you think of the move on their part to say, we will let some ships through, but it's going to be denominated not in U.S. dollars, but in Chinese yuan?
I mean, they're doing everything they can to just squeeze Trump and the U.S. economy as much as possible. I don't know if that's going to be successful in terms of getting countries to switch over. But many of those countries are going to be quite desperate. I mean, India only has oil reserves for 25 days. The impact on Asian markets right now has already been devastating. Already last weekend, they started to cut down on the number of days schools are open, offices are open, because they don't have the fuel for all of these different things. The U.S. is a little bit further removed, has a much stronger reserve, but all of those things that is happening in the global economy, just as it was with COVID, will come back to haunt the U.S. economy as well sooner or later.
Let me ask you about this reporting from the Wall Street Journal, which indicates that this is Ali Abumna, who's a great reporter and journalist, and he's saying U.S. military leaking. They warned Trump that Iran would close Hormuz, but he ignored them, thinking Iran would collapse and he'd get swift, decisive victory. And here's one of the quotes from here. General Dan Kane, chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, told Trump an American attack could prompt Iran to close the Strait of Hormuz. Kane said in several briefings that U.S. officials had long believed Iran would deploy mines, drones, and missiles to close the world's most vital shipping lane. Trump acknowledged the risk, these people said, but moved forward anyway. He told his team that Tehran would likely capitulate before closing the strait, and even if Iran tried, the U.S. military could handle it. So I think a few things that were noteworthy to me. I mean, first of all, just the fact that these leaks are coming out now of people in the administration, likely in the military brass, are trying to say, listen, we tried to tell this guy that this was a bad idea, which shows you as an indication that on the inside, they also think that this is, a catastrophe on their hands at this point. And then obviously the details here that Trump, rather than listening to military experts, was sort of high on his own supply, coming off what he perceives as this magnificent victory in Venezuela, and thought, the Iranians, they'll capitulate. They're just going to threaten this. It's an empty threat, and they'll break before we ever get to this point.
And yet they have not broken. And we're now entering week 3 of Operation Epstein Fury. This is what setting up diplomacy aside looks like. Yes, that is what it looks like. Somehow I'm unfamiliar with your handle, Albie Take Two, but you're also somehow a galactic member. It's very strange. Must have gotten that gifted or something. All right, we're 4.5 hours into the stream. Which is when we would usually take a break. Maybe we should take a break. Do we take a break? I'm fine without it. So... I feel like I might just skip it so we can get through more of this stuff here tonight. However, just a reminder to everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the bell icon too and the like button as well. It really helps us out. While you're helping us out here at the Galactic News Network, do consider contributing in one of the many ways that we have available to you. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, if you'd prefer to send gifts directly to my door down on Earth, or at least help contributing in doing something like that. Good place for that is Throne. And, of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon. It's weird not doing breaks lately. We'll be going back to those soon, I'm sure. But the thing is with these streams right now, everything keeps developing as I'm sitting here. Like, more stuff keeps happening. And then I just, like, I'm never, if we take breaks, and I'm never going to get through it all. So, let's move on from breaking points to BBC News once again. Talk about the deployment of thousands more U.S. troops to the Middle East.
Still not been seen. In Washington, the Secretary of Defense said the US and Israel had now hit 15,000 targets around Iran, that its military had been decimated.
Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded.
How are we 3 minutes into this already? Did I start this? What the hell? How did this happen? What was I about to say? There was something I was going to say just now, and I cannot remember for the life of me. Oh, it was that. Pete Hegseth calling Iranians rats. Is this sort of dehumanizing, like, racist language of an unhinged bigot. This man is supposed to represent the United States of America, and the fucking department of what was the department formerly known as the Department of Defense. Like, and it's disgusting that he would speak about people in that way. I don't care if you're fighting a war with them or not. It's a borderline genocidal language.
And likely disfigured.
But state-run TV showed Iran's president Masoud Pezeshkian out on the streets today, even looking relaxed. And another very powerful figure in the regime who had a message for Donald Trump.
The problem with Trump is that he's not intelligent enough to understand that Iranians are a mature and strong and determined nation. The more pressure he exerts, the stronger our nation's willpower will become.
This is the Al-Quds rally held every year to oppose Israel. Suddenly, on the left of this image, an explosion nearby. Another airstrike took place as state-run TV was interviewing Iran's hardline head of the judiciary. People are not afraid of these attacks, he says. We will not back down in any way. But many Iranians are very afraid as the human cost of this war and the humanitarian consequences grow. This was footage released by the Iranian Red Crescent today.
It's a residential neighborhood with a narrow alley. Rescuers are working to find anyone still alive as quickly as possible.
The Red Crescent says nearly 20,000 homes have now been damaged, along with businesses, schools, and 16 of its own facilities. Iranians are continuing to flee. More than 3 million of them have left their homes so far, according to the UN. At Turkey's border with Iran, one man said bombs were raining down on his homeland. Near the central city of Isfahan, one glimpse into the intensity of the bombardment. The man filming is clearly happy to see regime targets hit. Duck down, someone says, as airstrike follows airstrike. And Donald Trump says Iran will continue to be hit very hard. Caroline Hawley, BBC News.
Well, overnight, British Typhoon jets flew air defence operations over Bahrain for the first time, and multiple drones were also shot down by a British counter-drone unit in the region. The Gulf has borne the brunt of attacks from Iran. RAF Typhoon and F-35 jets are now flying defensive sorties over many of the Gulf states to protect British interests and people. In Oman, state media said 2 people died after security forces intercepted a drone near an industrial area. And in the United Arab Emirates, a building in Dubai was damaged in the financial district after debris hit a building after a drone was shot down. And tonight, police in the capital, Abu Dhabi, said 45 people have been arrested for filming and spreading misinformation.
Filming. 45 people going to jail in Abu Dhabi for filming. Dude, oppression is at like peak fury right now on the fucking planet. It's wild. We need to band together. All of us humans. End the oppression on our own terms. It's gotten out of hand. No filming.
Right away. On the attacks. Well, the impact of the war on oil supplies has seen petrol prices in the UK hit their highest.
Like, if it wasn't one of our allies doing it, right? If it wasn't one of the Gulf countries that are allied with the West, it was like Russia or Iran putting people in jail for filming, the press would be like all over that shit. Like, just like going on. We'd be having like story after story about it. Nope. Sorry. It was in Abu Dhabi. What was that? Qatar? I'm trying to remember. No, UAE.
Level for 18 months, and diesel is at its highest since November 2023, according to the motoring organisation, the RAC. Today, the Chancellor met representatives from the Petrol Retailers Association who accused the government of using inflammatory language about profiteering from the crisis. They said petrol retailers were keeping prices competitive and, in some cases, even losing money. Here's our economics editor, Faisal Islam.
The effective closure of the Straits of Hormuz in recent days has been unprecedented. The Iran conflict playing out in Gulf waters, sending a wave of inflation across the world. Including today, up Downing Street, with petrol bosses summoned to number 11 after the Energy Secretary Ed Miliband told the BBC action would be taken against price gouging and rip-offs.
We're doing all we can to provide fuel at competitive prices for our customers.
Are you taking advantage of people, though?
No, we're not.
His Petrol Retailers Association had threatened to boycott the meeting after saying ministerial language had led to abusive staff at the pumps. The Chancellor told bosses they had to keep prices down. Here's what's actually happened to petrol prices. In under 2 weeks of this conflict, they are up about 8 pence per litre to an 18-month high. And diesel, well, that's up even more, nearly 17p per litre in that 2-week period. And that, in turn, is driven by these trends in the crude oil price, which has been up and then volatile hour by hour, but settling around $100 a barrel, higher than it was before the conflict. And that's despite the emergency release of hundreds of millions of barrels of stockpiled oil around there.
Yep, like I said, that release did effectively nothing. Aside from to waste the stockpiles of the IEA and G7 countries. All right, France 24 next.
Since the beginning of the war, the Trump administration is claiming huge success in Iran, saying a victory is on the cards.
They've been decimated. Their country's in bad shape. The whole thing is collapsing. I would say this, I won't give you time, but we're way ahead of schedule.
The US president is threatening to hit critical oil infrastructure on Iran's Kharg island next, unless they allow traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. The Islamic Republic, while severely weakened, is still able to carry out attacks targeting US military facilities in the region and Israel. And while the White House says it's on track to win the war, the US is sending roughly 2,500 Marines and an amphibious assault ship, the USS Tripoli, to the Middle East, according to an official. The Marine Expeditionary Unit will be able to conduct ground operations if ordered, but the official declined to comment on that possibility. The warship, which was located in the Philippine Sea earlier this week, will reportedly join the Gerald R. Ford and Abraham Lincoln ships. For a president who campaigned to put America first, these latest military movements could cause political problems for Trump in the US, where the higher prices of oil are already being felt.
Overall, I'm probably, fairly concerned about just like energy crises in general. I think fuel prices also affect just the cost of goods because it costs more to get things shipped.
All of those things. All of those things, sir. Indeed. Okay, let's go
Escalating in the growing war with Iran.
to Zateo.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon from Washington, D.C., where I am.
Oh,
we
Jesus,
are
that's loud.
here for another Zateo Live Town Hall. This time it's a big one because it's a big topic. We're talking about the ongoing war in Iran and in Lebanon, the US-Israeli war on those countries. Who better to break it down with than this panel? This is not the kind of panel you get on shitty cable news. This is a Zateo panel. It's Jeremy Scahill, founder of Dropsite News, investigative journalist, author, Rula Jibril, author, foreign policy analyst, Palestinian-Italian journalist, and of course Vali Nasser, who was on my show recently, scholar, academic, author of the Shia Revival, former advisor to the US State Department, Iranian American. Thank you all for joining me. We've got hundreds of people joining the chat as we speak. If you do have questions, stick them in the Zoom chat. I will try and get to them. Obviously, there are hundreds of you. I won't be able to get.
Yeah, seriously, like I feel like we all, to some degree, like have so much. What do you call it? Like so much damage, like mentally from paying high prices that the idea of higher prices just sort of like I feel like many of our eyes just glaze over, like higher prices. Like, you just try and block it out. Like we're all so scarred from the inflation we've already dealt with. We're like, what higher prices? We just go to another place. But that's a real thing that could happen. It could get very bad very quickly. Get very COVID-like, like people were saying. This could be honestly a huge problem. Could be a huge problem for all of us. Maybe we'll get another one of those stimulus checks, huh? I don't know how we'll afford it while we're spending $1 billion a day.
The questions, but I'll try my best. I get the prerogative of asking first, our experts today. Jeremy, I'm going to kick off with you because I've been seeing a lot of excellent work you've been doing at Dropsite News. I've seen some of the interviews you've been doing. One thing we don't hear on American or British mainstream media are the voices of our opponents, our adversaries. We don't want to hear from them. They're seen as just irredeemably evil and not worth talking to. You've actually been speaking to people in the Iranian government. I saw your interview with the Deputy Foreign Minister. You've got a piece out this week talking to sources in the Iranian government. So let's just start from an Iranian perspective. What does the Iranian government think is going on right now? What is their strategy, if they have one right now, in terms of defending themselves against two of the strongest countries in the world?
Well, they definitely have a strategy. And in fact, you know, as Donald Trump and his administration are sort of fumbling to come up with a retroactive rationale and justification for launching this war, we had been hearing from sources really over the course of the period between last June, when Israel and the United States launched what they called the 12-day war against Iran, and right up to the eve of the February 28th assassination strike on Ayatollah Khamenei that kicked off this US-Israeli war, that the Iranians were not going to operate in the same way that they have at other times when the US and Israel have attacked them. In the past, as you well know, Mehdi, you've talked about this, the Iranians have choreographed their response to Israeli and American airstrikes through back channels. And they did that because they didn't want to risk a wider war or a regional war. And so typically what would happen is that the Iranians, through intermediaries, would speak to the United States and say, you know, here's the places that we're going to target. And then that ensured that there weren't going to be, for instance, large numbers of American soldiers being killed or civilians being killed. This time, though, they said that they knew if another war was launched, that it was going to be an attempt to decapitate the leadership of the government, and it was going to be an existential war. And so the Iranians created or implemented what they called the Mosaic defense. They understood that probably the supreme leader and senior figures within the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps were going to be assassinated in the opening moments of this war. So they delegated command authority further down the chain, and they gave pre-authorization to hit swiftly a bank of targets in both the Persian Gulf and in Israel. And that's why you saw a very, very quick response where the Iranians rained missiles down on Israel and also began a series of attacks against U.S. military installations throughout the Persian Gulf. What I understand from sources, though, Mehdi, is after that first 72-hour period or so, as the Iranian state institutions and leadership began to sort of delegate authority to new leaders and people stepped in the command authority, there started to be a more central strategizing that took place. And for what the last thing I'll say is that the Iranians that I'm talking to right now see the position as this. They understand it's an asymmetric war. They understand that the United States is an overwhelmingly stronger military power. They don't see themselves as having to defeat the United States militarily. What they want to do is inflict enough pain, cause enough problems, economically for the United States, but also regionally for the United States among its allies, including all these Gulf countries that cut business deals with Trump, that Jared Kushner's businesses are all wrapped up in. And that their view is they're not going to sign a ceasefire on what they call Trump's terms. So as he looks for an off-ramp right now, it seems, the Iranians are saying, our conditions are not the same as yours, and you don't decide when this war ends. Wars of attrition benefit the less powerful side, and even though the Iranians are taking a massive, massive pounding right now, 1,300 plus civilians killed, certainly conventional military assets wiped out, they believe that they have Trump painting himself into a corner. Time will tell if that's true.
Yeah. Jeremy's estimation of this situation is certainly disturbing, but I don't think it's inaccurate. This war of attrition is absolutely lending itself to Iran. The United States is spending way more money than they are right now, even as a percentage of GDP. We are just flying through money. It's just boatloads of just boats made of money. And the thought of this not ending on the terms of Trump, considering how we know who we know Donald Trump to be, it really gives me pause and concern. It's like, oh, it's not going to be on Trump's terms. That's probably bad. I mean, really, when you're dealing with a petulant child, how long is the tantrum going to last when they don't get what you want? And when you're dealing with a child who's actually an adult baby with dementia.
You're a little baby. You're a little baby.
Spoke before the war kicked out. You came into the studio. We talked about what it might look like. Let me ask you this about Mujtaba Khamenei, the new.
Like usually with actual children, the tantrum doesn't last that long, and they don't have access to nuclear weapons. They're not actually the president of the United States, nor like any number of other factors going on here.
Supreme leader, son of Ayatollah Khamenei. The regime change was so successful that we replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Ayatollah Khamenei. But let me ask you this, what is his goal right now? We're told that obviously he's someone who's lost his wife, his parents, multiple members of his family, he's injured. Obviously, he's, whether he's a hardliner or harder than his father, all these phrases we hear in the media, clearly he's not someone who probably wants to roll over right now for the United States government. What do you think someone like Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei is defining as victory for the Islamic Republic? Obviously, Jeremy mentioned re-establishing strategic deterrent, making sure that they don't get attacked again if/when this war is over. What do you think the Iranians right now are defining victory as?
I think, first of all, I don't think his ascent to the position of supreme leader will change Iran's strategy. The strategy that they're following was decided on before as a consensus of the leadership and the IRGC. And as Jeremy said, it is being implemented very successfully. They're very happy with the way they're implementing it. He's not coming in to change anything. His imprint on Iran will actually show itself after the war. And I think his selection was largely a signal to the outside that Iran remains defiant, that it's going to pursue resistance. But also they chose somebody to lead, not to be led. They chose somebody who is already well integrated into this strategy and therefore actually strengthens this mosaic defense. And also I would call it mosaic government, because Iran is also running the entire government on this decentralized manner. And I have to say, the killings that Israel and the United States have done essentially has brought to the fore the second generation of the revolution per force. In other words, even Mujtaba really belongs to the second generation of the revolution. And then all the commanders that are in charge of IRGC are the second generation. These are not veterans of the Iran-Iraq war. These are veterans of Syria and Iraq. They have sharpened their teeth fighting against the United States in an attrition war. They are their understanding of a strategy is exactly as Jeremy put it, that you confront a much more superior force but through asymmetric warfare. And they, from the very beginning, have been very closely tied to Mujtaba. Mujtaba basically was very instrumental in shaping IRGC in the past 30 years. Every promotion, every commander that went up the chain essentially went through channels that he created in IRGC. So I see the regime tightening much more as a result.
Vali, just a quick follow-up on that. You mentioned the second generation. I've seen a lot of people making this point that,
As a result of the change in leadership from one Khomeini to the next, you have a tighter, more hardline regime than you had before. 2 weeks ago.
The younger guard rather than the older guard are more likely to be, up for a fight, less likely to negotiate. The older folks have been around for a while, have been looking for a way to kind of get some kind of detente with America. There was the JCPOA, etc. I just wonder if this Iranian government survives, are they going to think, you know what, now we need to build those nukes we didn't actually build? I've seen a lot of people saying one of the worst decisions Ayatollah Khamenei probably made, the late Ayatollah Khamenei, was a fatwa saying no nukes, because Kim Jong-un is sitting pretty right now.
Well, first of all, his fatwa is now vacated. Shias don't follow dead Ayatollahs. So the fatwa is no longer binding.
Exactly.
And also this group that is coming up after the 12-day war started indirectly criticizing him for a failed nuclear policy. Nuclear doctrine, that Iran should have gone for the bomb back in 2003, for better or for worse. And this policy that Khamenei followed of having an open nuclear program and trying to convince the world that Iran doesn't mean to build a bomb actually has backfired. It has brought both war and sanctions on Iran. And this is also untenable. And unless the world is willing to give Iran something really big for it to not build the bomb, I think that's where Iran will head.
Rula, let me bring you in and broaden the...
I'm sure that's something that our government considered, right? Like, they're not so stupid and devoid of understanding of cultural context outside of their own little bubble. There's no way the United States government didn't know that if they killed the former Ayatollah, that would vacate any of his fatwas and edicts. And therefore, make null and void that particular edict preventing people from doing their own nuclear bombs? Or were they too busy smelling their own shit regarding nukes, which, as we've talked about, was complete horseshit? Like, Iran didn't have a nuclear weapons program. They had a nuclear program, but there's a difference. The nuclear program was for energy, not for bombs. And the Ayatollah had specifically, like said, don't make bombs. Don't make nuclear weapons. But now that's all over. And I guess we're starting from scratch. It's great.
The conversation a bit. Unfortunately, for the young folks watching, all four of us are old enough to remember the Iraq War, 2003. 23 years ago, a catastrophic illegal invasion. Where does Iran in this current conflict, obviously we're only a couple of weeks in, and it's very hard to kind of do predictions in the Middle East especially, but where do you think, as someone who's covered Iraq and covered Syria and covered some of these horrific wars in the Middle East, this isn't the first of the 21st century, where do you think this will rank in terms of impact, in terms of consequence?
I think this will make the Iraq war look like a walk in the park. I mean, Iran is 5 times the size of Iraq. It's like the population, 92 million people compared to Iraq. I mean, I remember the invasion of Iraq. I was there. The first time we had any serious retaliation, it was 5 months within the war. Here, it's immediately. But I think it's very important to mention something that just tied to what Vali said. In the negotiation with North Korea about the nuclear weapon, every time they would talk to Kim Jong-un about giving up his weapon, he was mentioning Libya. The case of Libya. I mean, I think the whole strategy of Netanyahu and Trump that this somehow will curtail or prevent the region from having nukes. I think everybody in the region will think, if we want to stop these two bullies with nukes, who are armed with nukes, we have to access nukes immediately because nobody is safe. I mean, if you watch the Israeli television every night like I do, and you speak Hebrew and understand Hebrew, for the first time, they are literally bragging about trying to dominate the region militarily, submit a region of 400 million people. We didn't have that with the Iraq war. I mean, I don't remember during the Iraq war, those kind of rhetoric and conversation. I mean, in the Iraq war, you have yes, you have an incompetent people in the White House, but the yes, Netanyahu lobbied for this war, but this war is driven by the greater Israel agenda, by these people who blatantly and openly in Israel, on television, on air, talk about annexing Lebanon, annexing the West Bank, but also they are talking about they want an Iran to be not only a war against the regime, a decapitation of the regime, they want in the implosion of the Iranian state. They have no problem to bomb hospitals, schools, they have no problem, bomb.
Yeah. All the war crimes. I mean, all the war crimes from like Gaza, I feel like, are being like repeated right now in this conflict. We're seeing so many civilians and civilian and other, like, what everyone call it, like, forbidden targets being targeted. All right, I'll be right back.
Even oil facilities, zero problem. And they want that because in their brain, this is one step further for them dominating the region. And I mean, we have two former prime minister and actual prime minister in Israel who are competing for the next election, Naftali Bennett and Netanyahu, who openly talk about the next war. And they're saying Turkey is the new threat. Turkey is the new Iran. I mean, they want forever wars. I don't think we had this with the Iraq war. Somehow, yes, we saw some kind of, some people who are delusional to think that they can dominate through Iraq, the region. But in this case, the genocidal plan that they carried in Gaza, they really want to implement that genocidal plan in Iran.
Well, you could argue that the failure of Iraq, the catastrophe in Iraq, is what prevented Bush and Cheney from moving on to Iran. In this case, as you say, they're insatiable. They're already talking about the next war while the first one's not yet won. I just want to remind people there's about 300 of you watching live. If you've got questions, stick them in the Q&A in your Zoom screen. I'll try and get to them shortly. Jeremy, Rula mentioned Iraq being a walk in the park compared to Iran if we carry on down this path. There's been talk of ground troops. The Israelis haven't ruled out ground troops. The Americans haven't ruled out ground troops. In fact, Caroline Levitt insanely suggested Donald Trump is keeping the draft on the table when she went on Maria Bartiromo's Fox show on Sunday. A ground invasion of Iran, is that something that you think is possible, and what might that look like?
I mean, this would be the mother of all fool's errands if the United States elected to send ground troops in. I mean, look at the reality. This is not Syria. It's not Libya, and it's certainly not Saddam Hussein's Iraq. This is really the first modern nation that the United States has gone to war against in terms of its capacity and its state institutions since World War II or Korea. And what we would see if the United States did try to launch an invasion is they put together a ragtag bunch of thousands of Kurds. That seems to be the plan that they've been putting on the table. There is no organized armed Iranian outside militia to speak of. They presumably would be assuming they would get mass defections, and I think they are dramatically underestimating what the IRGC is and also the fabric of Iranian society. See, when you start to believe your own delusions, when you start to imply that every single Iranian is a prisoner to a dictatorship of a mullah, the rhetoric that these guys use at the Pentagon and at the White House on down, and you start to believe, get high on your own supply, then you start to say, oh, well, if we come in with ground troops and Netanyahu's telling us that the people are going to rise up, you end up on a utter catastrophe where it's not just a quagmire, but you're going to have masses of American soldiers coming home in body bags. I followed the reporting on Zateo on this. I know it's a real discussion that's happening in this administration right now. And I just want to be clear, if the United States does contemplate putting ground troops in, I think it's going to be an utter bloodbath. And I think that there's a reason why Abbas Araghchi, who is a PhD, British educated man, who is the foreign minister of Iran, when he was asked on NBC about the possibility of ground troops, he said, we're looking forward to it. I don't think this was just him dunking on that host. I think that there is a sense in Iran among the IRGC, but also among the political echelons and broad parts of the population, that if this is going to be an existential war, then fight fair. Don't launch your missiles from, from ships. Don't come in with your bigger bombers. Send in your troops. Send in your crusaders, and let's have this war. I think it's real. I think it's real.
Mahdi, can I add something?
Yes.
At the height of the Iraq war, they had 100 attacks in Baghdad a day, hundreds. They actually had to ask the Iranians for help at a certain point because they were so desperate, the Americans. The only way that the level of violence was reduced in Iraq, it's because they actually offered a political solution. It was the Sahwa, the awakening, that political plan. The Iraq war somehow ended, or like they tried to shift into reducing simply because they had to consult with the Iranians and have to have an agreement with the Sunni and the Shia. But also it was led by diplomats. It was not led by generals.
Also, Rula, they justify this war by saying that Iranians killed lots of American troops in Iraq with IEDs, which if you think about the logic of that, you killed our troops in Iraq, so we're going to let you kill them in Iran. Kind of makes no sense. Vali, let me bring you back in because Jeremy mentioned the idea of the Israelis telling the Americans that people are going to rise up. There was a bizarre...
Yeah, also, I would also like to point out that it's a little weird that nobody's been talking about that, right? Like just follow me here. And I'm not saying it's weird just on its face that nobody's talking about the troops that died in Iraq as a result of Iranian involvement. No, it's weird to me that we're using this that anybody would even consider using this as justification when nobody's been talking about it. Because, like, you follow me here. If it justifies a full-on invasion, why hasn't there been more Why has there not been more going? Like, do you get? Is everybody following me here right now? Like, if it's such a, if the United States government was so outraged over what Iran did in Iraq 20 years ago, why now? Why now? Why is this? Why was this so imminent? Like, and so pressing now and not before? You see, does everybody follow me here? Because it just doesn't make any sense that it was like, oh, we had to wait until they least expected us. Doesn't make any sense.
Our moment on CNN this week where Jake Tapper asked a former Israeli intelligence asset, what are your Iranian friends telling you? And she said, they're ready to rise up. Bizarre moment, speaks volumes about our mainstream media. But NIAC did a poll, the National Iranian American Council did a poll of Iranian Americans, if you're of Iranian descent living in the US, of course. And it showed that there is a, surprise, the community is not a monolith. People are split on whether they support US military intervention in Iran or whether they oppose it. And we know many Iranians in diaspora do support it and many oppose. What about on the ground in Iran? Dick Cheney famously said on Meet the Press, we will be greeted as liberators, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, right.
And they were not in Iraq, obviously. What happens in Iran? And Iftikhar Sharaf, one of our subscribers, I'm going to start getting some of our questions. Lots in the chat. Iftikhar asks, what percentage of the Iranian population actually fully support the present Iranian government? Mainstream media here in the UK seems to suggest only 20%. Do we know?
Well, I mean, first of all, just to add to one other layer to what was said, geography also matters here. I mean, Iran is not a flat country. Its capital city is about
before
2,000.
I would like to point something out. Before we get too far here, what is the current popularity rating of Congress in the United States? Right? Because I think it's important to do some comparative analysis here. Because even if that number which Mehdi just quoted is true, a 20% approval of the government, the United States government does not have higher approval rating. Congress has like a 19% approval rating. Like literally lower than the figure Mehdi just quoted. Like it's historically low in the United States. So that's also not justification. Right? Like, you see what you guys, everybody following along? I feel like it makes perfect sense. Like, why? Why is that justification? America is no more popular, or Congress is no more popular with America than the Ayatollah is with Iran in this hypothetical.
And 2 mountain ranges away from the closest port. You know, the number of American troops that are required to sustain logistical lines until you get to Tehran, let alone control a city of 10 million, is probably 2 to 3 times the number of soldiers that they put in Iraq. And therefore, I actually don't take this seriously. I think it's bombast that Iranians also read through it. I mean, Pete Hegseth may say these things, but I think serious military people would think twice about putting that on the table. You know,
unfortunately, Valley, the US is not led by a serious man, but please do continue.
Well, you know, the 20% number comes from the dedicated polling of presidential parliamentary elections.
Yeah, and even if you have only 20% of people on your side, that's what? I mean, in a country of 90 million, that's 18 million, right? Am I doing the math right? It's like 18 million people. You're gonna go in and you're gonna fight 18 million people?
There is that segment of the Iranian population which is very attached to the Islamic Republic for varieties of reasons. So that's the diehard, if you would, the base. Even if the majority of Iranians, even if we concede that the majority of Iranians totally dislike this regime, they rose up in rebellion in January in order to throw the yoke off. In the middle of the war, they're not going to rise up for the reason that there's no organization to rise up. And also because Israel and the United States, when they killed Ayatollah Khamenei that first night, you could say they went after the regime. But since then, they have gone after Iran. Yes. The Iranian, it's not the regime that is under threat for most Iranians. It is Iran that's under threat. When you bomb infrastructure of the country, when you bomb 17th century cultural heritage of the country in Isfahan, in Tehran. And when you openly say that we're going to arm separatists, and the president says, I don't think Iran's borders will remain the same at the end of this war, I think even if there was a unified anti-regime coalition in Iran of people, that breaks between people who are anti-regime versus those who are anti-war, versus those who think that the protection of the country should come first. And so Iranians are divided. And inside Iran, I think the preoccupation is with survival. People who are facing survival, who are worried about their own future and the future of the country, are not at that point in time ready to go to the streets and create a regime change from inside. So I think President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu assume that the Iranian people are the Achilles heel of the regime. They can be instrumentalized and weaponized during the war, as was also somewhat the case in January. But I think the way they've conducted this war has taken that off the table.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of buyer's remorse from some folks in the diaspora saying, well, I didn't expect them to hit oil depots. This is not right. A bit late now.
Yeah. And one point I want to make about the diaspora, because people are constantly talking about it. It always comes up when the United States is considering doing or is in the middle of doing regime change. But I honestly, I get sick of hearing about the diaspora. You know, like if you no longer live in that country, like to some degree, like you no longer have the same say, the same ties that the people in the country have, because you're no longer within its borders, right? You're an expatriate for whatever reason. It could be a whole number of reasons, and it could be, for reasons that are bad, and that I would, generally be, like, what's the word? Like, sympathetic to. But I guess when we talk about things like regime change and the internal politics of a country, and we get to, like, talking about whether or not the feelings of those in the diaspora are somehow evidence of or reason for the need to do a regime change or to do a war or whatever else. Like, it really, to me, I think it has to hit like a certain level, right? Like, and like we're nowhere near that, in my opinion. Like, I mean, maybe closer than other places, perhaps. But, like, in my opinion, you just can't justify it. You just can't justify it based upon that shit. Like, you would no more say that Americans living in the United States are a part of the British diaspora, right? Then like that's where I treat it. And unless like you literally just got genocided or like ethnically cleansed out of the country, like unless there's some like mass, like, and even then, like I don't know, like I do struggle with like when we justify wars. When, like, because I'm generally anti-war. Although I do feel that genocide is probably one of the things that kind of, maybe a fair reason to do something like that, if there is ever one. But, like, with this one, it's like, there isn't a genocide going on. And like, you wouldn't accept this same framing in other circumstances, right? Like, you wouldn't accept, like, you shouldn't accept Cuban Americans making decisions for what's happening internally in Cuba, or in Venezuela, or in Nigeria, or Somalia, or in France, or Spain, or Germany. Like, it just, like, you can have an opinion. Like, I'm not against people having opinions and having criticisms of the governments that they left. But, like, Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like we have to find a way to make these distinctions. And it's whatever.
Jeremy, Jamal Shah asks in the Q&A, in the West, we're not being shown that much war damage in Israel. How much damage has Iran actually inflicted?
Yeah, I mean, in fact, I was just talking to a colleague in a bomb shelter earlier in the evening in Tel Aviv. We were texting, and there's been these rumors tonight that there's going to be a much more intense barrage of missiles and attack by Hezbollah. And I think Hezbollah really has been the wild card for the Israelis right now because the Israeli society had been told that Hezbollah had been almost entirely decimated. And Hezbollah also geographically holds the high ground in many locations. So this presents a different kind of a problem. But the censorship is widespread. And many Israelis are even saying, why is it, or Israeli journalists are saying, why can't we report things that we're reading on prominent Israeli Telegram channels that are clearly getting leaks from the Israeli government? Journalists are prohibited from filming large portions of what's happening inside of Israel. The extent of the damage that the Iranians have done to military infrastructure has been entirely suppressed. And in a way, Mehdi, that's
what's incredible about that is while places like the UAE and Israel, our allies, and Israel being the supposed only democracy in the Middle East, while they suppress speech and journalism in their countries amidst this conflict, Iran has allowed CNN into the country. I mean, it's hilarious. Israel won't allow CNN into fucking Palestine, but CNN's allowed into Iran. Oh, it's just a fascinating dichotomy of great hypocrisy.
Also true. In fact, not just in a way, it's true throughout the Persian Gulf. These Gulf countries are now going after people. In Bahrain, there's talk of giving the death penalty to people who are filming unauthorized aftermath of some of these strikes or at sensitive areas. There's been arrests throughout Persian Gulf countries of people for filming or in some cases celebrating, attacks.
Right,
and so
DJ,
I don't
right
think
away.
that there is an accurate picture being given to the public of the extent to which the Iranians have done serious damage. In Jordan itself, which is not in the Gulf, but in Jordan, the Iranians managed to totally destroy and incapacitate an advanced radar system that is one of the arteries of the entire early warning system that the U.S. has in the Middle East. They destroyed another one of those in one of the Gulf countries. They've hit multiple bases. The number of troops, U.S. troops that have been wounded is far higher than anything the public has been informed of now. On March 2nd, Mehdi, just a few days after this began, we were hearing via witnesses in Kuwait that civilian hospitals in Kuwait were treating dozens of wounded American soldiers. I asked CENTCOM about this report. They refused to get back to me. Just tonight, Jennifer Jacobs of CBS News reports that the number of American troops who were wounded in that initial drone strike in Kuwait was much higher. They were then medevaced from Kuwait to Germany and elsewhere. The lies that are being told, the lack of transparency, is a disservice also to the American public because we're not being told just how much damage Iran has managed to do. Because we're just being told, oh my God, look at this cool video of us blowing up ships. Oh my God, this is the greatest bombing anyone's ever done.
Well, I would add to that you have a double whammy with this administration. On the one hand, they lie about everything. On the other hand, Donald Trump's a sociopath who doesn't actually care about Americans being killed. He's made that very clear. His response is very blasé. He turned up to coffins returning with a baseball cap from his merch store. So I think there's not going to be much sympathy there. Rula, let me bring you back in and bring some questions in from the audience. So an anonymous attendee asks, what is the likelihood of the Gulf countries, of GCC states, entering the war, fighting Iran directly, which is something Lindsey Graham has been calling for, of course. And I'll just add to that, OzHack asks, Rula, can it be prevented from escalating further globally? For example, will Saudi Arabia force Pakistan to enter?
Well, to Lindsey Graham, I mean, I think we're wasting our time even talking about this guy. I have no idea what is he compromised by Israel, whether he's really an insane warmonger that believe in all the. I mean, he talked about a religious war.
Yes.
I don't.
Yeah.
That's in the Bible.
By the way, I just noticed that we've blown through 1,600 subs on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
pretty incredible. In the last few months, we've made huge strides up over 40. I think we're close to up 45% in less than 3 months. It'll be 3 months in a few days since we got back on YouTube after losing the channel for the better part of the end of last year. It's crazy. It's wild. I'm sort of blown away. Went from 1,100 to 1,600, and now we're already well above it.
If he connects his tongue to his brain, I mean, we're in the middle of the Ramadan. You're telling 2 billion people around the world it's a religious war, and then you brag about going back and forth to Israel, serving the Israel interest, more than.
Oh wait, sorry. I was gonna skip ahead a little bit just because time is finite.
The extraordinary danger that puts on our armed forces. Presumably, if America recognizes no law, Iran is under no obligation to do so either.
Hold on, I'm going to go back slightly.
Listen to the rationale.
Hold on.
Are not going to accept a ceasefire on Trump's terms, and they have sent a very serious message to those Gulf countries on how easy it is actually for Iran to knock down all those American toys and start hitting them very, very hard.
Jeremy, just to follow up, Ruler, just one second, I'll come back to you. Jeremy, just to follow up on that, there's reports today that the Iranians are saying they will hit corporate interests of the United States that they believe are allied to the US war machine, Palantir, Google, etc. Interesting question from, where did it go? Judith Phillips saying, I've heard Hegseth repeatedly scoff at the very notion of rules of engagement. He called them stupid. Can you talk about the extraordinary danger that puts on our armed forces? Presumably, if America recognizes no law, Iran is under no obligation to do so either. Jeremy?
Well, listen to the rationalization from the Iranians for bombing some of the hotels that they've hit in Bahrain and elsewhere. Iranian officials have told me, and they've also said this to an extent publicly, that they had intelligence that there were Mossad operatives in some of these hotels. And of course, Mossad did evacuate some of its personnel. It seems pretty clear the Iranians had good intelligence, that the Americans had evacuated their military personnel from bases and put them in hotels. The Iranians seem to have good intelligence, so they hit those hotels. And they say, well, those cease to be a civilian institution because the United States put combatants in them. Where have we heard that logic before? Yes. So this answers the question from your viewer and your reader there, Mehdi, which is that the Iranians are turning this around and they're saying, for 2.5 years of your genocide against the Palestinians, you have used this idea that it's okay, it's acceptable to bomb a church, a mosque, a clinic, a hospital because human shields. And so the Iranians are saying, you're putting your soldiers in a hotel in Manama, Bahrain. We can hit that hotel. The Mossad is operating in civilian business buildings undercover. We know that they're there. We can hit that. So that answers the question there. The US has set the rules of engagement and Israel has set the rules of engagement, and they get outraged and start talking about international law in Israel when it's Iran that is doing the same tactics.
Yes.
And even though they don't care about international law and their head of state is under an indictment and an arrest warrant.
Yeah, that's a funny thing that Trump was.
I mean, it's hilarious. Multiple Israeli leaders, including Benjamin Netanyahu, are wanted at the International Criminal Court for war crimes, while the leader of a foreign country is sitting in a jail in Manhattan, hanging out with Luigi, I guess. Like, literally sitting in a U.S. jail in New York. Full stop. I mean, I don't even know what else to say about that. Literally, we are holding the leader of a foreign country in a jail that we seized. Unlawful, incredibly unlawful move. And they want, for us, any of us to bring up international law is just laughable. Donald Trump is threatening nation states left and right, including our own allies, with seizing their territory. It's insane.
Convinced to enter the war by an indicted war criminal. and Jared Kushner and Witkoff, who understand nothing about international diplomacy or international law. I mean, I hope the Iranians will join the ICC, the ICJ, the Rome Statute, and actually will start pursuing legally what happened to them. This war is illegal. This war is criminal. This war, they don't have even the authorization from Congress. I mean, one of the things that the region is now awakening to the fact that this is not about security, was never about security, was never about nuclear weapons, and was always about Israel hegemony in the same region, because they listen to Netanyahu, who maybe in English talk about liberating the Iranian women, or about, I don't know what he's talking about, but when they listen to him in Hebrew and they translate into Arabic, every word that he's saying, he talks about Amalek. He cited the word Amalek, which is a biblical call to genocide against the Iranian people. I mean, that's why when his generals say, we don't care whether there's a civil war or the collapse of the state, they really, truly are adamant that they want to destroy the Iranian state. And I think most Iranians, even the people who hated the regime, look at what Israel actions, words and deeds, and they're unwilling to embrace that genocidal mantra.
Rula, let me just ask you this as well. You've thought and spoken about this for a while, and you and I have had conversations about the American far right and the far right globally. Lauren Costello asked, how should we think about the influence of the Christian right? I'm hearing that preachers are imagining this will lead to the second coming of the Christ. Another questioner, anonymous attendee, asked, what about these reports of 200 officers? There's been, I think, 200 complaints about officers saying that the Iran war will lead to an end time scenario in the Middle East. These are serving.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
Troops, that this is where the war will lead. When you hear that, Rula, that must send a shiver down your spine.
Well, I'm not surprised. I've been listening to that there's a myth that Israel is a democracy, that there is a liberal somehow, that they care about keeping, they're fighting for the soul of a democracy. I mean, the people who are the pilots who are bombing Iran, who are bombing literally schools and hospitals in Gaza, in Iran, and in Lebanon are liberals, who their leader, Yair Lapid, said, this is a war that we endorse. This war is unpopular here in America, but it's very popular in Israel. They won this war. They won the next war against Turkey. Their leader said there's no coalition government and no opposition. We're united against the Iranian people. He talked about the Iranian people, not the Iranian regime. And we're seeing that the same liberal who said, no coup, I mean, we will stand up and defend, the judicial system in Israel, but we will do that when we'll finish the job in Gaza. The job in Gaza is genocide. So there's no liberals in Israel. They actually believe, many of them, they go to war and they have this patch on them, and it's the Greater Israel Plan, the Greater Israel Project, and the map, and they have this emblem on their arms. These are liberals. They are the same liberals that go and defend the settlers when they commit pogroms, and they have no problem actually bragging about, the schoolgirls in Iran, the 175 schoolgirls who were slaughtered in Iran. I was reading some of those comments, the Israeli pilots' comments, and they said, better dead than with a burqa. People don't wear burqa even in Iran.
I mean, this is why around here the word liberal is a dirty word, right? Because it's not just Israel. United States, I mean, all the supposed liberals around here are a bunch of warmongers too. Chuck Schumer is out here going, Donald Trump, you're not going far enough right now. You say you have plans, but why? No ground troops. Can't let Iran talk to you like that, Donald. Nuke them. You have a bunch of warmongers calling themselves liberals, which is why the word liberal means nothing to me anymore, aside from you are a centrist. You're a centrist who loves money and war.
They were a veil, but for them, it's better that they are dead, because there's a Jewish supremacist ideology that even a minister of defense, former minister of defense of Israel, Ayalon, compared it to a Nazi ideology. We need to understand that there's a religious component, there's a supremacist component, there is a racist component. And as we speak now in the Knesset in the last 2 days, they were bragging about annexation, but also they're bragging about building the third temple, something that Hegseth himself in 2019 talked about. So the religious component is very important. I think we need to make maybe another show like this about that religious component that leads back to Kahanism.
You flagged the Lindsey Graham comment about this being a religious war, and yes, people in Israel haven't hidden that fact. Vali, let's bring some of your international relations expertise in again by broadening the discussion to the West and to Europe. Helen Mungator asks, one of the tragedy's most alarming aspects is the absence of international condemnation of the US-Israeli attack. I think she means Western condemnation. But yes, for example, she says the UK. And Mariam Nineveh asks, is it possible Western Europe will join the war against Iran? I would add to those two questions from Mariam and Helen Valley. Mark, the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, goes to Davos, gives this rousing speech that everyone applauds about how international law was abused by the US, the selective use of the international rules, how they're all waking up to the double standards. And then suddenly, the moment he's asked to test that proposition, he comes out not just in favor of the war, he says Canada might join the war. In the UK, of course, Starmer has been all over the place. He was late to giving defensive bases or whatever he calls defensive action.
Okay, is it just me, or does Jeremy Scahill look extra tired? Like, he always looks like he hasn't slept. Like, it might be just because he's got, like, the constant sort of stubbly, the half-beard look. I don't know, but he always just, like, he's looking especially tired right now. I get it. His main focus is the Middle East, and now it's all anybody's talking about. I'm sure his phone is blowing up.
Where do you see the Western leaders, the European leaders, the Canadian leaders, who only a few months ago were worried about America taking Greenland, and yet they're happy to support Trump in this ridiculous illegal war?
I mean, this is a repetition of the same problem they had with Gaza. In other words, the problem of double standards, and also it's going to come and bite them. Because also the other side of this, Mehdi, is that Iran's position, ironically, in the global south, and particularly among the people and across the Muslim world, is extremely popular. I mean, yes, this regime may be very abhorrent to its own people, but to other people, it's seen as the only government who just won't accept Trump's bullying. Khamenei is the only leader in the Middle East, the only leader in the Muslim world who is not trying to ingratiate himself to the White House, even though that might have been an easier path to get a nuclear deal, and basically has stood tall. This is hugely popular. And in fact, that's one reason why countries like Pakistan, et cetera, might think twice before getting involved in this war. But I think it's making Europe and Canada, et cetera, far more isolated and irrelevant to the global order. First of all, them joining the war won't make any difference. It's not like Israel and the United States are lacking offensive firepower. I mean, where Trump has got himself, locked in, is this problem is created in the Gulf with global energy, et cetera. And if the Europeans want to enter in, they're going to become also targets. Their interests will become targets as well. And there is also an element here, which is Israel very successfully has weaponized a segment of the Iranian diaspora, which is pro-war, which goes to rallies with both flags of monarchy and Israel. This is used in Israel itself as a way of arguing that, these people are our only friends and we should help them. But also the only thing this mobilized diaspora could do is to put pressure on governments where they are in order to take a very hard line against the Islamic Republic. And I think the European governments and Canada think that there is no cost in condemning Iran because of its image in the West. And also it's a cheap way of telling to the United States that they are supporting it at the time of war. But I think in the longer run, it's going to make them irrelevant to the Middle East. It's going to make them irrelevant to the future of Iran. They're not going to have a seat at the table, and it's going to further damage their standing in the global South.
And I should point
out...
Can
I say except Spain?
Oh,
because Sanchez has been really excellent.
That's true.
And,
we should props to
and in his speech, he always remembers something. He said that everybody that supported the Iraq war was hit. Even Madrid was hit with the Atosha attack. The government was to have the election 3 days after. The candidate that was in pole position, able to win, the conservative, lost the election because of that attack. London was hit. Paris was hit. So everybody that participated in the Iraq war was hit. The public opinion in Europe is against the war. The government seemed to be totally delusional about Trump and Netanyahu's,
Yeah, no, honestly, they're all living in a fucking fantasy land right now. Some sort of alternate universe. I think it's because they have their heads jammed firmly under the sand, right? Like, the United States and Israel are the West's biggest allies in many ways. And this is all very uncomfortable for them to deal with. I think there's a madman in the White House, a genocidal lunatic over in Israel. But these are just facts. Facts that one day history will have to deal with. Whether or not the current administrations of Western governments will at this time. Or in time for them to allow themselves, to prevent themselves from being dragged into all of this. But the United States is certainly seeing its fair share of consequences for these actions. U.S. Embassy in Iraq struck, destroying a critical piece of radar infrastructure there. CRAM air defense.
Iraq is being dragged into the U.S.-Iran war that has engulfed the region. As the war enters its third week, the situation is growing ever more desperate for Iraq. Disruptions to Gulf shipping and attacks on oil infrastructure has all but made it impossible for the country to export crude, jeopardizing a state that relies on these exports for the bulk of its revenue. Officials here are telling us that by as early as next month, the government may not be able to pay public sector salaries, something that has caused widespread protests and unrest in the past. In parallel, a conflict between the U.S. and Iran-backed Iraqi militias is escalating, with near-daily drone attacks targeting America.
Honestly, Iran's attacks have seemingly, in my opinion, been much more targeted at actual military targets than Israel's and the United States attacks so far. And it's actually somewhat incredible and fascinating to me that Iran seems to actually have the most precise military out of the three of these. Although I'm fairly certain Israel and the United States could be a lot more precise if we cared to be precise, but we're not. We're not concerned. It's not clear which one of us is least concerned about it, actually. Seems to be a competition between the United States and Israel about who can be the most laissez-faire about international law as we conduct this war. Meanwhile, Iran striking critical military targets in multiple countries, hampering the United States' ability and Israel's ability to defend against more airstrikes from Iran, whether they be missiles or drones. As we just got done talking about, there was also a Jordanian radar system taken out, incredibly important and expensive one. Critical in defending Israel as it's on Israel's eastern front, if you will. Jordan basically right in front of all the missiles that are coming from Iran. That radar was helping Israel to know when they were coming. Without it, a big hole opens up in Israel's defenses. Alright, let's keep talking about this thing.
مرة ثانية مضربة والله احنا كنا نازلين بالشارع بس ما طلعت التصوير خلاص
I like how they have one guy up here. How much do you figure this one guy can get done with this? I mean, it's hilarious.
One guy, one time.
This is so incompetent. They're so incompetent. How is this one guy gonna move all of that metal on his own up there 30 feet in the air? All right, now let's go to this next video. This is the Associated Press. 17 hours ago, an intercepted Iranian drone fell to the ground, but before getting all the way to the ground, struck an oil facility in the United Arab Emirates, causing, well, scenes like this. Massive black plumes of smoke. And I mean, that thing is big. It's taller than the mountain. Multiple, actually, it looks like, two separate giant black plumes of smoke. And a smaller third one over to the left. A little baby plume. Well, I wouldn't call that a success. I wouldn't call that a successful interception, considering. This is going super good. Now, one question I haven't asked myself is, where are all those anti-war Trumpsters? Where are they? All the MAGA who were against the foreign entanglements and claimed that Donald Trump was going to be better for the Middle East than Kamala Harris.
I'm staying in the race.
Let's see what Marjorie Taylor Greene has
There's so much to talk about tonight with all the developments in Iran. I think first, though, on the 13 service members that have now been killed during Operation Epic Fury, I wonder what goes through your mind when you think of those lives that have been lost already.
Oh, it's absolutely heartbreaking, Caitlin. I'm a strong supporter of our military and the great men and women who serve. I think they're some of the greatest among us, and their families who are so concerned about them right now. These are 13 lives that I believe should not have been lost. This war is not something that Americans voted for in 2024. As a matter of fact, we voted for the opposite. We voted for no more foreign wars, no more regime change. And we were told by many members in the administration throughout the campaign, J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, and others, that they believed that going to war with Iran would be a terrible idea. It was something that Charlie Kirk himself had said over and over.
The great Charlie Kirk.
And Donald Trump, President Trump, I voted for him 3 times, fought for him to become president, and I still want him to be successful. But he told Americans for over 10 years and even longer that he thought foreign wars and regime change was really a bad direction for America to go in. And we trusted and believed him that we wouldn't be doing this. But
great. Thanks, Margie. She's so terrible. Just because she's right sometimes now doesn't mean she's not terrible. She thought that a cabal of Jews were shooting people with space lasers. Remember that? She used to chase people around. What was his name? David Hogue. She used to chase around David Hogue all the time, yelling at him like some sort of psychotic. She's not reformed. And she reminds us of that all the time. If you listen to her long enough, she'll go right back to saying some real stupid shit.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
You supercalifragilisticexpiala bitch!
Columbia Reagan with a sweet super chat on YouTube. Sadly, MAGA has all moved over to be pro-war. Look at Asmon Imp. I have no idea what that is. Oh, Asmon Kemp. I see what you're saying. He started being anti-war, but his base Peter file attacked Iran, and now he's pro-war. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. These people have no actual ideology, aside from hate and cultism. Hateful punch drinkers. Now, the wake of the United States.
Hours after the U.S. struck Iran's Kharg Island. Hours after the U.S. struck Iran's Kharg Island, Iran has continued to launch widespread missile and drone attacks on Israel and neighboring Gulf states. Smoke was seen rising from nearby a major energy installation in the United Arab Emirates. It appeared to be the latest strike targeting the Gulf's petroleum facilities. Drone strikes had hit UAE's energy installations earlier this month. Let's cross to Doha and speak to our regional correspondent, Hoda Abdelhamid. Hello to you, Hoda. What more do we know about this fire that broke out in the UAE?
Well, it did break out. It's not clear to me whether it was a direct hit or an interception, and the debris fell on the port of Fujairah, where there's a large refueling station. It's the third largest in the world for ships. I think Iran was choosing very well its target simply because, contrary to all of the other oil installations that it has hit, the Fujairah is on the eastern side of the United Arab Emirates and faces the Gulf of Oman. There is a pipeline that goes from Abu Dhabi straight to Fujairah, allowing the Emiratis to bypass the Strait of Hormuz, and that was still functioning, pumping about 1.5 million barrels. So now the Emirates say that all restocking and refueling and all other operations have stopped momentarily at that port. Certainly a big blow for, not only for the United Arab Emirates, but also for the international oil market.
Yeah, and if we listen to
Yep, and this is another event that is going to add to the reasons why on Monday morning we are going to see some seriously higher oil prices. The Kharg attack, this strike in the United Arab Emirates, it all adds up to this for your gas tanks. And eventually everything else, if this continues on. Now, Israel has continued its war against Lebanon throughout all of this. They were also continuing the war throughout the ceasefire. The fake ceasefire that Israel did with Lebanon, they violated 10,000 times. Up until 2 weeks ago. And now they're back to turning southern Lebanon into rubble. And central Lebanon. Most of Lebanon, they're trying to turn it back to rubble. Scenes like this are now seen all over Lebanon once again as Israel has been bombing relentlessly throughout the country, causing mass evacuations and creating nearly 1 million refugees. That's just in Lebanon. They've also been continuing to kill aid workers, doctors, nurses, things like that. All of those are, of course,
Illegal.
war crimes.
Well, to Lebanon now, it was pulled into the conflict between Iran, Israel, and the United States when Hezbollah attacked Israel in retaliation for the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. Now, a reminder of the current humanitarian crisis in the country. Israeli attacks aimed at wiping out Hezbollah have caused widespread damage and casualties, killing nearly 800 people, internally displacing 850,000. Israel has expanded its operations to the south, is issuing mass evacuations for 10% of that region. One of the latest attacks to draw international condemnation was on a health center in the village of Burj Khalifa. The strike there killed 12 people. That meant on-duty doctors, paramedics, and nurses. Here's the local mayor condemning the crime.
This center had been providing services to more than 17,000 patients and had made great efforts under these difficult circumstances. A volunteer team worked at the center providing services to civilian patients, and the staff were also civilians.
Then, for more, we can speak to Iva Kovic-Chain, head of L'Orient Today News. Hello to you. Thank you for speaking to Paris Direct. First of all, tell us what life is like where you are.
Hi, William. Thank you for having me. So the situation in Lebanon has been growing more and more tense, especially so after Wednesday night's joint attack between Hezbollah and Iran on Israel, and the continuation of that, which targeted more and more of the Gulf countries. As you mentioned, there's more than 800,000 displaced people. The targets have not been confined to Beirut's southern suburbs anymore. Central Beirut has been targeted, areas on Beirut's Corniche or waterfront where thousands of displaced people were seeking refuge. Multiple strikes on other neighborhoods within Beirut. Everyone is scared. The situation is unfolding very, very fast for now.
Yeah, and as you're speaking to us, we're looking at live images from Beirut. You can't even see the sky, just to get an idea of how much the city's gone through. You mentioned the joint attacks from Iran and Hezbollah. That's the big development this week. How significant is that?
Well, that is part of a big, let's say, moment in this war, which also started with the closing of the Hormuz Strait. So what Tehran managed to do is to regionalize the conflict and expose to the Gulf states the vulnerabilities of the U.S. protection that they have. The closure of the Hormuz Strait it's virtually at a halt right now. That has impact on the global economy. But also before that, the appointment of Mujtaba Khamenei as Iran's new supreme leader has also fortified Iran's position in a way. So all of these signs of resilience, if we can say, could force Israel and the United States, and is already forcing them to reconsider their calculations.
But reinforcing its resilience, Iran, but we still haven't seen the new supreme leader.
Is that a question?
Well, I want to say, how strong is that reinforcement if we haven't seen this new supreme leader, if we haven't heard him, all the...
Oh my God, that was the most French response ever. Is that a question? Is that a question? I'm sorry. All right, the sorry is probably more French Canadian, but oh Jesus, my foot just cramped. Oh. Is that the question? I'm sorry, you will have to rephrase. That was not a question.
Is that a question?
Well, I want to say, how strong is that reinforcement? If we haven't seen this new Supreme Leader, if we haven't heard him, all that was issued was a statement that was read out on air.
Well, I would say that for now we're seeing actions. So we're seeing the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. We're seeing joint attacks. We're seeing more attacks on the Gulf states. The Supreme Leader in himself, appearing or not, has so far not have had a big impact on these actions themselves. But it seems that he might be even more hardliner than his father was. So we'll see where that will lead.
Yeah, and going back to Lebanon, Israel widening its campaign in the south of the country. What is its stated objective, and what are the effects on the ground?
Israel's objective for Lebanon is, and has always been, getting rid of Hezbollah, or creating a tampon zone in the south. It has issued more and more blanket evacuation orders in the past day. The first one was last week for everything that is south of the Litani. It was followed yesterday by something that goes even further north than that, so anything that is south of the Zaharani River. And that is clearly a signal for a ground invasion. And these ground incursions have already been happening. If you notice, in the 2024 war, the Israeli army waited for until 2 weeks after the start of the escalations in order to start the incursions. But this time it happened under less than 48 hours after Hezbollah joined the conflict. So yes, there are fears of a ground invasion. At the same time, in parallel, the targeted attacks have been continuing. So Israel doesn't seem to want to stop before reaching its objective.
Yeah, and one of the main criticisms here, of course, is how targeted are those attacks? Because we're seeing a lot of death, a lot of destruction. As we're speaking, or as we came on air at the top of the hour, Lebanon said that Israeli strikes have killed 26 paramedics since March 2nd. And we're talking about doctors, nurses, healthcare workers at healthcare centers. I mean, is there a feeling that these strikes are really targeted, or do they seem indiscriminate?
Israel's targeted attacks have always been indiscriminate. This is not new. There's always been what they call...
I love this woman. I don't know where she popped up. I love how on air, like, France 24 is, like, finally decided to, like, entertain the idea, the possibility that Israel might be committing the war crimes. It's like, are they targeted, or are they possibly indiscriminate, says France 24 for the first time in 2.5 years. Is it possible Israel's doing war crimes? Says France 24, who's been completely oblivious to it all for 750 plus days.
Israel's targeted attacks have always been indiscriminate. This is not new. There's always been what they call collateral damage, but no one knows, because their narrative has always been that Hezbollah hides in civilian infrastructure. That is true, but that is also rhetoric that Israel uses to justify everything that it does.
Yes, very much. I appreciate you. All right. It's almost 900. Okay, look, I can't. I got a lot of stuff I'm kicking around in my head, Choki. I appreciate that. I appreciate the reminder on how many days it's been. I said more than 750, which includes almost 900. I would point out. Not to be a stickler, but more than 750 also includes somewhere between 750 and 900. We're saying the same thing, but in a different mathematical expression. Are we on the same page? Oh, God. I'm losing my mind right now. Oh. So much garbage happening. So much garbage happening. It's painful to my brain. As low as 0? As low as 0? It can't be low as 0. It's somewhere between 750 and 900. Greater than 750, less than 900. That is the mathematical expression. Well, technically, be X is use that. Yeah, everybody follows. All right. Well, while we're sitting here talking about Iran, we might as well talk about gas prices. And Donald Trump had some things to say about gas prices today. Well, this is on Saturday. Oh wait, before we do that, actually, let's go here. Sorry, I almost forgot about this. Before we get to gas prices, let's talk about Lebanon. See what Anthony Guterres, United Nations chief, had to say about what's happening with Lebanon and what the future.
Okay, apologies. Let's go straight to Beirut and listen to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
Muslim communities are observing Ramadan, and Christian communities are observing Lent. This is a season for solidarity, generosity, and a powerful reminder of Lebanon's spirit of confessional coexistence. It breaks my heart to see this period shattered by escalating violence. Over the past 2 weeks, we have seen widespread destruction. Hezbollah rockets and drones were launched at targets in northern Israel and the occupied Syrian Golan. This was followed by devastating Israeli bombing operations and blanket evacuation notices, rendering large portions of Lebanon uninhabitable. Many Israelis were sent to shelter. Hundreds of Lebanese have been killed, including many children, and many more have been wounded. And hundreds of thousands of civilians are fleeing with nothing but what they can carry. I was deeply saddened by the testimonies of the displaced people when I visited a shelter today. The south risks being turned into a wasteland. Southern Beirut, which is under sweeping evacuation orders by Israel, risks being bombed. Southern Beirut, which is under sweeping evacuation orders by Israel, risks being bombed to oblivion. The Bekaa and Baalbek and other areas are scenes of destruction and panic. It is tragic to see all this happening in a country that has contributed so much to world civilization. The Lebanese people did not choose this war. They were dragged into it. And my message to the warring partners is clear. Stop the fighting. Stop the bombing. There is no military solution, only diplomacy, dialogue, and full implementation of the UN Charter and Security Council resolutions.
All right. There's Anthony Guterres saying that the only solution for Lebanon is diplomacy. I've been doing super long streams. It's true. I mean, I've always done super long streams, haven't I? I've just been doing a lot of streams lately. I feel like I've been doing a lot, just more, like, because of this whole situation. I feel like I've been increasing the number of streams I'm doing. Okay, before we continue the stream, I'd like to remind everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon too, and the like button while you're at it. And another galactic reminder to you folks, of course, I have to pay the bills over here. And while I love being here with you folks, and I find this to be an incredibly important and rewarding job, I do have to make money while doing it. Thankfully, we have a lot of ways for you to show your support to GNN, help keep this show alive. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships on YouTube, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs on Twitch. We also have Throne now, which you may or may not have heard of before. It's a fascinating little service that allows you to buy stuff online for me at honestly a very reasonable rate, I guess you'd call it, as YouTube and Twitch take 30 and 40% with your donos over there, but Throne takes, like, I think it's like 5% or something like that. I mean, you can go over here, you can help crowdfund different items. I think the lowest that you can donate is like $1. So really, any tiny amount, at least on the crowdfunded items, you could contribute. Different things, drinks, snacks, and right now we're crowdfunding a loft bed for my tiny Earth apartment, which is very small. And a loft bed would really help out with organization and space down there. But of course, right now we're still running a bit of a galactic deficit. Thankfully, you can contribute to that on Cash App or PayPal, or by becoming a galactic patron, or perhaps by upgrading your patron membership. And really, considering the fact that this stream continues to grow day by day, we got 2,700 followers and or subscribers across YouTube and Twitch. And it would cost probably like 10 to 15 cents per person to help us complete the financing of the galactic deficit. So really, got a couple extra cents, a couple pennies on Cash App or PayPal really will help out. No amount is too small. Why do I need a loft bed? Because I have a 150 square foot studio apartment. Down on Earth, when I'm not in the base station, I'm down on Earth trying to live my life on the planet. I have a tiny coffin-sized studio apartment down in New York. And a loft bed would really, really help out. Since my current bed takes about half of the space. About half of my one room taken up by my bed. You were fishing for a Step Bros clip, obviously. I see. That makes sense. That does make perfect sense. Where do I go to the bathroom? In my bathroom. I have a bathroom down there, but I'm not counting that in the square footage. Technically, if I count the bathroom, I have a little bit more. If I'm standing in the shower, taking advantage of some of that extra square footage, I suppose. Yes, I have a tiny, tiny apartment. It's true.
Why are you guys so sweaty?
All right, we've already figured out how to do this. The beds match up perfectly.
And here's the thing, it'll give us so much extra space in our room to do activities.
Please say yes.
You don't need permission from us to build bunk beds. You're adults. You can do what you want.
So...
I'm not making myself clear. I don't give a fuck. Now, you both have several interviews tomorrow. I would think you'd be focused on that and not building bunk beds.
So we can? No?
Yes, we can make bunk beds.
I knew it. Okay, you guys are not going to regret this. We're going to get so much more activities done.
This is the funnest night ever!
This is so scary.
How you doing over there?
Really good. Okay.
So if you want to avoid me using power tools to build my own loft bed, you could contribute over there on Throne. There you go. Boku fishing for the clip, and he got it. It's a great movie, so you really, it's hard. You don't have to pull my, you don't have to twist my arm too much for the clip. All right, now let's talk gas prices. President Donald Trump had some things to say about gas prices.
Militarily. President, what's your message to voters who may be concerned about the potential for rising gas prices?
Well, I think your gas prices, as soon as that's over, are going to come tumbling down along with everything else. I think it's going to be, you're going to see a very big decrease in the price of gasoline, gas, anything having to do with energy as soon as this is ended. But we had to end the nuclear threat in the Middle East and throughout the world, and we will have done that.
We will have done that. They're going to come tumbling down. We're going to have very, very low gas prices very soon. You'll see. You will see. Just you wait. Now, unfortunately, Donald Trump seems to be the only person who thinks the gas prices are gonna, quote-unquote, come tumbling down. Because right now, or at least, well, I guess since he said once the war ends, I guess maybe he's not the only person who thinks that. But in the meantime, experts seem to think that gas prices are going to continue rising. Don't expect gas prices to drop anytime soon, analysts say. Gas prices in the United States have soared more than 20% since the United States and Israel launched coordinated attacks on Iran, and it'll be likely a while until they return to pre-war levels, one analyst says. Senator John Hoeven of North Dakota told Fox, God damn it. On Saturday, the gas prices will decrease within weeks, but Patrick DeHaan, the head of petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy, shot down his prediction in a post on X Saturday. Prices aren't likely to drop back fully down to pre-war prices until later this year, since seasonal factors will prevent a full drop back down. Oh, no, not seasonal factors. I didn't even consider that. God damn it. It's summer, so people are gonna... Oh, no. This bastard. Gas prices reached a national average of $3.67 per gallon Saturday, the highest it's been since the spring of 2024, according to data from the United States Energy Information Administration. Wow. Well, it's not summer, but it's about to be. It's going to be. It's spring, right? Like, it's spring. We're heading towards summer. But you're right. It's not summer. I don't know why I'm saying it's summer, but it's coming. Summer is coming. And that's what this guy's saying. Seasonal factors. Like, we're heading into summer, which means that people are going to spend more money, buy more gas, travel more, right? Whether it's by car or by plane. And as a result, demand for gas will be higher. Prices will likely remain more elevated, like that guy said. It's always gonna be. It's always gonna be summer. So true. That's a good way to think about it. By the way, I just want to say thank you to. Well, actually, I don't know if I can say thank you to you publicly, but I will say to the anonymous gifter. Just so everybody knows, if you're new to gifting over on Cash App or PayPal, unless you say your name in the message, I assume, I err on the side of caution and assume that you want to be anonymous. So thank you to the person who just gifted $5 over on not Cash App, on PayPal. Gonna add that to the galactic deficit financing goal. There we go. All right, making slow but steady progress over there. All right, let's go here now. To Al Jazeera from 10 hours ago. Iran launched waves of strikes at Israel. Damage reported in multiple cities.
Iran says it has launched a new wave of retaliatory missiles toward Israel. Earlier, local authorities and media reported a strike in the southern city of Eilat. Explosions were also heard over the central part of the country. Multiple attacks also targeted central Israel overnight. Noor Ode is covering developments in Israel from Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. What more do we know? Because we do, of course, have a lot of security restrictions imposed by the Israeli authorities.
Mm-hmm. That's right. The Israeli military, Censor Rashad, has kept a very tight lid on what is happening, to the frustration of ordinary Israelis and certainly of us journalists trying to tell audiences worldwide what is happening. Now, there were 2 attacks on Eilat, and they were really impossible to deny because of geography. Aqaba, which is a city on the Red Sea in Jordan, is exactly opposite to Eilat, and people saw plumes of smoke, and then residents there started posting videos about the damage caused in 10 separate locations in that city. Now, local authorities, medical authorities have said 7 people are injured, including one who's described to be in critical condition. But elsewhere, other salvos fired by Iran also caused damage to property and buildings, especially in the central area of Israel. This is the larger Tel Aviv area where you have military bases, you have the Ben Gurion airport, you have other military and intelligence assets. We saw destruction there, but we do not know what the targets were. And of course, that continues to test the ability of the Home Front Command to ease restrictions.
Now, it's very rare at this moment that we get images like this out of Israel. But it would seem that these attacks by Iran are continuing to get through Israeli defenses more and more as they take out more and more of U.S. capabilities surrounding Israel in places like Jordan and Iraq. It would seem that Israel is now being left more and more defenseless, and that Iron Dome has a lot of cracks in it.
We're being told that perhaps by next week, 100 people might be able to gather in any one place, so long as there are public shelters up to code that can accommodate them, Rashad.
Emmanuel Macron, the French president, has been calling for de-escalation and perhaps mediating between Israel and Lebanon. I mean, are they considering diplomacy, particularly on the Israeli side?
Well, they're considering two things. The reports talk about this French proposal whereby Lebanon would recognize Israel in exchange for Israel withdrawing from all Lebanese territory and the Lebanese army deploying to the border with Israel. This is set to be under consideration by the U.S. and Israel. In the meantime, the Israeli prime minister has assigned Ron Dermer, his confidant, as a mediator, someone who would be the go-between Israel and the U.S. on all things Lebanon. This while the cabinet is considering sending more troops and giving the marching orders for the occupation of 10% of Lebanon all the way to the Litani River. Interestingly, Rashad, 48 years ago today, Israel did just that, occupy that part of southern Lebanon all the way to the Litani. That lasted only a few days, and Israel was compelled by the UN Security Council to withdraw. No such pressure right now is felt by the Israeli government, who doesn't even feel that Washington will really apply a lot of pressure on Israel to do something it's not comfortable with.
Noor, thank you. Noor Odeh joining us from Ramallah.
I don't know how I got muted again. That's very annoying. All right. All right, we're making progress. Let's keep doing this. 8 hours ago, Al Jazeera English once again. Also, does anyone have a homemade remedy to get a toothache to stop hurting? The dentist is the one that I'm most familiar with.
Hello, this is Al Jazeera live from Doha. You're watching our extensive coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Riley Carlson. Missiles hit multiple strikes across Iran's Isfahan province. At least 15 people have been killed. U.S. President Donald Trump threatens to continue bombing Iran's coastline to force an end to Tehran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard responds with threats of its own, warning people across the Gulf to evacuate areas near oil ports. Israel launches strikes in southern Lebanon, killing 4 people in Sidon. There's growing concern of a possible ground invasion. And the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad is targeted in a missile strike. Factions supporting Iran are intensifying their attacks on foreign outposts. Thank you for joining us. The conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran is now in its 3rd week. It's continued to be a war of aerial bombings and long-range strikes. The main battleground, for now, is control of global energy supplies and the Strait of Hormuz. In central Iran, there's been multiple strikes in Isfahan province. One bombing killed at least 15 factory workers and wounded several more. A Revolutionary Guard's command center has also been targeted. President Donald Trump says allies who rely on Gulf oil must help protect the Strait of Hormuz. He says countries are sending warships without providing details. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has pledged to keep up attacks on U.S. assets in the region. Iran says it's now launched a new wave of strikes towards Israel. At least 7 people have been injured by rocket fragments in the southern city of Eilat. Air raid sirens have sounded in several parts of the country. We are live from Washington, D.C., Amman, Beirut, Erbil, Doha, and in Tehran. And that is where we will begin tonight with Mohammed Val in the Iranian capital. Mohammed, what can you tell us about these strikes that have been taking place in Isfahan province?
Riley, the information is not that much, but we know from Reuters and also from Fars news agency, which is semi-official, that the strike that killed 15 workers, that those are factory workers, and that the factory produces heaters and refrigerators. So basically a reference there to the civilian nature of this facility. And Isfahan has been under bombardment every single day since the beginning of this war. Isfahan is full of factories of every type, and also something else very interesting about Isfahan, it hosts some of the nuclear facilities there. So there is always a lot of confusion, or at least little information, about the results of the strikes and the nature of targets there. The government here doesn't provide specific information, and also there is even instruction to the media and to the general public not to really give feedback about those strikes. But today they have revealed information about the killing of those 15 civilians. Also, other cities, by the way, had a share of the bombardment, including Bandar Abbas, including Sirjan in the Kerman province, Tabriz, and of course Tehran has seen some of the bombing today, as usual, like the case every day.
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead on this video a little bit.
Heidi Pett, live for us in Beirut. Thank you, Heidi. Well, as Israel expands its attacks across Lebanon, there are now fears of an escalating ground invasion. Zaina Khodr reports from Beirut.
Israel is warning this is just the beginning. There's been hundreds of airstrikes in multiple locations. Nearly 1,000 people are killed. Civilians are not spared in what Israel calls its war against Hezbollah. Week 2, and the toll keeps climbing. 2,000 people have been wounded, more than 300 of them children.
When the missile came, it shook the building. It hit our neighbors. The glass, stones, and everything fell on us.
Doctors are concerned about dwindling resources with the mass influx of casualties while treating chronic and other conditions.
This war is very harsh. If we compare it to the 2024 war, we are receiving many civilians.
A ground invasion appears to be next. Israeli troops have been reinforcing their presence along the border and operating in villages inside Lebanese territory, preparing for what could be a major military operation involving creating a kilometers-deep buffer zone. They've begun targeting bridges as part of a military strategy to disrupt the movement of Hezbollah fighters and weapons who continue to fire rockets across the border and engage with advancing troops.
The Lebanese government, which misled and failed to fulfill its commitment to disarm Hezbollah, will pay increasing costs through damage to infrastructure and loss of territory until Hezbollah is disarmed.
International aid agencies are warning Lebanon is facing unpredictable challenges as conflict, mass displacement, and the lack of humanitarian resources converge. Nearly 1 million people have so far been displaced in the latest confrontation between Israel and Hezbollah.
Fucking tent camps. Fucking tent camps. Here we go again with the tent camps. Here we go again with the mass refugee crisis. What's great about this refugee crisis is it's going to get Europe to hate America because most of these refugees are going to go to Eastern Europe. There's already been a fair amount of anti-immigrant sentiment over there. Another Al Jazeera clip. Honestly, I feel like Al Jazeera is always the one that I've noticed this. I've been making these lists, and all of the latest news always winds up being Al Jazeera for me, because I mean, they're doing the most comprehensive coverage on this, first off. But they're also slightly ahead of everybody else time-wise. It just winds up happening every single stream. All the last videos are Al Jazeera. Probably because I'm adding them in as the stream goes. The next like the rest of the videos that I have on the new war in the Middle East are from the last like 6 or 7 hours ago. Aside from this one, which is from 8 hours ago.
Joining us now from Washington, D.C. is Sina Tusi. He's a senior fellow at the Center for International Policy. Thank you very much for being with us. I want to get your thoughts first on how significant you think this strike on Kharg Island was and how strategic it was for the president.
Have you seen this? Have I seen what? The clip? This clip or the last clip? I saw the last one. I'm not sure what you mean. I need you to be more specific. Using using words like this that are not specific don't help me. They don't help me respond to your messages.
Hit the oil and gas facilities there.
Yes, so as an opening move, at least, against Kharg Island, it's really not that significant. Trump said he hit the military sites on the island. It's unclear what military sites there were on the island to begin with or how important they were. I don't think it has changed much in Iran's calculus. With that said, this morning, Iran did launch an attack on the Fujairah port in the UAE that has resulted in this large explosion. And Iran's pattern seems to be going up the escalation ladder in a tit-for-tat way, where if the U.S. is attacking, a new kind of target in Iran, a new infrastructure, in this case, Kharg Island, which is very important to Iran, Iran is already indicating that it's willing to go higher on the escalation ladder with this attack in Fujairah and potentially in other energy infrastructure in the Gulf.
So what do you think that this means for the Iranian strategy then, if they are sort of trying to slowly escalate it bit by bit? Sorry, I'm just going to give you 1 minute because I saw that your earpiece fell out there. Can you hear me now?
Apologies.
No worries whatsoever. It happens. What can you tell us about how you think that means the Iranian strategy is changing the longer that this carries on?
Yes, so the Iranian strategy very much seems to be raising the cost of this war against it, that if its energy infrastructure is going to come under attack, if its critical infrastructure comes under attack, that it is prepared to widen the war and widen its targets on Gulf energy. And today we saw that with this attack on Esfahan, and the U.S. targeted these industrial facilities in Esfahan, the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, in its statement said that it's going to retaliate against American industrial facilities in the region. It's unclear what that means, but Iran is, again, very much pursuing this kind of tit-for-tat, moving one step up the escalation ladder to increase the cost of this war against it.
And so what do you make then of the president's latest post on Truth Social saying that countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of the passage and then we will help? What do you read into that?
Yes, well, this was a war that Trump unleashed upon Iran in a surprise attack and really unleashed upon the world. No other country in the world was wanting this war besides Israel. And, Iran retaliated predictably by closing the Strait of Hormuz, which is long threatened by Iran and Iranian officials and in Iranian military planning. And so Trump himself hasn't moved the Navy ships there yet. Arguably, the U.S. has very limited options to prevent Iran from attacking Navy or tanker targets in the Strait of Hormuz and in the Persian Gulf from its long coastline. And now Trump is asking other countries to do this when it was Trump and the United States and Israel that launched this war that nobody else asked for.
Puts them in a very difficult position. Sina Tsusi from Washington, D.C., thank you very much for joining us here on Al Jazeera.
Thank you for having me.
Hey. Oh shit, my headphones keep falling apart. This is hella annoying. Oh, I need to fix these more permanently. Okay, I see what people are typing about. I see what people are talking about. We will talk about that. We will get to that. Alright, now in the midst of all of this, well, we were told that we were, well, I don't know if we were told necessarily in so many words, but while we've been sort of sold the idea that the United States would show up and be welcomed as liberators, there are still seemingly many pro-government people in Iran, people who are supportive of their government, who rallied here on Saturday. Okay, well there you can see people demonstrating in Iran, across the country, filling the streets, attempting to show support for their government while they are under assault. Okay. Let's go here. CBS New York from 7 hours ago.
President Trump says things are running ahead of schedule in the nation's war with Iran. The Pentagon also plans to send 5,000 more troops to the Middle East. Willie James Inman has more from Washington.
Heading into the weekend, President Trump said the war with Iran is running ahead of schedule.
So the situation in Iran is going very well. A lot of big hits today, a lot of big wins today.
This comes as the president says the Navy will soon escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz.
It's going very well. Ahead of schedule. Now, earlier last week, Donald Trump said that we had already won the war to his supporters at a rally, which was held I can't remember what day it was, but earlier this week, earlier last week, he's literally said we'd already won the war. So it feels like we've gone backwards from having won the war to now just being ahead of schedule. I'm not a mathematician, but it does feel like we've gone backwards in progress on that. Now, through the night, Israel has been launching barrages of missiles on Israel. Here's Al Jazeera English.
Few
from
hours,
4
Iran has
hours
also
ago.
launched multiple missiles targeting Israel. And for more on this, let's speak to Rory Challens, who's live for us in Jordan's capital, Amman. Rory, multiple Iranian attacks, as we were saying there, including reports of shrapnel causing fires in several areas. That's including central Israel. Can you give us an overview of what's happened and the significance of the locations, but also whether the Israeli defense system is failing perhaps where it didn't before?
The most recent Iranian missiles seem to have caused damage across parts of central Israel. We're hearing of interception debris damage falling down in Bnei Barak and fires in Lod and Ramla too. Those are all areas in central Israel between Jerusalem and the coastal city of Tel Aviv. And strikes have been going on over the last 12 to 24 hours in all parts of Israel, from the north, the center, and way down in the south. And actually, probably the most significant strikes over Saturday were in Eilat, right down in the south on the seafront. And we understand that a cluster munition there caused damage across at least 10 parts of the city. There were some injuries. One was a 12-year-old boy. The censor initially tried to keep things under wraps to a certain extent, but the real information got out because Eilat is just across the water from the Jordanian city of Aqaba, and people in Aqaba could see exactly what was going on in Eilat. They were filming videos. There was even an Al Jazeera Arabic team there that was filming too, and very quickly the information that the censor had tried to restrict was out in the public domain. But yeah, these cluster munitions are what's
These strikes are getting through Israel's defenses more and more. I know I've been saying it, but we have not seen videos like this for quite some time. We saw a few instances of Iran penetrating Israel's defenses in the 12-day war. Some of their responses to Israel's attacks, Israel and the United States. But these ones, honestly, even though we're not seeing all of them, I'm starting to get the sense that the scale of these attacks far surpasses what we saw last year.
In particular trouble for Israeli air defense systems, and they are using interceptors at an accelerated rate at the moment, but still things are getting through. The censor does keep a lid, as I said, on exactly what damage has been done, particularly if that damage is in any way militarily sensitive.
And what are Israeli officials saying about the war so far? I mean, it's 2 weeks in already.
They're bullish, and they are talking about how in the last 24 hours there have been 200 strikes on Israeli targets over the last 2 weeks. There have been 400 waves of airstrikes against Iran. We can listen to Israel Katz now, who's the defense minister, talking about what is going on from the government's perspective in this.
Okay, hold on, I have to refresh my list because I keep adding videos into this. Jesus. This list has increased by more than 20% since we started the stream. Don't know how that happens, but okay. All right, staying with Al Jazeera English. Let's go here to the President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief, the great deal maker, Cyclone Cheeto. Let's see what he said earlier this evening. Earlier on Saturday evening. About the trajectory of this war, as apparently it is continuing to shift.
It's a war with impacts being felt around the world. Just over 2 weeks ago, the US and Israel attacked Iran and killed Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. It was the start of a regional conflict that's continued to increase in scale and severity. Airstrikes have killed hundreds of people and displaced millions more. Gulf nations have come under unprecedented attack, and global energy markets are facing increasing uncertainty. A new round of airstrikes have hit the city of Isfahan in central Iran. Large plumes of smoke were seen rising from the city on Sunday morning. A military plane has also been seen flying ahead. The region was heavily bombed on Saturday, with one airstrike at a factory killing at least 15 workers. Let's get more now from Tawhid Asadi, who joins us live from Tehran. Why has Isfahan come under such heavy bombardment?
Well, actually, we have to keep in mind, first and foremost, that this is not just Isfahan under bombardment, but also we know that across the country there are other cities being targeted, and this is day 16 since the commencement of the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis, and we know that more than 200 cities, in addition to the Iranian capital Tehran, have been targeted throughout the trajectory of these airstrikes over the past more than 2 weeks now, I can say. And of course, speaking of the question, we know that.
Sorry, I just clicked the wrong one. We don't need this one.
US President Donald Trump says many
one.
countries are sending warships to protect the Strait of Hormuz, but he hasn't said which ones. About a fifth of global crude oil and liquefied natural gas normally pass through the Strait. Iran has blocked it and says it will set fire to passing tankers. And Trump has signaled he's not ready to end the conflict with Iran at this stage. In a wide-ranging interview with NBC News, he said he's not prepared to strike a deal with Tehran, saying the current terms are not good enough yet, adding that
terms not good enough yet. Not ready to make a deal. The great deal maker in chief. Art of the deal. Sometimes the best deal is no deal.
terms will have to be, quote, very solid. Trump claimed US strikes on Kharg Island totally demolished most of the island, and that the US, quote, may hit it a few more times just for fun. Al Jazeera's John Holman has been following
He is demented. He is fucking demented. Just for fun. Maybe we'll do a few more bombings for fun.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Maybe we'll just do a few bombings for fun. What a psycho. Who says that? He's the president of the United. Maybe we'll do a few more bombings for fun. Even I feel irresponsible thinking about saying that sentence unironically. What? All right, let's talk about this. And I don't necessarily have any... I don't have an answer to this. I just want to start this whole discussion off with, I don't know what's going on with Benjamin Netanyahu. We're going to try and ask that question right now together, because I'm just hearing about this vicariously through all of you. The possibility that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu might, in fact, no longer be of this world. Top U.S. and Israeli commanders killed by Iran. Iran bombs 10 hiding places of U.S. and Israeli commanders. Iran's chilling claim as rumors of Netanyahu's death flood social media.
Strike the secret hideouts of U.S. and Israeli commanders? And why are rumors suddenly spreading online claiming Israel's prime minister is dead? In the middle of an escalating Middle East war, dramatic claims and viral misinformation are flooding social media. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it carried out precision strikes on 10 locations inside Israel where U.S. and Israeli commanders were allegedly hiding. The announcement came from Ibrahim Zolfagari, spokesperson for Iran's Qadam al-Anbiya central headquarters. According to Iranian state sources, the attacks were part of the 46th wave of Operation True Promise 4, a retaliatory campaign against Israel and the United States. Iran claims the strikes targeted 7 sites in Tel Aviv, 2 sites in Rishon LeZion, and 1 site in Shoham. Iranian officials said the operation was meant to hunt down American and Israeli commanders. Iranian sources also claimed attacks on U.S.-related locations, including bases described as King Sultan, Victoria, and Erbil. These were reportedly identified as locations where American forces were gathering in the region. However, independent confirmation of these strikes has not been provided.
I mean, these strikes we have seen, I mean, these strikes have, at least from my understanding, have been confirmed at this point. But whether or not any high-ranking U.S. officials or Benjamin Netanyahu himself has not been confirmed yet. But rumors are, as they just suggested here on One India, flying around the old social media. Now let's try and unpack this more with Park Rose Permaculture.
That's on YouTube. Okay, I was sitting down to film a video that I had promised I would make y'all about the way that the regime is using video game imagery and rhetoric to represent the war in Iran, and I'm going to get to that next. But no sooner did I open my laptop than I noticed I had an email from someone who said, could you respond, please, to the rumors circulating for the last few days that Bibi Netanyahu has been killed. And I was like, well, that's not generally something that I would cover because there's no credible reporting showing as much. But then I thought about the last video that I just posted about AI slop, how AI is getting more and more sophisticated and people are falling for it more and more. In that video, I was talking about how AI, as it is getting more sophisticated, is being used to scam people, and it's also being used to propagandize people for the political right. But there's another layer there that I missed, and I want to address it now. And this example of the rumors swirling about Bibi Netanyahu is the perfect way to kind of dive into this subject. Now, for a few days, 3 or 4 days, Iran has been claiming that they bombed Netanyahu's bunker and killed him and his brother. Nobody is reporting this except Iranian, media propaganda, which of course is a great example of how, just like in Russia, right, when you don't have a free and fair press, the press becomes a mouthpiece of the regime. It becomes entirely untrustworthy. It's just like Kristi Noem and Tricia McLaughlin at DHS. This is why we say that a free and fair press is the fourth branch of government. This is why when Pete Hegseth loses his mind and melts down at CNN, when Donald Trump sues members of the press, sues media corporations, when CBS brings on Barry Weiss and bends the knee, we no longer can trust the news that is being given to us. It's no longer about journalism. It's about profit, yay, capitalism, and also doing whatever Donald Trump wants, spouting propaganda. It's not about truth anymore. It's not about reporting on the facts. It's about not pissing off Donald Trump. It's about appeasing Donald Trump and therefore using the giant platform of whatever media corporation to propagandize the people and to reinforce the power of the regime. That's why when we're looking at eroding pillars of support under a fascist regime, media is one of the first ones we have to go for, because without the complicity of the media, regimes like Vladimir Putin or like any kind of oppressive strongman dictator regime cannot stand without their propaganda machine. Hitler knew this. This is why they had a ministry of propaganda, right? Like any strongman understands that you have to get the people to either be passive and submissive, terrified into surrendering because your rhetoric is so scary, or you have to get them on your side by spewing lies at them so that they are completely disconnected from reality. And that's where I'm going to get in just a second. So let me show you this clip that's been going around that supposedly was put out by, the Israeli government. According to PolitiFact, this was March 12th, where Netanyahu gave his first press briefing since Israel and the United States launched their war of aggression against Iran. And immediately this video sparked controversy. So here we go.
These achievements are increasing the status of Israel as a superpower more than ever. Through our power in opposition to the power of our enemies, this is what is ensuring our survival. Our threats come and go, but when we become a regional superpower, and in many respects a global superpower, we have the power to push away threats and ensure our future.
Say that Israel is much stronger, much greater than it has been in the past. We need to recognize this. And I believe we all recognize the fact that we will reach to the kingdom. We will make it to the return of the Messiah, but this will not happen next Thursday. The lives of nations is always precarious and surrounded with threats. Our survival, our endurance is a result of alliances that we forge for our existence to be stronger. No doubt we are moving from one battle to another, from the establishment, and with this battle now, with this operation, Israel has become stronger than ever.
Okay, the entire press conference is more than 8 minutes long. If I have time at the end of this video, I'll tag it on so that you can sit and watch it and see what you think. But please understand that immediately, based on Iran saying, oh, we actually killed Bibi a couple of days ago, and some issues with this video, rumors started swirling all over social media, especially all over Twitter, saying that Bibi was actually dead, and the proof was that this video is AI. Now, because I just put out a video saying that AI is hoodwinking all of us, right? It's so easy to be deceived. And in that video, I specifically referenced Gen X and boomers. As we're getting older and our eyes are not as sharp as they used to be, if you have your reading glasses off, and in particular, if you're distracted a little bit, you're not paying close attention, it's very, very easy to be deceived by AI slop. Very easy. Sorry, I don't know what the dogs are barking about. But I wanted to bring up this video from Bibi in particular, because it's not just the scamming, it's not just the propagandizing you for the regime. It is unmooring us from a sense of reality. AI is used to make it such that we cannot trust anything we see with our eyes, right? It is all about making it so that you don't trust your own senses and your own judgment anymore. And when you are constantly being spun around, right? This is why Donald Trump constantly will lie. He will engage in future faking, all of these narcissistic techniques that are meant to make you feel unmoored from reality. You are gaslit so hard, you no longer can trust your judgment. And with AI, you can no longer trust.
Yes, indeed. This is the horrifying reality, the dystopic world that we find ourselves in right now. What do we believe? What do we believe? I don't even know what to believe right now. I'm still trying to form an opinion around all of this stuff. I feel like I need to pull up the fucking video. Oh, boy. I'm going to let Park Rose keep going
so
over
hard,
here.
You no longer can trust your judgment. And with AI, you can no longer trust your senses. It's much easier to manipulate and control you. When someone can jump in and say like, oh, that's just AI, and it's now so difficult to tell what is and isn't AI, you're like, oh shit, I don't know who to believe. I don't know who to trust. I don't know what's propaganda. I don't know what's real. I cannot trust my own senses. I can't trust trusted sources who are sometimes getting it wrong. The technology is becoming so advanced that like, oh my God, what even is real anymore? What even is truth, right? Guess who that benefits? It is about making every piece of information, your own thought processes, untethered from reality. The regime is unhinged and out of control, but they want to normalize their actions. So the way that they do that is by making it so you can't trust your own judgment, where you're like, that's unhinged, that's not normal, it shouldn't be this way. If you are now questioning everything you take in, and you're saying like, gosh, I don't know if I can even believe my own ability to observe.
Now, me personally, I do this, and I feel like it's my job to some degree. Like, I have to do this. Like, when I try, like, this is slightly different because, like, these live streams introduce this element of, like right now, they're doing, like, these live coverages of, like, Iran. And, like, I'm throwing videos in that I haven't seen. It's different. But, well, not completely different. But, like, when I'm trying to prepare for these streams, to some degree, I am, like, looking at things and ask myself, is this AI? When it does come from, like, you know, especially, like, unknown sources, right? Like, because I'm getting all sorts of recommendations from people all the time in the Discord or in my algorithm or wherever else, and I have to come at everything with this sort of skeptical, like, this is, like, almost everything it is, like, possibly AI at this point because it's gotten so good, and I have to, like, question, okay, where's this from, like, and then, like, go from there on how I determine whether or not to trust it. It's becoming harder and harder to trust accounts that I'm not familiar with, or like just sort of accepting that video that I see is in fact real.
And analyze what I'm seeing and hearing and perceiving, right? Well, is that really abnormal? Is that a thing I shouldn't allow? What even are constitutional rights? Like, is Donald Trump actually doing something unreasonable, or is the problem me? This is exactly what happens in a relationship with a narcissist. You can't trust yourself anymore. You are so spun up, so spun around, and they have undercut your own ability to trust your own judgment that you are much more easily manipulated and controlled. Believe me, if you've been in a relationship with a narcissist, you feel crazy all of the time, because they have done so much laying of the groundwork to make it so that you can't trust yourself and that you can't function. When you are looking at every interaction with other people and being like, am I misperceiving this? Everything that you're reading, you're like, sorry, my tummy's growling. God, I gotta go eat lunch. Am I misperceiving this? Can I even trust my own brain to process this information? You begin to second guess every single thing in your day. It makes you feel crazy. And therefore, the regime can control you. Your narcissistic partner can control you. You are now expending huge amounts of energy undermining yourself, questioning everything. And then they're going to come in and say, like, oh no, we're telling you what's normal. We're telling you what's what, right? Please understand, it's not just scamming you. It's not just propagandizing you with disinformation. It's putting out things like this whole thing with Bibi, where you know that something's not right? You don't know whether, gosh, like, is that really Bibi in a press conference? Is that not? I have different sources, and I don't know which sources I can trust anymore. I don't know if I can trust my own perception anymore. What the fuck is happening, right? Suddenly, we all become much easier to control. If you don't understand how.
I feel like she's talking more about the AI, just AI, rather than actually addressing, like, going through this footage and whether or not it is AI or not. So I'm just gonna go to the next video. I've still got more videos on this that I want to go through.
As Iran's war with Israel rages, is a bizarre six-finger war video now fueling wild questions about whether Israel's prime minister is really present, or being faked by AI. Is Israel's wartime leader missing in action, or are viral posts about his death just social media smoke swirling around one strange clip? And when Sarah Netanyahu starts talking about a powerful political junta, is she calming the rumors, or quietly adding fuel to the Bibi mystery? While missiles fall on Israeli cities night after night, why is so much of the internet busy hunting for signs that its wartime leader has vanished from the stage? Amid near-daily missile and drone barrages from Iran and its allies, Benjamin Netanyahu's exact whereabouts have become the focus of an online frenzy. On March 14th, Netanyahu shared a war update on X, but viewers quickly stopped listening to his speech and started zooming in on his hand. Screenshots that raced across social media claimed a frame showed Netanyahu with 6 fingers, a classic red flag people associate with AI glitches.
Okay. We're gonna look at the video itself more, because I just don't trust. I have no idea where this, like, I've never heard of this channel before. I can't trust it. Actually, no, I take it back. I have heard of it, but I don't trust them. I take it back. It's the Hindustan Times. I've heard of them, and they're basically the Hindu version of the New York Post. They're kind of a tabloid. However, this would be an important piece of information. This was from Friday. Donald Trump asked how frequently he's talking to Benjamin Netanyahu. And this is after the rumors popped up. Probably why.
Are you speaking with Prime Minister Netanyahu? And are your objectives the same in terms of ending the war?
I think they might be a little different, I guess. You know, they're a different country than we are. But he will tell you there's never been a power like the power of the United States. I built our military in my first term, continue to do so. But I built our military and rebuilt it. It was in bad shape, just like the wall, just like the border, just like everything else in our country. It was all in bad shape. But I rebuilt the military in my first term, and we're using it in this term to, you know, really for the sake of good, for the sake of peace and for the sake of safety and good.
Daily? Do you speak with Netanyahu daily?
How long now do you think the war is likely?
Well, there we go. There's Donald Trump answering multiple questions about how frequently he's talking to Benjamin Netanyahu, according to him, quote unquote, a lot. Whether that is evidence of Benjamin Netanyahu being alive, who's to say? But it didn't dispel the rumors about these... about Benjamin Netanyahu possibly being dead.
We all hope for the toppling of this regime, but even if it doesn't happen, it will be much weaker. Hopefully it will be overthrown and then the problem will be solved. But anyhow, we're talking about a very different Iran.
Wait a second. I think this might be the wrong one. Is this the wrong one? I meant to put in... Hold on. Hold on. I meant to put in the latest one. I'm not sure if this is the one or not. God, I can't find the... I'm trying to find the video. I think it is this. Actually, I think it might be this one. Take it back. Yeah, I think it is this one. All right, let's watch this. Let's see if we see anything weird. Let's see if there's anything weird about this.
As it used to be. It's not the same superpower. It's not this a huge monster that nothing can be done to face it, and we are acting in together with others against them.
Honestly, already, I think it's real. I already think it's real. Doesn't mean he's alive. I think this is real. Partly, I mean, granted, things are improving rapidly with AI, but some of the continuity stuff that's happening makes me less... Like, if you watch what's happening with the pen, watch what he does with the pen. Because to some degree, like, AI has a problem with continuity. Like, the concept of continuity, right, is like in terms of... How do I describe this? How do I describe continuity with words? Like, the object goes out of frame, like it ceases to exist to the robot. It's like a lack of... It's like a child with no object permanence, right? But there seems to be a fair amount of that. Like, you can see him like exchanging the item, like the pen back and forth between his hands and tapping on the stanchion, or whatever you call it. Not a stanchion, the podium.
Nothing can
With
be
it.
done to face it, and we are acting in together with others against them. This is why we decided to act together, Israel and the U.S., to continue what we did in the previous operation, the Rising Lion, in order to prevent from Iran developing the...
The other thing about it, that, I mean, once again, I mean, AI could be getting a lot better still, but I've noticed that his teeth are really good. If they're fake, they're very convincing. They continue to stay the same shape throughout this. They continue to have separation, which AI teeth tend to struggle with. And they're in all the appropriate spots. But I don't know. I'm still 100%. Fact is, it's hard to say. I mean, you could run something like this, like, you know, you could run something through AI over and over and over again until you get what you want, I suppose. So hard to say for sure.
The Rising Lion, in order to prevent from Iran developing ballistic missiles that could threaten Israel, the region, and the whole world. That is our goal. We have formed an unprecedented alliance with the U.S., with our great friend, my own personal friend, President Trump. We are also operating in order to advance yet another goal, to prepare the conditions for the Iranian people so that they can remove the brutal regime that has been a dictator for them for decades now. And we are striking forceful strikes at the IRGC, both on the streets and in roadblocks, and we are still in full momentum. And I am...
Me personally, I'm not getting any sort of uncanny valley from this at all. I could be wrong. I honestly, you know, I really hate this guy. So I feel like, to some degree, I'm primed to want the opposite of what I'm saying. But I just don't think it is AI. Once again, it's not necessarily proof that he's not dead. This was from the 12th. It's the 15th now. Anything could have happened this weekend. We've seen a lot of strikes on Israel, but I'm just not convinced. Look at the jagged pixels outlining everything. I'm not seeing jagged pixels. Maybe your eyes are much, much better than mine. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing a slight bokeh that's just, in my opinion, that's just lens blur. Sorry, everybody. By the way, if people aren't familiar with the concept of bokeh, you can look it up. It's spelled B-O-K-E-H. It's how lenses, like photographic lenses, behave. Depending on the focal length that they're focused in on at a given time, different lenses do different things, cause blurs in different places. All right, we got a couple more videos to get through here. A few more. Let's go here to Al Jazeera English from an hour ago. Large plumes of smoke seen in Israel following another Iranian missile strike.
Well, Iran launched a new wave of retaliatory attacks against Israel overnight, striking a number of central communities. This was the scene in Tel Aviv district early on Sunday. Police say a missile strike injured at least 3 people and damaged several vehicles and buildings. Rescue teams were searching the area to ensure no one was trapped in the debris. These are some of the latest images from the city of Ramla in central Israel. Israeli media outlets are reporting shrapnel from a missile interception started a fire there, but the municipality says the blaze was unrelated to any attacks. Nida Ibrahim joins us live now from Hawara in the occupied West Bank. So Nida, despite the talk of having degraded Iranian missile capabilities, we saw what, I think 7 waves of Iranian missile strikes or something like that overnight?
Yeah, at least 5 barrages of Iranian-fired missiles have been fired into Israel at least since midnight. Now, that's not to mention that Hezbollah has also fired rockets into Israel around the same time. This has made the sirens trigger almost non-stop, making it yet another sleepless night for millions of Israelis. Now, these Hezbollah rockets mostly have been fired into northern Israel, but there's one which has been causing a lot of concern in Israel that was directed, a long-range one that was directed towards central Israel. Now, according to Israeli estimates, this missile was intercepted, but it's raising a lot of concern when it comes to it being able to travel long distances, but also hit central Israel, an area that is known to have strategic assets, known to have military sites as well as security sites that Israel wants to protect. And as we know, Israel does not disclose the information about the damage that these missiles could cause and have caused to its strategic security assets in the area. Now, these Iranian-led missiles have also hit southern Israel, areas in like Eilat. And while Israel says the majority of these missiles have been intercepted, we are talking about some that fell. Now, some of these missiles that fall in open areas seem to be part of a new Israeli tactic to economize the use of intercepting missiles. So if they
2,745 people have been injured in Iranian missile and drone strikes. 2,745 people. That is a big number. That is a big fucking number. Bigger than I was expecting to hear. I didn't know what to expect, but that's a larger number than I had in my head. They've been very, very cagey about what's been happening inside of Israel with this all going on, but that is actually rather shocking. So you're telling me there's a chance, says Pimp Limp Fresh. Yes. That's what I'm telling you.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
The missile is going to an open area, they would let it fall there. So that also signals the way Israel is treating this issue. But as all in all, we talk about these Iranian missiles. 90% of them, according to the Israeli estimates, have been intercepted. But there's this 10%, and we don't have enough information as to what damage they cause to these imported as strategic military sites.
Jesus, 2,745 casualty, 14 people dead already. My God. This thing is blowing up. I don't mean the pun completely unintended. Wow.
In Israel.
Nidat, you mentioned economizing of interceptors. Is that just one of signs we're seeing now about the economic toll this conflict is having?
Well, yes, there is a lot of concern as to how much there are losses in Israel. We talk about every week $3 billion of losses estimated by the Israeli authorities caused by the businesses being stopped, the economy not being able to operate as usual. And yes, we've been seeing the Israeli authorities trying to ease restrictions, talking about restoring education in areas that are described as a bit lower risk. But we're also seeing these communities like Dimona in southern Israel saying that they are not approving of that reopening of schools, saying that the country is still in danger. So there's a lot at play here. While Israel is trying to signal to the audience that we want to open gradually life for citizens to be able to work, to be able to go to schools, but also you have this backlash or this back and forth kind of rhetoric from the citizens who say we're not safe. We don't feel like we can go back.
Yeah, it would seem things are getting a lot less safe in Israel. Oh, and by the way, I don't think I mentioned this. I keep meaning to mention it, but I haven't. Just want to say thank you to Paige Larson for the dono on PayPal. Helping contribute to the financing of our galactic deficit. Incredibly generous, helping us get there. One step at a time, people. Like I said before, every dollar counts. And all of you are incredibly helpful. And if you don't have money to donate, make sure you're at least following and or subscribing to the channel. Hit the like button while you're at it. Really helps us out. All right, let's keep going through the videos that I've got for tonight. We're at the last one for the Middle East. Al Jazeera Live. All right. I'm going to hand you off to Al Jazeera. I'll be right back. I got to use the bathroom.
Gas field of Iran. So that's why Qatar was one of the countries that was one of the frontier countries that was trying everything to prevent this war. And now that the energy facilities are shut down, it is putting tremendous pressure on the economies of the country. And then we're talking about Kuwait. Kuwait is extremely dependent on that, but still it has some other means of transferring the energy, maybe through Iraq. but they are also extremely dependent on the Gulf passage. So then when you're talking about Saudi Arabia, roughly 70% of the Saudi energy also is going through the Gulf, while 30% is going through the Suez Canal or the Red Sea. United Arab Emirates as well is extremely vulnerable to Iranian attacks, but not only because of the energy passage, but because of the image of the Gulf, stability, wealth, safety, and all that image is now being targeted by Iran. So this is the immediate region of Iran that's been affected by that economically. However, when now we're talking about the broader region, and if this further expand, then Turkey is going to be affected, Iraq is going to be much more affected, Syria is going to be much more affected, and Jordan as well. So Pakistan could be directly involved. And now we're seeing India, the world's third largest economy, is really struggling to deal with it, giving a safety to its oil tankers to pass through the Gulf.
A lot at stake. Okay, thank you for breaking that down for us. Rasul Soda there for you. Okay, you're watching Al Jazeera. Reminder of our top stories this hour. Iran's central province of Isfahan has been hit by a wave of US and Israeli attacks. One strike hit a factory, killing at least 15 workers. The Iranian capital has also been bombed. Iran launched another wave of missile strikes on Tel Aviv. Most were intercepted, but falling shrapnel injured at least 3 people. There were also reports of damage in several communities in central Israel. And US President Donald Trump has called on allies to send warships to protect shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. He says many countries are sending help. Iran has been disrupting traffic in this vital trade route for global energy supplies. Okay, let's get more on the Iran war. We're joined by Yasmin Farouk, Project Director of the Gulf and Arab Peninsula, the International Crisis Group. She joins us live from Paris. Many thanks for joining the program. You've argued previously that Washington seems clearer about what it doesn't want, a long war, than about what it actually wants from this conflict. Do you see a coherent strategy or an endgame emerging now from the Trump administration at this stage?
Honestly, no, because, this is not the first war. At least I'm old enough to see, wars in the Middle East by the United States. There is always a problem with the planning of the day after. We started this war with statements that, regime change was part of this operation, and then it became the naval, missile, nuclear capabilities. And now, Iran has a new supreme leader, but despite, less talk about regime change in Iran, the U.S. has a bounty on his head. So we still don't know what's the achievement, at least the political end game of it. The military end game seems to be clear, which is to degrade Iran's capabilities, the missiles, the nuclear, the drones. But we don't see this going as efficient as possible in the sense that the cost is very, very high, that the drones are still flying, and more specifically, and most importantly, the Strait of Hormuz. The capacity of the United States to stop Iran's tactic of taking the Strait of Hormuz and international trade hostage is very limited in terms of technicalities, but also in military strategy, and even in terms of policy. We have seen immediate responses by different countries that President Trump called on to participate in reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So even if militarily speaking, we're seeing more defined objectives, the political end game from all this that would eventually prevent Iran from going back to the same policies that, theoretically speaking, triggered this war is still not there.
I want to talk about the impact this war is having on the Gulf. Iranian strikes we've seen have hit oil facilities, civilian infrastructure, all across the Gulf, damaging everything from freshwater resources to airports. We know there is anger towards Tehran. That indeed is high, but Gulf governments also appear very wary of the war itself. They're keen to stay on the defensive. How do you explain that balancing act?
Well, first of all, how do you expect Gulf countries to join a war that doesn't have defined objectives? Again, even in Iraq, where the United States supposedly had contacts, or not supposedly, did have contact with the Iranian opposition, did have boots on the ground, did have some kind of design for the day after. Iraq is still a problem to its neighbors until today, despite efforts by successive governments. So for Gulf countries to join a war that has no limited objectives, and especially that even if they work with their American partners, most of them don't have direct political relations with Israel, even they are all part of CENTCOM. And we have seen really Israel act as Israel wants to act, including in this war, including the press reports that we have.
Okay, I'm back. She is right. Israel's been doing whatever the fuck they want. Same thing for the United States. I mean, we just murdered 160 school children. All right, just a reminder to everybody, because we're at 7.5 hours in. If you haven't already hit the follow button, subscribe on YouTube. And if you haven't already, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, that's not, no. You can't, no bits on YouTube. That's for Twitch. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer, your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. We've got Throne if you'd like to go shopping for gifts rather than sending monetary donos. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your earned dollars is, as always, Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, back to the Al Jazeera live stream, where we get to watch the unfolding of the goddamn apocalypse.
That's in the Bible!
About friction between the U.S.
Lauren
and Israel
Pastor
about the
just
targeting
shared
of the
100 bits.
Lauren Pasta with the bits over on Twitch. Thank you, Lauren. Incredibly generous. Reminder to the Twitch users, all bits donos above 100, you can get the galactic robot voice to read out your message. Whatever message, I mean, within reason, it won't read out certain
oil
things.
facilities, for example. The problem is also here that in any operation by the Gulf countries that would legally be perceived as defensive operation will, in all cases, politically be classified and seen and perceived by both sides, Iran and the U.S. and Israel, as putting them in one camp or the other. And this is something that the Gulf countries have been trying to avoid since the beginning. What the Gulf countries are trying to do is, keep the diplomatic channels open with Iran, but also get more protection from their partners.
Right, but what tools, what leverage do the Gulf states have in order to do that?
Well, first of all, what they're doing right now is showing Iran that there is nothing to gain from this policy of attacking them. Yes, the global economy is being under attack. Yes, the economies of Gulf countries are being affected, but Gulf countries are still not publicly either joining the war with Iran or Israel, or exerting to the maximum, all of them, the six of them, for example, a unified voice voice pressure on the Trump administration to stop this war. They are busy, as the Qatari spokesperson said, they are busy defending themselves. So they are trying to show Iran that there is absolutely nothing to gain. It's just cost. Not only cost now by the fact that losing them as channels to the United States, but even after the war, because eventually there will be negotiations. Eventually, Iran will need those countries economically and as diplomatic channels. And Iran has lost a lot of credit, and I expect that the position of Gulf countries, even those who are willing to find more understandings with Iran, are now more demanding and will have more comprehensive requests from Iran that they did not have before.
Let me ask you, for Gulf governments who are watching this unfold, is the biggest fear today an emboldened Iranian regime or the possibility of a chaotic, fragmented Iran on their doorstep?
I would say all of the above. And this explains why, even if there is no love lost with this regime, it is not the first time that the Islamic Republic attacks those Gulf countries. But the Gulf countries did not think, all of them, that a full-fledged war on Iran by Israel and the United States was going to solve the problems in the least costly way possible or in the best political results possible. They have warned about, the absence of plans for the day after. They have warned about Iran's attacks on them. So all of the scenarios today are bad scenarios for the Gulf countries. And this explains partly why they're keeping diplomatic channels open, because they want to weigh in on all of those scenarios, but they are all not perfect or best scenarios for them.
Wow. Okay, well, that's it for the Middle East today. We're going to do a few videos. Just one country left. It's another nuclear country, like the United States and Israel. These guys got nukes. Might be familiar with them. North Korea.
China.
Nope, I said North Korea. And North Korea has been doing all sorts of weapons testing in the last few days. Here's the AP from Wednesday, where Kim Jong-un and little Jong-un, or actually it's the other way, Kim something. I don't know Kim Jong-un's daughter, but Kim Jong-un and Kim Jong daughter witnessed weapons tests together. Now, of course, we've talked about her for whatever reason. Kim Il Sung? Is that her name? I can't remember. Kim Ju-ai. Kim Ju-ai. That's right. Kim Ju-ai. The Kims hung out, watched some weapons tests here this week. Little family gathering.
맞습니다. 김성은 동지께서는 이러한 우리식 무기체계 구성안을 심의하고 사모하면서부터 구현하여야 한다는 데 대하여 강조하셨습니다. 철저히 자체 방위를 위한 필수적인 요소라는 데 대하여 제시된 기한 내에 항을 해군에 인도할 때 대한 문제, 우리 시험 발사를 참관하셨습니다.
Right, Il-sung was the one before the last one. Yes, I knew that. After I said it, I knew that, and I had to look it up. Just could not remember her name. She's not exactly in the spotlight, although she is being groomed to be the next leader from all the reports we've been hearing. The music hits just right. It does. It's the perfect music. Final video of the night, everybody. Great job for getting through it. Associated Press, 3 hours ago.
김정은 동지께서는 분명히 오늘의 훈련은 우리의 방위 태세 전쟁 하며 자기의 집초적인 파괴력과 군사적 가치를 다시 한번 증명했습니다. 하지만 그때 가면 우리도 여기에 머물러 있지 않을 것은 분명하다. 난 타격 범위 내에 있는 상대 측 군사 하부 구조는 절대로 견뎌내지 못한다. 우리 당과 공화국
Well, there you
Jeffrey,
have
we have
it.
just heard from the Supreme Leader of...
Whoopsies. Didn't mean to do that. I know I've said in the past, but I'm pretty sure we're at the beginning of World War III. Things are a little too crazy. Too many conflicts going on. Too many refugees on the planet. Too many world powers now involved in these conflicts, and seemingly more and more sliding into them. Not comfortable with where we're at right now, planetarily, if you will. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. But till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godgat, Robotgat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Penny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, and Winnie and Robin. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too. There's a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. And you can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, he's a billionaire. And they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people are saying, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the president and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. The National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that a majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the